down, and we're recording. Alright. Up next, we have Yuko Nishiwaki from Persona 3.
Oh, that's where we left off. All right.
No, this is not where we left off. She just kind of showed up. We
Oh,
actually left off on Tsunade, but
okay. Well, shoot.
what am I shooting? Oh, Yuko. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Anyway, I mean, she's pretty neat. She's definitely got her caring moments. Definitely not the most fleshed out romance option, but I mean, she cares for kids. She wants to have a pillow fight in her room apparently. Lots of cool things.
I would like to see her flesh out. Wait, no, that sounds that.
And
Wait, no, that sounds cannibalistic. Hold on.
you see what I have to deal with on my channel. This is a family-friendly channel, okay?
Oh yeah, sure. I believe that
This is a
totally.
very cultured and we have standards here on the Gaming King 06 YouTube channel.
Ow,
Anyway,
I actually hurt. Oh, I still so hard. I hurt my mouth.
B tier.
Uh, yeah, I guess she's all right.
Up next is Trish from JoJo's Strange Adventure, I think it's called.
Yeah, you take the floor on this one. You know all about her, right?
No.
I know. You watched part 5 or 6,
I've watched up to
but
part 4,
anyway.
and that was a long time ago.
So, Trish, she is what I could best describe as essentially like, uh, oh, I can't remember the term. It's like she's like the MacGuffin of like the first half of the story. They're trying to keep her safe and deliver her to her father, who it's worth noting that they very quickly find out wants to fucking kill her. So she almost dies, like loses an arm that gets or loses a hand that gets reattached, and they all basically, almost all of them except for one, basically decide, oh, okay, we're gonna go to kill this guy, and she's coming with because we can't leave her here. She'll just get fucking killed.
Yeah.
Uh, so she's personality wise, she's a fucking brat. Makes them in the middle of trying to protect her. Essentially, just makes them like, go get this random shit for me because I can't be bothered because I can't do it myself, or else I might get killed. It's like useless shit, like a specific brand of like makeup or like these really frou items that they just like, I just get this shit for me. So she's
Mm-hmm.
kind of a bitch, and like by the end of it, she grows into
An even
kind of
bigger bitch.
still kind of, well, no, she's a bitch who's slightly less of a bitch.
Ah, yes, the ultimate character
Uh,
development.
and she also gains a stand. But overall, she becomes tolerable at the expense of becoming just a slight bit more boring.
Well,
But
damn.
she's not completely awful. Like if on a side note, she's also, I'm pretty sure, almost certainly underage. But most of the JoJo characters are, but don't look it. Not the anyway. I'm digging
I
myself a
don't
hole.
know, man.
Anyway,
Isn't Jotaro like supposed to be 15 or 16 when he's
like 15
built
or
like a brick shithouse?
something
Makes
like that.
grown ass adult men look small by comparison. Like what the
Uh,
fuck?
I felt like
Except for the other Joestar grown ass adult men, like his father. Yeah,
no.
whatever. Close enough. They're the same thing. Whatever.
If you're gonna say John, or if you're gonna say Joseph, no, that's Grandpa.
It's basically the same thing.
That's not how that works. But
Uh,
all right, B.
I don't know.
Since we need to pass
My
this already.
grandfather was a father figure to me. Anyway, Tsunade. So, I mean,
Okay.
very strong,
Well,
surprisingly caring, a perfectly capable ninja,
huge boobs.
massive hubbly jubblies. Kuma hates it when I
So,
say that. But
Christ, dude.
she's pretty cool. I mean, there's the minor gambling addiction and slight alcohol
Minor,
problem. But I mean,
light, and minor. Okay, sure. Go right ahead.
Bernadetta just overkilled Marth by 3 times his health yet again. Marth doesn't stand
Please
a
stop playing
chance.
heroes.
Never. I think she's a solid A tier.
I guess
Hubbly
that seems
jubblies.
like a bit.
Remember the
That
humbly
seems like a
jubblies, Kuma.
bit low.
Think of the hubbly jubblies, Kuma.
Well, no, I'm saying the opposite. I like her probably maybe a little bit more,
Well, where the fuck do you want me to put her?
but
The only other option is S
just
tier, and I
just
don't think she's on the
kind of.
level of our S tiers.
I don't know. Maybe she is, but you do you. It's your freaking list that I'm helping
It
with.
is my list. So, ha. Twintel. This is on you, buddy.
Oh, sorry, arms. Most of the arms characters have little to no fucking personality, so it's mostly just design. She's got huge ass. She's got tan skin, white hair that she uses to punch people.
Uh-huh.
She's wearing a mask for some fucking reason. I'm pretty sure she's a movie star, judging from her stage. Um, the internet kind of blew up until they kind of blew up over her until I'm pretty sure they got distracted by the next character that came out. Not for that game specifically, just in general, the next character that they proceeded to obsess over. Uh, I all I know is she's like a little bit. I think she has a little bit of a high mighty personality from some of the little bits you get to see from her like motions. But other than that, she's just kind of there, a little overrated. Maybe C. Honestly, I don't really care for her that much.
Alright. Tetra from Wind Waker. Probably
You
the
go right ahead.
probably the like the best version of Zelda personality wise. I mean, she's a pirate.
Spoilers.
She's a tomboy. Go fuck yourself. The game came out over 20 years ago. The game is older than I am. She's a pirate. She's very tomboyish. Doesn't take shit from no one. She's actually the captain of the whole pirate ship, so that makes her even better. Overall, I'm not a big fan of Zelda in general, but Tetra's a better version, so being better than mid as fuck Zelda gets her to B tier.
Wow. Tell us how you really feel.
Right, Rosalind. That looks like a Unicorn Overlord character. You're up.
What? Oh, okay. Uh, she's she's one of many characters in that game that are just completely masked off. I want you to the main character. Uh, she's I Her personality was a little bit kind of, but her few scenes where she's just like very unsubtly hitting on Elaine are hilarious. Uh, I still haven't done hers because there were other characters I was interested. I mean, Jesus Christ, I both did her attendant and did her attendant before I even messed with hers, which I haven't even done it yet. So that's
Important question about
funny.
Unicorn Overlord. Can I name the main protagonist something unique, or am I stuck with Elaine?
You are stuck with Elaine
So I
because
can't name him Jackass.
no, you would not be able to name the character Jackass.
God damn it.
You can't go, "Hi, I'm Elaine, and welcome to Jackass."
Can I do the thing I did in Persona 5 and name myself Booty Tickler?
I'm sorry.
I'm kidding, I never did that. I have named myself some really dumb things to get people to say dumb things though. And it's fun.
Anyway, she's fine. She's a dark elf. She's kind of a bit attractive, but that's like about it. Her personality is funny at moments. She's better than her, I think, either sister or just. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure what she is to her, so I'll say sister, but I'm probably dead wrong. Especially since they're not. Especially since one's a dark elf and one's not a dark elf, so she's a little bit better than her at the very least. So I'll give her at least I guess a B at least.
Okay. Next. I think that's pronounced Vale.
Vale. She is super goth. She is like the just the as goth can get character in fuck I had to think the game for a second there was the Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Um like I said, just super goth, good at making or good at clothes of all things, like tailoring things. There's an entire side mission where you have to make a hat for a guy or girl, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was funny. And she's one of the many ways to get to make a hat in it. She's got a very aggressive and angry kind of personality. She's very smarmy, from what I can remember. Bizarrely, one of her talents is called Girl Talk, which feels like that does not fit her at all, but at the same time, it's really funny because it doesn't feel like it fits her at all. She's a solid A from what I can remember. Solid A.
All right. Up next is Vanessa from Black Clover.
Oh my god, I see who's next after her.
Uh,
Uh,
Anyway, Vanessa, I mean, she's a witch whose magic is quite literally described as thread magic, so string and shit. Uses it to set traps, make clothes, rewrite the threads of reality. You know, the usual things string is used for.
okay then.
But, she's pretty attractive, very caring. Much like Tsunade, she has a slight drinking problem, but, it's fine. She's exceedingly old. Like, I'm pretty sure she's the oldest character of the Black Bulls.
Bruh, you don't just call a woman old, man.
Yes, I can, motherfucker.
I thought you, for a second, I thought you just called me Lord Fucker, and I'm like, well, I mean, I guess I'm at least a
Okay,
lord.
never mind. She's only 25, so, like, still pretty old, but not as old as I thought she was.
You're pretty old. 25 is pretty old.
Yeah. What, feel yourself getting up there in age, Kuma?
Dude, I'm 5 years from being that. And in fact, actually,
It's, yeah,
it's very soon to be 4 years.
yeah, exactly. Yes. Feel yourself getting up there, don't you?
That's not getting up there, man.
I don't know, man. I don't want to become 30. 30's like where it's really, really old, and I draw the line there, you know? I'm just gonna, like, halt my aging.
Is that a,
I'm gonna say
was that a
no.
jet?
I'm gonna say no to getting any older once I hit, like, maybe 27.
Was that a very unsubtle jab at a certain someone you are currently rooming with?
No, 30 just sounds like a bad time. Anyway, Vanessa, S tier. She's second best girl to
Okay.
Noelle. Up next is this character. Have fun, buddy.
Oh boy, the Unicorn Overlord. This character is a doozy. So, she is the cousin of the main character, Elaine. This is Virginia. She, uh, I'll start with this. Well, like I said, she's a cousin of Elaine. She herself described her relationship with Elaine as being more like brother and sister than cousins. She's pretty badass.
Oh, is that the incest
Uh,
one you called me at 5 in the morning about one day?
dude, I was waiting to say that.
You're welcome.
Fine, I guess I'll just say it then. She's one of the marriage options in spite of the fact that you are directly related to her. Like, it's not even like step or like, I don't know, third cousin, twice removed or some shit. No, you're just straight up just cousin. And she's a marriage option. And the funny thing is that in spite of the fact that in several points in the game there are or despite the fact that there are several characters that you can do the sworn allegiance thing with that aren't romantic. She's one of the ones that are. It's just explicitly romantic. Like they went out of their way to make sure that you knew that it was just straight up incest. They could have done so much with that to have it not be incest, but they were like, no, fuck you. We wanted you to know very thoroughly that it's incest.
I mean, hey, you know?
Anyway, she's bad. She's a really fucking good unit in that game. She gets a solid A in spite of her. You know what? Screw it. Just because of the hilarity of the fact that she's a freaking incest option in a game where she could have very easily not have been an incest option. There's even
Uh,
some of the females have ones that don't feel like they're romantic, but they explicitly wanted to make hers incest. So she
so,
gets a solid S just because of the hilarity of the fact that
okay.
it's an incest
Oh, look
option.
at that. Savage Boar Dimitri is boosted on a banner.
Okay, anyway, yeah, as if you want that.
No, it's just funny that it's specifically that variant that's boosted.
But anyway, okay, so next is also for me to describe. Wen Yuanji. I think that's how it's pronounced.
Close
She
enough.
is from Dynasty Warriors. She is the I think attendant and eventual wife of uh Sima Zhao, who's a massive what I can best describe as extremely fucking lazy, and she's the one who has to try to keep his ass in check and get him to actually do shit.
Mm-hmm.
Um, she she's badass. She carries her duties very thoroughly and is very loyal. Um, and her romance or her relationship with Simi is adorable and just not all I can say of that.
Oh
Um,
no. I pulled a five
she
star Colgate.
oh what is the character's name? What's the main character's name in that?
Alear. I call her Colgate because of the stupid hair.
Anyway, I cannot remember. Okay, okay. Um, she's very stoic. She's definitely got that Kudere thing going on. Uh, I love her. She's awesome. She's one of the best characters. She's one of the best female characters in that game. She gets a solid S too.
All right. Up next is, well, assuming I can fucking there. Up next
Ah,
is Wapeach, the thing that it never actually existed.
okay.
It
There's
was
a difference
concept
between it
art, but it
never.
was never put in.
Yes. So she's basically, from what we've heard, she's basically she would have been obviously the equivalent to Wario and Waluigi, but for Peach. She was apparently going to treat Wario and Waluigi as essentially her minions.
Ah, yes.
Her design is her only design we've ever had, which is the artwork you are seeing currently, if you can even see it, is fucking adorable. And I wish they included her because that artwork is adorable. It's a goddamn crime she wasn't actually put into the game with artwork as adorable as that. Uh, I would have just sheerly based on the fact that I would have loved to have seen her in that game and the few tidbits we've gotten of her. I'd give her an A just on design and the small tidbits we got alone. I don't know about you though.
Okay.
Okay.
White Rabbit, another one that I don't know
Okay.
shit about.
Okay, I'll admit this one was just because I knew it existed and I just wanted to put something super fucking obscure in here. This is a really, really obscure, I think, Batman villain. I don't remember a lot about her. I think, and I might be wrong with this, I think she might have been some sort of branding thing with Playboy Pocket. I might be dead wrong about that, but for some reason I think that might have been the case. I don't know anything about her other than the fact that she just exists and basically just was there to possibly promote Playboy if that factoid is true. Actually,
Okay.
but either way, it's fucking hilarious that it exists, and I just love the fact that I just randomly decided to put a obscure ass character in it. And the design is stupid. I mean, you have to look it up. What do you think of that design? It's
I mean, it's pretty neat, I guess.
a neat design.
Somehow not the lewdest superhero design I've seen.
But regardless, the B tier because I don't know anything about her. But damn, that design is something else. Hold on, just give me one quick second. Oh wait, I see who's next. I can see it actually. Oh,
Speaking
perfect.
of, I
It works out
actually need
perfectly.
to change that because we haven't done enough tier yet. Anyway, Widowmaker from Overwatch. I mean, she's a sniper, and that's all I care about. She exists in porn, and she has a French accent. Being French
And she's basic.
alone is enough to make
She's
her like a D tier. Just
French.
being French.
Actually, hold up. I
But
thought she was supposed to be like Russian.
I don't know. Either way, she has that French accent, and that alone is enough to make her a D tier. I hate the
I'm
French.
fairly. I don't think. I swear to God, she's supposed to be Russian. Look it up. Not that I care that much about a freaking Overwatch character, but I'm almost confident she's meant to be Russian for some
French.
reason. I'm okay. Fair enough.
Widowmaker is
I
a
guess I was
French
wrong.
ballerina turned sleeper agent for the terrorist organization Talon. That's
Huh.
explicitly what it says. Explicitly
Weird.
becoming
All
a
right.
high profile sniper after killing her husband, hence the name. Anyway, she's lame. She's from Overwatch. Nobody likes Overwatch.
I mean, that's
Anyway,
factually incorrect,
it
but
is
I'm also
porn.
not willing to argue.
Overwatch is for porn and nothing more.
I don't like Overwatch. I don't care for most of the characters in it, and then the D tier.
All right. Up next is Winter, Wise's older sister, and everything Wise wishes she was. She's an
Go right ahead.
assassin, a slightly more bearable Schnee, which, I mean, isn't saying much when the one you're being compared
Lightweight.
to is Wise. I mean, she's cool and all, but
It's
she's still
it's white.
not that much better than Wise. She's a C tier at best. Up next is Wiz
Who? What?
from
Oh, you.
Konosuba.
Yes, sir.
She's a lich, very caring, very kind. She's a shopkeeper.
I
Uh,
almost misheard you and thought you said that she's a bitch.
no, she's a lich, like undead. She's kind of dumb and very bad at business, despite being a
That
shopkeeper.
thing, that thing's undead. Damn, she's got a nice set for being undead.
Yeah, exactly. Her biggest problems with her business success is that
Her
she spends a
two
lot of
biggest
money on
problems.
useless junk that would not be useful at all to any living creature, but she doesn't realize this because she's not a living creature. And
Wait a minute. So it's basically just what you do in pretty much any fucking RPG. Just sell a bunch of useless shit to shopkeepers.
it's not really useless. It's more like this thing has a purpose, but the issue is it'll kill you. This isn't a problem for Wiz because she's already dead, but so she doesn't really realize that.
Um.
It's like, here's this choker that'll make your dreams come true. But instead of, like,
So
magically making them come true, it motivates you by slowly constricting over the course of 7 days, and unless you make that dream happen, it'll choke you to death.
okay. So we're currently correct me if I'm wrong, but we're currently rating you said Wiz?
Yeah.
Okay, where's Boomstick?
A boomstick's I don't know, maybe a C tier, B tier. He has a shotgun leg, so that's cool.
Get it? It's a pun because
Yeah,
they share a
shut the
name.
fuck up. Anyway, she's cool. She is one of the Devil King's generals. She is a very, very high tier ice magician. Overall, yeah. Pretty sure she's actually one of the strongest of his generals. I'd call her a solid S tier.
All right, good for you. I couldn't care less because I
Warrior's
don't really
Orochi
care about
character.
that
Have
stuff.
fun.
Okay, so this is Warriors Orochi's depiction of Kaguya, and well, let me see it. Okay, there you go. This is Warriors Orochi's depiction of Kaguya. She is a well, I think she's I don't know if she is a god or just some kind of something close. I don't know. Either way, uh she can manipulate time. She's single-handedly responsible for making sure that the characters don't fucking die. Otherwise, all the main characters would have just died at this very start of the game. She doesn't understand emotions very well and is very robotic in personality, not in body. She eventually makes friends with the rest of the cast and has some really cute scenes, and also takes certain words a little too literally, like when the character Kai says she wants to pick her brain, and she's like, "That sounds like it hurt,"
I mean, it might just a little bit.
something like that. But either way, it's cute. She's all right, a bit, I don't know, boring for like in terms of every other character on this. Solid B, but not much higher because there's one character coming up that is going to get an immediate S when she comes up.
All right. Up next is Wonder Woman, and I think we can both agree that she kind of
That's a
fucking
that's a,
sucks.
that's an immediate D and F if we had one.
Yep. Wonder Woman just not a fun character, frankly. She doesn't really have much going for her personality wise at all. She's very bland.
She's
Like,
basically the very embodiment of I can do everything men can do but better. Like,
See, my biggest
like
problem with her is that, listen, if Superman has more personality than you, you know you're doing something wrong.
that is dang, that is unfortunately saying a lot. Oh, one of her only interesting traits is the fact that she frequently got stuck in bondage situations,
Yep. Like I said,
and that's taken away from her too. So like,
if
fuck, man, what else did she have?
Superman has more personality, you're doing something wrong. Superman fucking sucks. He doesn't have personality at all other than, haha, good guy. It's. Ugh. I'm gonna save
Okay.
this rant for another video that'll be coming up, but I fucking hate
Ah,
Superman.
I don't really care for my other. I like Batman better. Like this,
It's just
one of
like
my sisters likes Superman, and I'm like, how? And hates Batman. And I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Superman's just like, ah yes, superhero. He flies around and saves the day. Everything checks out. I know this one. Yeah, it's so fucking boring.
It is boring.
Anyway,
Anyway, oh god, I see one of them.
Gwenpool.
Anyway, I can I be completely honest
Oh,
about this character?
sure.
I don't fucking get the hype.
I mean,
Like,
she's
she's
cool,
not
but no, I
awful.
get it. She's kind of
I just
mid.
it's same with Spider Gwen. It's just like I get it. They were a cool concept at the time, but I don't get why everyone's so like, oh, she's so cool and hard and I love her. Like I mean, I get yeah, funny thing how she got transported into a comic book. I can't remember
Yeah,
what
basically, she's an
happened.
isekai.
It's like okay, yeah, it's neat and all, but like she's not that interesting. She's just kind of all right. Her design's like cute and all, but again, it's just kind of all right. Just
Alright.
like should be like a B or C for me. Not a D. I don't hate her, but she's just interesting.
X-23.
X-23. Oh, okay. I'll admit I don't know a whole hell of a lot about her other than some of her personality in uh hold up the Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and well, she's one of my favorite characters in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. She's fun to play as. She has one of the best teams in the game, and her some of her interactions are really quite funny. That's I like her. Like, there's more than one way to skin a cat against Felicia, and a lot of good that Iron Fist will do after I cut it off. And she wins against him. It's
Yeah.
just goes so 80s. It's like I love that. Or not just go. Kung Fu is so 80s. It's just like I love that. She's got some neat personality. I personally really like her. I give her a solid A,
Alrighty. Yeah, no, X-23 is cool.
even though she's definitely one of those "Why are you even here?" type of character.
Yeah, okay, Talos. Totally pronounced that
Tell
correctly.
tell us, tell us. Okay, I don't know about this character. First of all, she's not even technically a Xenoblade Chronicles 2 character. She's actually from one of the Xenogears games. She was just put in there as a cool, like, hey,
There's
I'm
only
gonna do it.
one Xenogears game, sir.
Oh, okay, I thought
There's
there was multiple.
Xenogears, then Xenosaga, then Xenoblade.
Oh, she might have been from Xenosaga or Xenogears. She's from one of the two. She I think is technically I think she might be a girl also,
What?
but I'm not entirely. I said she. I think she might be a robot girl, but I'm not 100% sure.
Mm.
Either way, she's got some robotic parts to her.
Well, if
She
she's a
wears
robot
black
girl,
hair.
we know where she goes.
She's got white hair, tan skin. I always love those. But in terms of personality, I think she's mostly just kind of like old and a little bit rude, from what I remember. I'm also pretty sure she's one of the villains in that. I don't know a lot about her, so just plop her in B because like, eh.
It's important to note that she probably isn't a character from Xenogears because, well, nobody survives.
Well, it doesn't really matter because the two Xeno Saga slash Xeno Gears characters that do actually show up aren't even canon.
Yeah.
So it
But,
doesn't really matter what happened in their game.
I mean, frankly, nothing matters with Xenoblade. It's kind of a separate continuity.
However, forget it. I really want to talk about this next.
Have fun. I'll let you
Okay,
do it then.
Bridget. Bridget from Xenoblade Chronicles 2 as well. She is the Blade of Morag, who was previously on this list. And God, she compliments her so well. But aside from that, she's motherly in some aspects. She's got the whole perpetually closed eye thing that some characters have, where like either in her like in her serious moments or in her like tender moments has her eyes open or like opens her eyes just briefly. I love that. I can't deny I'm a bit of a sucker for that. She's got hair that's perpetually on fire, which I can't imagine would be very pleasant to brush up against.
Right.
Actually catches you on fire by passing by you. But her dress is awesome. She had to be censored for Smash Brothers, even though she was only in the background. I don't see why that was necessary.
Because every Xenoblade character in Smashy Bros must inevitably be censored.
Hulk.
It is the way.
But anyway, um, I like her personality. She's got some funny moments. She bitch slapped Rex,
Poor Rex.
literally bitch slapped him after he tried to leave because Pyra got kidnapped. He's like, I don't deserve her, and then and then she's like, "Fuck you," and just slaps him across the face.
I mean, she's
Love
not
that.
wrong. Rex doesn't deserve much. He's Rex.
Even though the fucking lucky bastard ended up with three wives,
Yeah, like what the hell?
so fucking lucky prick. Anyway,
Anyway.
um, she's awesome. She's cool. I love her. I need to move on with this. So
Yeah, please do. I'd like to sleep off whatever the fuck I got.
okay.
But we're finishing this
Finch.
first.
I honestly thought Finch was a guy,
Me
but I
too.
looked it up and apparently Finch is actually female.
That's just rude. How would you like it if
But
someone thought
anyway,
you were a guy?
well, considering that it's a freaking bird girl, it's
But how would you feel if someone
she's.
mistook you for being a guy? Like, come on.
I mean, wait, hold on, wait a minute, hold on, wait. But anyway, um, so literally a bird brain constantly forgets things as basic as people's names. Will repeat the same conversation over and over with you till the end of time because she keeps forgetting she just had the conversation. Uh,
Sounds like a vibe.
uh, from from what I heard, kind of terrible character in that game. Not very good at in gameplay wise. But God, is she funny? She is one of the funniest characters in that game. So just from that alone and how funny her scenes are, hey,
Alright. Alright,
okay. Okay.
next.
So next is Cosmos. Which do you know which one she's from?
Nope. It's been
Okay,
so long
she's
since I
the
played any Xenoblade game, dude.
she's well I meant she's either from Xenogears or Xenosaga. I don't know which. But she's kind of your stereotypical robot, you know, cold, calculated, doesn't have a lot of emotion. Uh, but she's also single-handedly the rarest blade in that entire game to pull to the point where multiple people might go multiple playthroughs without ever pulling her.
She's from
I don't remember
Xenosaga.
a lot. Okay, so that means the other character's also from Xenosaga.
Which makes sense
But
because
anyway,
the only one I've played in recent time is Gears. I've
but
played
anyway,
Gears much more
regardless,
recently.
anyway, regardless, she is like I said, cold, calculated, relative robot. Don't think ever had like the I guess moment where she becomes a little bit more human. She might have. I wouldn't know. I've never seen Xenosaga, but at least her personality in the actual game, there's something. Oh, and also fun fact, she actually is in Project X Zone where she teams up with Fiora of all characters from
Hmm.
Xenoblade, and that's just strange. But all right, but anyway, she's cool design. Don't remember a lot about her. B.
Alright. Next.
All right. Praxis from Xenoblade Chronicles 2 and Xenoblade Chronicles 2. She is the sister in theory to Theory. Uh,
Funny.
uh, she's a little bit more on like the funny, fiery, like kind of firecracker. She's a firecracker, if you know what I mean, despite being water.
Uh huh.
Um, but she's got some funny moments. She's those two things on her chest are not boobs, but are in fact water balloons, essentially.
Uh huh. Right.
Uh,
Yeah. No. Yeah. Uh huh.
no, but quite literally, they aren't. They're actually just like water orbs that happen to be placed on her chest
So like
that
the
make her look like.
so like the dragon from Dragon Maid, where they're not boobs, they're flame sacks.
No, actually, they're not even part of her biology. They're just like decorations, essentially.
Decorative boobs. Ah, yes.
pretty much. But anyway,
At least boobs serve a purpose.
she's got tan skin. She's got a great story with her sister and all that stuff. She's got the neat side mission, and I do like her personality. She gets an A.
All right.
All right. Next is, I think that's pronounced. I think it's pronounced straight up Newt or Nout. I think it's Nawt or something. Nout, Newt, whatever it is. Either way, she's she's got a general aesthetic going on. She has a fucking eye on the back of her head, so she quite literally has eyes on the back of her head. But tisk. Um, what else? Well, like I said, with her as in general, as a military general aesthetic, is an obsession with the army, has two ginormous fucking arms that she summons to use her weapons. Um, don't remember she has green skin, like a kind of like dark pale green skin. Uh, she's neat and all. I don't remember a whole hell of a lot about her personality, but I really like her design, so she gets an A just for design alone.
All
And I
right.
also need to move. I also need to move fucking ahead with this.
Yes, we do.
Uh, fuck, I can't remember this character's name. It's better with an A. It's like Aragni or I can't remember. Either way, she's uh, as bookworm can get. There's a point in the story where she basically leaves your main camp and will stay in like the world tree where there's a massive data bank of information, and we'll just hang out there. And it's like, hey, if you ever need me, just come here instead of our main camp. She just remains there for the rest of the game, which is fucking hilarious.
Nice.
Um, she's got some really funny moments. Her stomach is literally just not there. Like she's connected by some weird wispy portal galaxy looking thing in between her upper half and her lower half. Don't know what the hell's going on there. But she's got some cute moments, and she was one of my favorite plays when I was watching Sugar Conroy play it because I didn't play it myself. I'll get to it at some point when I can afford it. Um, that'd be an A.
All right.
All right,
Tay.
Harold.
Yeah, that one.
Bel believe despite the name, definitely female. Harold is a blade that was locked away for causing a massive amount of destruction years in the past,
Skill issue.
which also which is funny given the fact she's completely optional and has nothing to do with the main story. Um, she is she's like very cold and very standoffish just based on the pretense of I wish you didn't fucking awaken me because I don't want to cause more destruction.
I want to cause infinite
And
destruction.
whenever you actually level her up and gain more of her skills, she's like, this power was sealed for a reason. I just I love her little bits of just like you're making a mistake making me more powerful. And just like her general personality and the fact that you slowly make her you slowly control her and make her actually not want to basically be dead or sealed away. So because of that, she gets also an A. A lot of these characters are getting A's.
Alrighty. Up next is Fiora.
The character I mentioned earlier. Okay, so Fiora, Shulk's main love interest before she gets outerly shanked in the first half of the in the beginning location.
It happens.
She dies technically, gets brought back technically, becomes part robot, missing several of her organs until they get replaced later in the story, so she can actually function somewhat. She's nice, she's caring, she's got a little bit of attitude at times, in a good way, in like a charming way. Um, she's not much else other than that, but she's nice. I like her design. Um, and eventually she regained her human form, which, in all honesty, kind of wish she stayed with the robotic form because I like the robotic form a little bit more. But
And
aside from
yet
that,
you judge
uh,
me for enjoying androids.
okay. But like, she looks really cool, and her basic design is a little bit basic. But either way, shockingly, one of the main love interest characters that I actually feel isn't exceedingly boring.
A?
So she gets an A.
All right, you're up. You're allowed to explain this one for yourself, buddy. You
Okay,
requested this
again,
one, so I'll hear you out.
okay,
No, no,
okay.
I'll hear you out.
Again,
Go on,
let me
explain.
finish. Shut up. So I threw this one in here as a joke. First and foremost, this was a joke,
That's what you've
just
said
like
about
Dark
all of these
Samus.
so far.
Well, yes, I threw these in here either because they were popular or because I thought it would be funny.
I'm beginning to not
Anyway,
believe you.
the Xenomorph Queen, uh, alien, disturbing to look at, leaking various bodily fluids constantly, will impregnate you instead of the other way around, um, will kill you, uh, death is if you even so much as slightly try to hurt it, it will bleed acid all over you and you will melt. It's just horrifying, disgusting. Obviously a D. That goes without saying, but like I just thought it'd be funny to put the character over there.
Right. Uh huh.
Yes,
Anyway, Zenovia from High School DxD. Oh boy,
oh
another
Jesus
one.
Christ.
So, where do I start? She's a knight of the Grimmery household, wields the holy sword Durandal. Technically, now it's Ex Durandal because it has all 13 pieces of Excalibur in it, so they lazily combine the names like that. Was originally a battle nun. You don't want to know. I'm not even going to elaborate on that. She died in battle and was brought back as a devil. Blah, blah, blah. She's very cool. Was very sheltered growing up. Doesn't know much about conventions. Was very straightforward about, let's see, cornered Issei in the locker room of the pool and just straight up said, "I want your child." So that
Okay,
happened.
I put that forward.
She's pretty cool. She has also just approached Issei from behind while in her underwear and said, "I'm practically naked right now." She's a great
Damn.
character. I enjoy her. Solid A tier.
All right. I don't I don't remember how to pronounce her name, but she's from Soul Calibur. Um, she's the one she uses the like short for it. I think her name's like it's like it's some Chinese name. I can't fucking pronounce. I just realized that I completely fucking forgot a character from that game, but you know whatever, doesn't matter. I would have probably rated her low anyway because she has like it's no personality. But anyway, not that character. This character, she is fine. She's got a kind of upbeat personality. She's got not much else going. Good lord, does Soul Calibur characters really unfleshed out? I'm just realizing this. The Soul Calibur characters are like design and nothing else. They have like little to no personality at times.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, B, she's fine.
I
Actually,
think,
you know, C.
despite
I
that, I
hate
think
calling us
I
so
think
C.
you and I can both agree. Dampierre's an S tier.
Yes, totally. That goes without saying, man.
It's
It makes sense.
Dampierre. All right,
I don't
Yue,
know who that
or
is.
sorry, Yae, not Yue. I confuse her with another character with a very
Who
much
the hell is this?
identical name. Yae from
Who
the
the hell is this?
smartphone isekai. In another world, with my smartphone.
Oh, okay.
She is a samurai. I mean, she's a samurai, daughter of a general, very compelled warrior, very strict to her code of honor. Eats with an appetite that would match Chie, definitely, like rivals Chie with appetite. Eats constantly, basically, because of samuraiing. That's like
Which
half of her personality is samurai. Beyond that, she's funny, she's cool, not very good socially, which seems to be a
Hey,
trend.
guess what, viewers? You're the only one that just heard the curse shit I just said.
Indeed. I didn't actually hear him. Comment
I know
down
you didn't. You
below!
didn't say anything.
Someone tell me what he said. My one viewer. Overall, I like Yai. Not my favorite in the show, but still a solid B. Yeah, I think she's a B.
Ah, don't mind
Next,
me. I'm just enjoying the cool, refreshing taste of Pepsi Cherry. Totally not sponsored.
it's not sponsored for legal reasons,
Anyway,
please.
yeah, no, it's not sponsored. Uh, anyway, yeah, yeah, it's spelled Yahna. So Yahana. Yana. I'm assuming the H is silent, so I'll just say Yana. She is a witch. Her default animation is incredibly over animated and is very. It's like her belly is incredibly exposed and over animated. It looks very strange, but also kind of neat. I just thought I needed to put that. Um, she's got a pretty like muted personality in like a good way, and it's like charming in some other ways. I already mentioned she has that really neat scene that references the same situation her master ended up in, the Alfina, or all whatever her name was, something with an A. I can't remember it very well. Uh, but she's I can't remember a lot, but she is great. I remember. That's all I can remember. I remember that she's great, and so I'll give her an S, or I'll give her an A. An A, because I can't remember much else about her.
All right, up next is Yang. I mean,
Yeah. Oh God.
out of all the Ruby
I
girls, she's
mean,
the one with the most personality.
she was probably the best one until part three happened and ruined every character.
Yeah, definitely. Either her or Penny. Yeah.
I
Uh,
meant of her team.
yeah, fair. Uh, I mean, she was tomboyish, fiery. Definitely had a lot of energy. She was a brawler, which is a bonus because
She was a
punching.
party girl.
Yeah, party girl abandoned her sister for a bunch. At her sister, who's too young for that school, was like, "All right, have fun, figure out your own life, bitch," and then left for some literally silhouettes, which is funny as hell.
Uh,
Uh, I'd say Yang's a solid A or B, high high
I
B,
thought
low A, somewhere around there.
I'd probably say B just based off of the looming threat of everything past part three.
Yeah, but we're not considering that. That doesn't count.
I
Part
know, but like,
the show ended at part three.
as far as we are concerned.
All right, up next is your forger.
Okay.
I think she's a solid F too. I'm kidding.
Okay, that you would have just single-handedly pissed off like the entire internet.
Yeah, no, yours
She's a
also.
bad, well, she's a badass assassin. She's killed several people. She could definitely defend you. Uh,
She could kill me.
she's a mother who is very loving and tries, oh, excuse me, extremely hard.
Yeah.
Not
Uh,
always a success, but she certainly tried.
yeah. She's honestly probably not the best choice for a housewife. If I remember correctly, she's not the best cook. Then again, it's been a while.
Oh no, she's awful. She
Yeah.
is awful.
But she makes money from assassin work, so I'll take over that role. I will make the
She made
food. Thank you. Please
she
don't
made
stab me.
she made one good thing and was like, oh yeah, let me make something else. And they're like, hey, you finally made something good. Let's try this.
Yeah, pretty much. So I'll handle the cooking, honey. Please do not stab me. It's that simple.
Uh, had a really terrible crossover in Street Fighter Six.
Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Well, I already did.
Yeah, well, I'm
Is
revoking your speaking privileges.
incredibly adorable
I'm gonna make you
because
eat those words. I'm gonna grab the subtitles and shove them down your throat.
nice. Okay, nice subtle reference to fucking what was it, Sonic Shorts? What was it called?
I think it was Sonic Shorts, yeah. I remember
Okay, nice
watching that when
reference
I
there.
was way too young to watch it. Had some
Damn.
weird shit.
Yes, it did.
Yeah, the Sonic fandom
But
is
yeah.
so fucking cursed.
Ugh.
Anyway,
Anyway, she sweet. Only gets confident when she gets hammered.
valid, honestly. They don't call it
Uh,
liquid courage for
prob-
nothing.
might possibly kill you while hammered,
Hey man, if I'm gonna die, there's worse ways to go.
and has a brother that will kill you if you even try to be with her. Don't forget about Yuri. Was that his name?
I think so.
I think it was. Either way, A.
See, the biggest problem is we're assuming that the Anya's added to the equation, and I don't need a child that can read my thoughts. Thank you.
Hey. Oh, yeah. Oh no, you traumatized that poor kid.
Well, that, and how am I supposed to hide anything from the child where it's like, all right, cool, I got this cool surprise birthday present. God damn it, you telepathic fuck. Now I gotta find
Well,
another thing.
Well, here's the thing. The thing with Anya is she's at least nice enough to pretend like she doesn't already know what you have.
Uh-huh.
But
Look, man,
but
as an
we
experienced
better
uncle.
hold up. We probably better shut up before it sounds like we're starting to rate Anya.
No. But yeah, as an experienced uncle, not so much at all a father. Jesus Christ, I'm way too young for that. And irresponsible. Dealing with kids is hard, so. Especially one who can
I've
read your
had to
mind.
I've had to deal with kids before, and I don't like it.
Yeah.
Kids are annoying.
Anyway, Yoshi from
Like I'd ever be
Nagatoro.
a kid. Uh, she is like the isn't she basically just like the literal definition of just a not an agree character?
Yeah, that's kind of her purpose. That
She
and the
literally does
ever
nothing
growing,
but agree.
not an agree, and the ever growing Ahoge.
Good lord.
That's honestly
She
the
has
best
cute
part of her
design though.
character. Yeah, I'm going to give her S
Named
tier for
after
the Ahoge thing, and that is it. We're not going to
named
explain
after
further.
one of the named after one of the most adorable Mario characters in existence.
I
I
hate
love
Yoshi.
Yoshi. Fuck you.
I'm glad that
What
I
the hell?
I'm glad that I modded Yoshi over the smoker in Left 4 Dead 2 so that I can fulfill my fantasy of blowing his head off with a 12 gauge. Thank you for coming to my
Oh,
TED
fuck
talk.
yourself. Screw
Anyway,
you.
Yuko from My Monster Secret. She's half vampire. She's very adorable. Let's see. Due to only being half vampire, all of the traits and weaknesses of a vampire are just like mild for her. Instead of exploding in sunlight, she just gets massive sunburn, for example. Instead of being in
uh,
pain from holy relics, she just gets really, really pissed off at the sight of them.
I got a question.
What?
Will she suck more than my blood?
You're thinking of the wrong half vampire here. Sorry, pal.
What?
What?
Wait, I'm sorry. What other vampire are you talking about?
I'll explain off camera. It's fine. Anyway,
No, no, you're explaining on
no,
camera.
I'm not.
What are you talking?
I would.
Do it.
I
What are
would.
you talking about?
Well, it starts with a H and ends with an intai. Anyway,
Subtle there.
very subtle. Yes. Anyway, she's very cool, very adorable. Has all those quirks and stuff. Her father's a bit of a problem. He is a giant. Because apparently
Hmm.
in that show, vampires just kind of grow the older they get.
Oh, that means she'll become a giantess later on in life.
Probably not. From what we know, it doesn't apply to her because she's only half vampire.
Oh.
At most, she might grow taller than average. But yeah,
Yeah, instead of being 5'4", she'll be 6 foot.
I mean, hey, that's cool.
So tall.
It's taller than both of my roommates.
And
Anyway,
yet still shorter than both of us.
yeah. Anyway, Yuko, solid A tier.
Alright. Yue
UA.
Ying. Uh, if this is the character I think it is, that's not a great image. I believe this character is she's the wife of Zhuge Liang. Um,
Jugliong.
uh,
It's just a funny name.
she is she is an engineer. She's obsessed with weapons, at least in Warriors Orochi. Uh, I don't know if that trait is historically accurate. Probably isn't. In fact, she probably isn't even historically accurate in the slightest, knowing Dynasty Warriors and its various historical inaccuracies.
I have never
Uh,
seen anything historically inaccurate in Dynasty Warriors. I fully believe that Lubu could take out 8,000 men at once with a canoe.
while throwing
Thank you.
while throwing fireballs all over the place.
Yeah,
Naturally,
exactly. I
um,
firmly believe that he could do that.
probably could,
Lubu was
but
fucking crazy.
yes, he was. But that's besides the point. We're not rating Lubu because Jesus Christ. Um.
Why not?
Anyway, she's I don't I was gonna say she's a mother, but I don't know if Zhuge Liang ever had kids, but I wouldn't fucking know anyway. Uh, she like I said, she's an engineer. She likes weapons, and she hasn't got much personality beyond that. So be
Well, damn, that's rude.
well, I mean, it's
Which do
just
you
kind
think
of
is a
the
more
truth.
historically accurate presentation of Lubu? Dynasty Warriors or Record of
Dynasty.
Ragnarok?
Wait, he's in that?
He's the very first fight. is Lu Bu versus Thor.
Go on.
Lu Bu got his fucking head knocked off.
Damn it!
And hit both of his arms.
Damn it!
After him was Adam, the first human, versus Zeus.
Okay, okay, come on, let's just
I'm sorry.
continue
I
on.
just really love that show. Bitch Kari.
Yeah, wow, okay.
So that
Uh,
makes my opinion on her very clear. She's mid.
okay, Yukari, she's definitely better in the remake, I'll
Yeah,
tell you that
definitely
much.
has more. She actually
Not
has a personality.
a lot better, just a little bit better. And I honestly do prefer her voice more in the remake than I do in the original, which is a fucking rarity in that game.
Yeah. She
No
definitely.
offense to the new voice actors.
Yeah.
As if they're
She's
going to see this.
she's definitely. I mean, Alex Lay does a really good job as Makoto, at least. But Alex Lay is a really good voice actor as a whole.
But does it really matter when you barely hear Makoto's voice?
That is true. Anyway, also I will give props. The new Fuka voice actor is pretty good. A little bit.
Yeah,
I prefer her over
I,
classic Fuka.
I don't actually agree. I do
But
like Fuka's more
specifically
monotone
classic
voice.
Fuka, like in the mainline games. In the spin-off, she does great. Fuka in the mainline game with her classic voice doesn't really have much personality voice-wise.
Well, honestly, I actually like her more monotone voice than the, but we're coming. This is how boring Yukari is. We started talking
Yeah,
about
I'm
Fuka and
sorry.
Yukari,
That's
but
how
anyway,
boring Yukari
uh,
is.
Arthur good at cooking. Uh,
Shinji's a better cook.
kind of yes, is
Moral of the story,
kind
date Shinji.
kind of just annoying. Constantly gets her ass into trouble because she's too. I can do it on my own, and then she can't do it on her own, and then you need to save her ass, and then she gets bitter because she can't do it on her own,
Yeah.
and
Endless
gets
cycle.
gets lightly character assassinated in the answer from what I heard, but I also don't entirely agree with people's general hate of the answer, but that's besides the point. Uh, C or B, I don't know what you think.
I'd put her in B, because she's not the worst. She's just kind
Definitely
of
not the worst.
there.
There's at least one character I can think is worse, and they're probably coming up soon.
Oh, look,
No, never mind.
Yukiko.
Speaking of the character I was just referring to,
Well,
um,
to describe Yukiko's personality, have you ever perhaps interacted with an Amazon delivery package?
have you drank water?
She's there. She exists.
She's
There's not much else to her, really, honestly.
flavor. She's flavor. Literally, her only redeeming trait is just the being bad at cooking.
And it's because it's done in a very funny way. Her cooking is as
Yeah,
flavorless as she is.
actually, I'd say it's packed with flavor, just all the wrong flavor. The one that's actually flavorless is Chie, if I remember. I think Chie is the one that just made food that tastes like nothing.
I thought that was Yukiko.
No, Yukiko's the one that has the outlandishly terrible food.
Give me just a second. I need to confirm this just to make sure.
It's definitely Yukiko. This does not need to be
I know
confirmed.
Rise's will kill you.
Yeah, Reese is the one that's so hot it will make you shit out your entire intestinal tract.
I don't even think you'll get that far. You'll just fucking die.
You just melt like you just stepped into lava. Just
The fucking witch from from what's it called? Wizard of
left
Oz,
for
that
dead.
one.
Oh,
Yukiko's cooking. Ah! Or Rise's cooking. You just melt into a puddle.
but
That hurts.
so
No,
anyway,
it is
so
Yukiko's.
basically,
It is Yukiko's. This tasteless.
no,
No, that's what it
you're just
says.
straight up,
No,
you're straight up wrong.
I'm reading it off the wiki right now, motherfucker.
And no,
Yukiko's inexplicably ends up being completely tasteless despite the larger number of ingredients she used, which kanji describes
okay,
as boneless.
okay, well then I get okay, then it's only in the omelet scene. Every other scene where she cooks food, she fucking kills them with the food. Just
I
look at just look at her ending in fucking
Yep.
Persona 4 Arena. Their joke ending. There you go. That's the biggest crux of it.
Yukiko
Also, there's
tries Rise's omelet, which promptly knocks her out. Damn.
I
Caught in
love
the
the idea of
crossfire.
just reading a whole fucking paragraph of just describing how the scene plays out, like you're freaking blind or
Anyway,
something.
C tier.
Wait, no, that's the like you're deaf, not blind. Oh God, I'm stupid.
Yeah. Like,
C
Yukiko
tier, yeah,
is. There's much worse characters. Yukiko just exists. She's not
yeah, yeah.
offensive in any way. She just
She
doesn't.
also laughs. She also has laughing fits, but honestly, I never really found that very funny.
Yeah, she just is there.
Anyway, Euphenie from Unicorn Overlord. Okay,
Okay,
this
hold on.
character
One
was a
last thing
character.
about Yukiko.
Okay,
It
what?
just kind of ties into all of them being bad at cooking. And it's like when Nanako. Spoiler alerts for a game that came out on the PlayStation 2. But when Nanako gets out of the hospital, and the girls are like, "Oh boy, let's make a cake to celebrate," and all the guys are like, "Oh god, she's gonna go right back."
If I remember, didn't the cake actually turn out good, but only
Yeah,
because Naoto
because
basically forced
Naoto,
them to follow a recipe?
yeah, actually followed a recipe, which doesn't necessarily
So
mean
by extension,
Naoto's good at cooking. It just means she's good at reading.
which automatically makes her good at cooking, because she's the best cook out of all, just because she made something that didn't automatically kill someone.
Yeah,
But anyway, finally, Euphenie from Unicorn Overlord. She, I don't know why I said it like that. She was a character that I'll admit I initially thought was kind of boring, but good lord, she has so many external factors that make her so entertaining. She is, I think, some form of an elf, judging by her oddly shaped ears. Um, oh wait, no, if I remember, I think she was actually like a bestial that got turned human or something. I can't remember. Some weird shit happened. I can't quite remember. But either way, she will sniff you. She sniffs everyone because part animal or whatever.
yeah, sure,
Um,
why not?
she, uh, I don't know a good way to say this, but Jesus Christ, her thighs are like bigger than her fucking head. I don't know what the designers were
I'm
smoking,
pretty
but her
sure most
fucking
people's thighs proportionately are bigger than their head in terms of total surface area.
well, either way, her thighs are goddamn gigantic. Like she has the thickest of thighs I've ever seen in a game. It is so oddly proportioned when you look at it compared to like the rest of her body. It looks so fucking
I mean,
strange.
my thighs are bigger than my head.
But okay, thunder thighs. But she also has one of the funniest uh, romance scenes because not only is it funny on Elaine's part, but it's also funny on her part because basically you give her the ring, you do stuff, and like the comments just before the thing are done is hilarious because she immediately like walks up and like just gets right in his face and is like, "Why don't we add to this family?" Just right in his face, like I want to fucking fuck you.
Ah,
Like,
yes.
and but then it's even fair because Elaine responds with, "I mean, we only have one ring," so he was thinking the other type of doing that, like he's fucking like it's fucking 100 girlfriends or some shit.
Ah, yes. That's how all
Like,
relationships should be based on either sex or 100 girlfriends. There's no in between.
oh jeez, but yeah, it's fucking hilarious. The whole scene single-handedly boosts her up to A, and her other little personality quirks are adorable too, but she still just stays an A.
All
Doesn't boost
right.
her up to S, but she is quite funny.
Up
All right,
next,
next
Yun
is someone I
Yun,
can't describe.
also from Konosuba. So allow me to
The only
dis-
thing I know about her is the scene where freaking the main character's traumatized from nearly getting molested.
I mean, yeah. Okay, allow me to describe Yun Yun for you in one word that sums up her entire character perfectly. Lonely.
But you were just gonna stay silent.
No, she's very outspoken. She's lonely. She has no friends. She wants friends.
Ah, so
She
me.
she has a book that is a guide on how to make friends. Nobody showed up
That's
to her
sad.
birthday party.
Oh, that's even sadder.
She sang to herself, ate the entire feast by herself, had the cake by herself.
Oh, clearly you're gonna actually make me cry. That's
She
sad.
is Megumin's self-proclaimed rival, but Megumin doesn't really see her as a rival at all.
Ow, that hurts. That feels feel bad
Yoon
for her.
Yoon very much does care for the main group and helps them out a lot, and in return, they forget about her.
Good.
I really
Poor
wish I
girl.
was kidding, but I'm not. She's the daughter of the chief of the Crimson Demons, and she's
That sounds like a
lonely.
really hold on. That sounds like a really edgy football team.
Well, you'll be glad to know that they are a race of. Well, they're a race created by another person who, much like Kazuma, just kind of got sent to that world after dying in Japan. So a scientist guy just created their entire race, and they asked for a cool name. So he said, "Crimson Demons." Why not? He gave them the
Can
name
I
because they
just
wanted a name that sounded cool for their species.
yeah,
As such, the
I
Crimson
wanna-
Demons are very overdramatic, having massive flaring poses whenever they introduce themselves. Yun Yun
yeah,
is
that
no
checks out.
exception. Yun Yun is no exception. She's a really cool character. She really wants a friend, so she'll be very desperate and eager to hang out, you know.
I'll be honest. I kind of is she like related at all to the other girl, the
Megumin,
short one? Yeah,
she's Megumin's self-proclaimed rival, and they went to school
and
together.
that's it. Oh,
She's
okay.
also the like main secondary character in the Megumin spin-off.
Hmm. I don't know why, but from a lot of the clips I had seen, I had assumed she was like related
No,
somehow.
they just grew up together. Yeah. So Yoon Yoon, she needs some friends. She's S tier. I love Yoon Yoon. I would be her
I
friend.
want to be her friend. I haven't
I
even watched it, and I want to be her friend.
I would go to her birthday party. I kind of feel sorry
You
for her.
single-handedly made, you single-handedly made me care for a character I know fuck all about.
She's...
Just for describing her character. Jesus Christ.
Yoon Yoon's awesome.
All right, who is next?
Yuri from Doki
Oh,
Doki Literature
Jesus
Club.
Christ. Oh, good Lord. Well, we'll probably stab you.
Or herself.
Or both. I'm equal opportunity.
Yeah. Um,
Uh,
Honestly, there isn't much to say about
has
this character.
I
So
think she
scary.
has the biggest. Not that it really matters, but I think she has like the
It's
biggest
not a
boobs.
redeeming factor.
I'm not saying it's
This does
redeeming.
not redeem her.
Don't worry. I'm not pulling her red flags are big, but her boobs are bigger moment. Like no, her red flags are way bigger.
Yeah.
But I was just pointing that out as a I think fact is I don't even know if that's actually true.
She makes me
I think she
uncomfortable.
yes, she will also almost certainly steal your various bodily fluid coated stuff and probably do
No!
unspeakable things
My
with it.
piss drawer!
She probably would. That's the
No!
sad part. That's the disturbing thing. She probably would.
Where the
Also,
fuck did
why
my.
do you have that?
I don't even have a dresser.
That makes it even more concerning when you say that.
Where the fuck did my toilet go? You pissed in it, so I stole it. Why?
Okay, that needs to be an actual like gag in like a fucking show. Someone needs to do that.
I saw you use it, so I stole it. It is mine now.
Anyway, uh, red
Oh,
flags that are bigger than her boobs.
yeah.
Will kill you. Will steal your things. And probably touch herself to them. Fucking good lord. Maybe at least see just based on the fact that she's at least human, unlike a certain someone down there.
Honestly, I think I'd rather have the Xenomorph Queen. At least
No,
the Xenomorph Queen won't steal my toilet.
they'll just steal your life and probably shove a baby up your ass.
At
Actually, be
least
down your
I'll.
throat. But
I
that's what
mean,
my.
at least I'll die quickly, and it won't get off to
I
it.
I'm fairly certain that that's not quick. I think we've seen chest burstings, and it usually didn't look very quick. It looked like
It's
moments of like, oh god, there's something coming out of my chest. Meh.
yeah, and then they die the moment it explodes out of their chest. Like that's a
No,
lot
I'm
quicker
pretty
than
sure
whatever the
they.
fuck Yuri's gonna do.
I just mean I think I've seen that they like are screaming because something is currently out of their chest, and then they die.
Yeah, no, it takes about. I think it takes the very first chest burster Like the first guy to ever do it, I think it took like 45 seconds. So, like, that's quicker than whatever the hell Yuri's gonna do. So, I'll take that one, thankfully. Thank you. Or at the very least, I will
You
stab
are
the Xenomorph Queen and take a shower in acid. I'll go out on my own terms. Anyway, uh,
who's
what the fuck is that?
next?
Good question.
Uh, I can't see.
This is where I really wish I
I
had.
think I think that's I think that's the fortune teller lady from Tekken.
Okay. That
I'll be
yeah.
honest.
No, I don't know. You threw in the Tekken characters.
I know.
That's not my
I
thing.
just
Let's
I
go
threw.
based on appearance then. Why not? Also,
Yeah, she's got black hair. She's
quickly hold on.
uncomfortably. What?
Mute and unmute. You're doing the warbling again.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I'm trying. Uh. Okay, is that better now?
Nope. Disconnect and reconnect your headset.
Son of a bitch. Hold on. Okay. Hello?
Hello. Okay, you're good now.
Uh,
Also,
Okay.
Bernadetta just one shot Roy. Yet again.
Okay, cool. So
Proving that she is the
anyway,
strongest.
oh yeah, she's uncomfortably flexible, to I'd say like contortionist level degree from what I've seen. She I think is a fortune teller. I'm not quite sure. She might. I don't know. She has black hair, purple outfit. Kind of looks a little neat, a little attractive to be because I don't know anything about her, but she's got a neat design, I guess. But I put her in.
Alright. Samus, we've already rated. I just kind of put images for both armored and unarmored, and they did not end up in the same section.
We we put we rated Samus. I thought we
Yeah,
just
we
rated Dark
rated.
Samus.
No, we rated. Oh, no, I guess we didn't. You're right. Never mind.
Huh.
Carry on.
Okay.
Samus. Oh yeah, no, we did because we. I remember talking about the fact that she's only part human.
I thought we. Okay, I could have sworn we were. I thought it was Dark Samus that mentioned
Because we rated
that we
Dark
were
Samus and
mentioning
then
that.
Samus in the armor because she's hotter in the armor, and I will not hear anything otherwise.
Um, well, I think she's hotter outside the armor, but
Well,
because
you're
I'm not you.
wrong.
Uh, but anyway, I mean, maybe not
Batgirl, I know for a
physically
fact we've
hotter, but
already done.
yeah, we already did Batgirl. Giggity. But also you didn't even give me a chance to even try to rate her. Would you rate her?
I think we agreed to put her in A tier last time, so
I fuck if I remember.
I'm not going to look back through
All
the
right.
footage. Either way,
So,
I think she's A tier. Zelda.
and oh yeah, and apparently your opinion's all that matters.
It is because I'm always
You're
right.
an asshole.
All right. So, Zelda, this is like the second best version of Zelda right next to Tetra, and it's the Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom Zelda.
Uh, well, I'll admit I didn't ever finish the game. I played it a little bit. I never got to see Zelda at all in the game because I kind of stopped playing it because it's just too big for me.
Giggity.
Too much. There's too much shit to do. But anyway,
I think she's pretty cool. I mean, this Zelda's a lot more scientific. She's a researcher.
did you ever
She
play
actually
Skyward
explores.
Sword?
What? Yes, I did.
Okay, I've always heard that that version is widely considered one of the best as well.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. It's definitely third best. I mean, there's not much competition, but I will say my
Fuck.
favorite Zelda game of all time is Twilight Princess, and that is easily like one of the most boring versions of Zelda. Like the only version of Zelda that is more boring than Twilight Princess Zelda is the original Zelda who says one sentence when you beat the game.
You do realize there's been like a lot of other Zeldas on like handhelds and other stuff,
I mean,
right?
the original NES Zelda is the only one more boring
Well,
than
you know,
Twilight Princess Zelda.
there might be a more boring one.
I highly doubt it. Anyway, so this Zelda, she's a researcher. She actually explores with Link. She can fend for herself. Uh, you can
She
press A
apparently
to.
wasn't very good at it.
No, she wasn't, but she's at least more capable than other Zeldas that aren't Tetra. Let's see. You can press A to grab Destiny.
What?
It's a meme.
I'm sorry. Okay, I
It's a meme from
what is it?
Breath of the Wild, where it's a funny camera positioning someone got while streaming the game, where it's Zelda like hands and knees crouched over like digging at the ground and shit for samples. And because of the
Uh-huh.
positioning, with Link looking at it, but there's something like in that he's supposed to do. It's the Master Sword. It says press A to grab Destiny, but the Master Sword's out of frame and it looks like he's looking at her ass.
Press A to grab. Yep, I wouldn't argue.
I'd say, um, probably same tier as Tetra.
I wouldn't know because I haven't played the game enough, but I do
There'd
have
be
seen little tidbits of her personality and it seems pretty cute.
all right. Up next is this one.
Uh oh Zenji. She is the wife to Zhao P, kind of a seductress type of character. Um
Boo.
got kind of or from what I remember, the poor bastard got or the poor she was originally married to someone else until eventually Penelope was just like, I'm more of a badass, just I don't know, marry me instead of your lame ass husband.
Well,
And like,
damn.
yep, so basically that poor bastard got NTR. It's fucking hilarious. But uh she's got a neat design, personality is
You're
not
warbling again.
particularly fun. Fuck me, god damn it. Hold on. Maybe it's the fact I'm playing a game right now. I try to fucking hold on. How do I sound?
Speak a few more sentences.
How do I sound right now?
All right, you sound good. Let's go.
Okay. Um. Anyway, what I was trying to say, she hasn't got that much of a personality, so just besides being kind of seductive, and that's about it. She's not got a whole lot going for her. I don't really. She's all right, just design wise at least. And the story of how she ended up married to Shopee is kind of fucking funny. Uh. B at least.
All right.
Yeah, some of those designs are ones I'm not familiar with. I think they might be older designs.
Probably. Up next.
Uh, I probably already rated her. But anyway, I guess maybe she. So she is the mother of Sima Zhao and Sima Zhe, I think is how it's supposed to pronounce, even though it's SHI, but whatever. Um, she's obviously a mother, and she's extremely motherly. She's also got that whole everyone is terrified of potentially pissing her off,
I think you
including her
might have
husband.
rated this one already then, because I
No,
remember you
different
saying that.
character.
You
There's a
said it
different character in
twice.
Samurai Warriors that did that.
But you said it twice so far.
Uh, I don't know.
Who
Either way,
knows?
she's got that whole gimmick going on too. She's apparently makes like these almost godly buns that are really good. I don't know if her buns are godly, but that's besides the point. Um,
They might
anyway,
be.
she kind of let the caused the character Sima Yi, her husband, to immediately lose most of his cool factor because most of his jokes became, "Oh, he's scared of his wife." But so that knocks her down at least one. B.
All right.
Even though I don't
Next.
really care about the jokes becoming that, but I also can understand why people hate it. Anyway, uh, oh yeah, it's her. It's the capoeira girl, and I'm sure you have some words on capoeira.
Yep, I fucking hate capoeira.
We'll just keep it at that.
I
Um,
don't have the time or energy to rant. I'm sick. And I
yeah.
want this over
Either
so I can
way,
sleep.
I don't know much about her personality. I know that one joke is that she's constantly searching for Eddie. What's his name? Eddie something Gordo. Not Gordo, is it?
I have no idea. I know who you're talking
Uh,
about.
basically the male capoeira guy. Yeah. She's like constantly searching for him, from what I know. I think maybe I'm not sure. She is there. The neat design. Don't know enough about her to really properly rate her. Dead B.
All right. Cinder
You go right
from
ahead.
Ruby. She's only a little evil.
Oh, fuck off. Don't even.
She's hot. She has one eye, which is pretty cool. Like
Should
where
have died several times and
definitely
overstayed her
should have.
welcome.
She's responsible for some of John's character development. Multiple pieces of
She
John's character development, actually.
she
Uh,
really should have fucking died.
Definitely. She killed my favorite character in the show, which made me sad. Well, technically, John killed her, but it's because of Cinder, so whatever. John's
I
character,
fucking hate
she
that.
provides John with a lot of character development. She's only a little bit evil.
She's extremely evil.
She's not wise. Weiss, however it's pronounced, I don't even care because I hate the character so much. For being not Weiss, she gets C tier.
I disagree heavily. I'd put her definitely in D.
But Weiss is there. And she's not Weiss, so. Weiss sucks.
Anyway, honestly, I hate her too, just because I feel like she has like no character, and she really should have died by now. Like in all, like I don't mean that in
Weiss
a
also should have
we're
died
not,
by now. Let's be real.
I just mean like I genuinely feel like they should have just killed her off by now because like as a villain, she's not even interesting. She's just annoying. Like she should have died when Raven pretty much killed her.
Yeah. I think
Like
Weiss should have died.
sorry, whatever.
I think Weiss should have died during initiation. Just like got brutally mauled by that, pig grim thing. I think
Okay.
that's what should have happened. Any,
Alright then.
anyway,
Anyway,
Claire.
Claire Redfield.
I don't like Claire.
Well, we're gonna disagree. I don't mind Claire. I think she's better than a decent amount of Resident Evil characters, and your whole oh she's not formally trained is yeah, well she may not be formally trained, but she was also trained at least a decent amount by her brother, who's like a fucking master marksman, pretty much.
I just don't
So
think
like
she should be there. She's a reporter. She should stick with it.
she's not a reporter. She's
Investigative
a college
journalist. It's
student.
the same thing.
She's not. She's not. She's just a college student who's trying to figure out what the hell happened with Chris.
Chris has been
That's literally.
traumatized. That's all she needs to know. Is that the guy
She
has severe
literally.
PTSD because what is this? The seventh time he's watched his entire squad get brutally murdered in front of him?
No. What are you talking? Okay,
I'm making a
what
joke about
version of
Chris.
Claire are you? What fucking version of Claire are you even talking about at this point? Because there's at least three of them.
Exactly.
Either
I
way,
like
I
her
like
best in
her
Resident
a
Evil
little
2.
bit.
In Resident Evil 2, she's
I,
okay. I can fully give her the
have you
benefit
seen
of the
her?
doubt there.
Have you seen her in Revelations too?
Yeah, she's okay. I just don't like her personality. Think she's a lot annoying there.
You played Revelations too?
I've played both of them and beaten both of them.
Okay. Well, I've beaten one and never finished the other because the person I was playing with stopped playing it,
Damn, sucks
and
to
I
suck.
can't blame them because it's not exactly cool to have to play as a secondary character that literally can't fight back.
I mean, Moira has a metal pipe at least.
That's not enough. I could see that being very fucking annoying.
Well, I tell
But
you what,
anyway,
I'll play with you, but you have to be Moira.
no, I'm nope, not doing that.
Okay, well, you can be, what's her name? The little girl that follows around Bartholomew.
Okay, if you're Moira, then you're the little girl. So if I'm Claire, then I can't be the other. I'll be Barry by default.
Ugh, fuck my
But
leg.
anyway, Claire, I think she's like at least a B. You're probably gonna put her lower because you're an A.
I personally think she's C tier, so
She's a B.
I'll. Yeah, I guess. There's no real way to split the difference. Alright, Crimson
Um,
Viper.
Mother, potentially deceit or pretty questionably moral. Like we legitimately don't really know much about her because she didn't get fleshed out in the game she was introduced in and only appeared in.
I don't
Um,
know, she exists in Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
that's not that. There's literally no story in that game.
It's something, though. Not
She's
really,
got the
but
exact same personality, but got pretty much most of her personality is being literally you don't know if she's bad or good, and also mother. That's basically everything about her, and it's not really that much. And like her design is like kind of all right, kind of strange. I don't know. It's like all right. She's exceedingly all right. So put her in B.
All right. Another Unicorn Overlord character.
Okay, so you remember how when I was talking about the dark elf and that last Unicorn Overlord dark elf character, and how I said I married her retainer before I married her?
Yeah, this is the retainer.
This, this is her. I'll admit, I'm just gonna straight up admit, I mostly went with it because holy crap, her design is incredibly revealing, and she's got a massive pair of binoculars.
Of course.
That was mostly the
Of
reason.
course, that's all you care
But
about.
as a side effect, I saw her support or her report conversations, and she's also got a really adorable personality because essentially she's trying to basically she's trying to basically be a wingman or wingwoman in this case for the other character I rated to the point where she's like, there's a beach over there and a perfect moonlight time. Go talk to her because she's waiting for you. And then she proceeds to sprain her ankle, and Elaine's basically just like, I'm gonna just help you out, and she can deal. So like this
I'm.
completely ruins a perfect potential romantic moment with someone else just to help her out,
It's
and
like,
it's adorable.
now I know you're trying to set me up with someone. However, you.
That's pretty much what happens, but it's hilarious. In the final one, she's like, "I'll admit, the moment you cared for my leg, I fell for you," and it's so cheesy, but it's also so like cute, and also Jesus Christ, her design alone is like, fuck me. Uh, she gets definitely an S tier.
All right. Up next
Okay,
is. Yeah, I can pronounce that.
Crosset. It's pronounced Crosset. It's not that hard to pronounce, actually.
Croast.
Uh, fuck off. She's obvious. She's from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. She is one of the DLC blades, meaning you have to pay for her privilege. For her privilege. But she's a literal firecracker of a character. She is exceedingly obsessed with Pyra. Like basically, rah Pyra fan. Like literally that's basically just like one of her main personality traits. And on the contrary, she really does not like Mithra, which is funny because they're basically the same character, but with the personality. It's funny,
They're the
but
exact same person.
she
But
tries
Mithra is a better version of that exact same person.
she she tries to get into cooking again because of Pyra, and her cooking is well, it's Risei level. It's all of it is super fucking spicy,
Will it
and she
kill
like
you?
damn near she damn near kills a kid at one point because one of her things is having to try to cook food for kids
Well,
as
that's a
like a
kid.
sort
It
of
kind of.
thing.
Well, in her defense, kids kind of deserve it just for existing.
Because the kid's like, my mommy went out and I'm hungry. It's like, I'll cook for you. He proceeds to hear screaming coming from
That's what he
inside the
gets for
apartment.
talking to strangers.
But either way, she's cute. She's charming. I love her design. She gets an A. She's also apparently one of the best blades in that whole fucking game. That's besides the point. But regardless, so
All
hey,
right.
you go right ahead. I don't know enough
Cynthia for
about Pokemon lore.
Pokemon. Let's see. One of, if not the greatest champion in the entire series. She is very much infamous and responsible for the trauma of an entire generation. Just the opening notes
What?
of her piano music are enough to strike fear into the hearts of even the most like skilled Pokemon players.
Why?
The mentions of her Garchomp will go down in history as being the most annoying, brutally difficult motherfucker to ever face off against.
I why? I don't know enough about it.
Pain.
Why is her fight
Pain.
just super fucking hard?
Pain.
Describe it, damn it.
It's extremely painful. It's difficult. Her Garchomp is there.
Okay. All right,
Anyway,
you could have just said that.
however, in Sun and Moon, you can actually unlock her at the dueling tree, and if you beat her and equip her as your partner in the duos section, you'll unlock a fight against Red and Blue, which is also really cool. Personally, she is my favorite champion battle, right next to Red and Soul Silver, fighting Champion Red, which is a really cool thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
I will rate Cynthia. Her personality wise,
Boy.
she's, I mean, generally portrayed as being a bit haughty, maybe a little bit mean. I think I'll rate her as, for the sheer amount of trauma inflicted upon me, A tier.
Okay, boy, is this an interesting one next.
Devora.
Devora from Mortal Kombat
Well,
X and 11.
I think as a professional, the guy who rated the Xenomorph Queen, you should take this one.
Oh, I'll gladly, because boy, do I have some words, and they are, and I swear they aren't good ones. So she's a literal bug lady. Her body is literally a giant hive containing all the most disgusting possible insects. She made out with Melina, and that's not hot, despite the fact that it sounds like it could possibly be, because it resulted in Melina's face getting eaten off by bugs.
It
She
happens.
killed Melina, which single-handedly pissed off a hefty chunk of the Mortal Kombat audience.
Look, all I'm saying is Melina's
Um,
face was simply a worthy sacrifice. I'm
okay.
trying to help you out here.
If that's not helping, if you were to stick it inside her, your penis would probably get eaten off.
Oh, damn it.
Uh,
Not again.
again, it just regrows. Oh
I got,
my god.
got that healing
It happens every
factor.
Tuesday.
The amount of times I've had this thing eaten off after sticking it in something. It's like the
Yeah.
17th time this week, and it's only Monday.
Anyway, but oh my god. Anyway, anyway, fuck, was damn Deborah. Um, well overstayed her welcome and should have died. Well, should have died several times and never actually fucking died. Even in Mortal Kombat 11, she survived the whole universe being completely reset, which means I'm pretty sure she stayed permanently gone from the series. Thank God, because Jesus Christ, she was one of the most annoying characters in the entire series. Killed both Molina and Scorpion's human form,
Aw.
and just just generally was fucking irritating, and was way more powerful than she ever should have been. She should have been a giant fucking grunt character. Honestly, she should have been a Baraka, if you know what I mean.
Well, that's rude. I like
But
Baraka. Don't use Baraka as an insult.
regardless,
I
well,
used to
you can't deny that
spam.
Baraka is a freaking.
Back in Mortal Kombat 9, I used to win fights by spamming Chop Chop.
You can't deny though that Baraka is the biggest jobber of the Mortal Kombat series.
I don't care.
But regardless, I fucking hate her. She's fucking annoying. She should not have been as strong as she was depicted. And also, overall, she's just fucking disgusting, and I wouldn't want anything to do with that. So she gets a D. She gets a D because I wouldn't give her the D.
Well, that's rude. What if she asks really nicely?
No! I
Alright.
don't even think she could have coitus without killing someone.
Well, if she's the hive and it's a hive mind, I'm sure she could tell them no.
I'm not confident in that. Anyway,
It's at least.
Dahlia from Xenoverse 2. Again, Xenoverse, sorry, Xenoblade 2.
You
Um,
tried.
I'm just gonna shoot this right out there immediately. Definitely the biggest pair of boobs in that game. Like, oh my fucking god! Like, look up her design. Like a closer look at her design.
No, no,
She's
I saw very clearly when I looked
she's
her up.
fucking gigantic. Um, she's a giant like she looks like a yeti essentially. She's got like snowflakes across her body that look kind of dressed like, and is basically the only thing covering her up. Um, she looks like she's wearing heels, but what it actually is that her feet have a giant spike coming out of the heel that causes it to look like a heel.
Hmm.
It's kind of disturbing looking. Um, she like I said, she's basically just a yeti essentially. Um, her name is Dahlia, and she is and she has a southern accent, which makes her one giant reference to uh, Dolly Parton.
I wouldn't know.
Also, yes, this dumb shit doesn't even know who that is. Like, what the fuck? How do you not know who that is?
I don't. I didn't
But
realize I
regardless,
was supposed to.
she's like mega famous, and I figured you would have at least heard about her, but apparently you didn't, Mr. Live Under a Rock. But anyway,
I
that
actually
also is
live
the reason
under
why
a.
she had,
I actually live under a boulder.
also, fun fact, that is also the reason why she has the giant pair of boobs, because Dolly Parton also had a big set. Uh,
Massive bahonkaroos.
well, I mean, Jesus Christ, in Tennessee, they literally sell popsicles of her bust, both her head and her other bust. You know what I mean?
No, I
But
don't.
either way, and they say popsicles more like one of those like chocolate sucker popsicle, or you know, what I mean those things. You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
Those like chocolate cake pop things.
No idea.
But anyway, whatever. Um, she I don't remember a lot about her other than that she had a few funny moments, and good lord, just for her design alone and being so ridiculously over the fucking top, just because of that.
You said A.
Hey,
Oh, I thought you said and just
you
because
zoned
of
out,
that.
didn't you?
Close enough. There we go. All right.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Can we take like a small pause here?
If we must.
Did you or are you gonna
Hold
do
on.
that same edit with my?
Now we're back.
Now we're back.
Foolish mortal.
Uh, anyway, so who's next? I can't see because of the
It's
positioning of my taskbar.
Warrior's
Oh,
Orochi
okay.
character or something that you
No,
know.
it's actually Dynasty Warriors.
They're basically the same
We
thing.
rated her sister earlier, and her sister was a massive D because good lord, she was a loudmouth annoying bitch. Her sister, on the other hand, is fine. She ironically serves a voice actor with the character right under her right now, which is funny. Um, she hasn't got much going on with her. She's just kind of a slightly less annoying version of her sister, so that boosts her up to C.
Mm-hmm.
That's really all I can say about her. She hasn't got like much going on with her.
All right.
Oh boy, I'm excited for this next one.
Have fun.
So Daji from Warriors Orochi. She is a demon. She is based off of the like whole the kitsune kind of like fox thing, even though she doesn't have a design that even relates to that, but she has a name that relates to one. Um, she she's a trickster. She constantly trolls the main characters repeatedly over and over again. Somehow almost always escapes despite getting defeated. Constantly slips the grasp. And when you do actually get the team with her, she basically, despite the fact that she's also working with you, also decides to just casually do her own thing and like revives the evil person she was trying to revive, in spite of the fact that you can also be playing as her at the same time. Um, she's got such a I love her ridiculously. She's got like such a trickster evil personality, but it's so goddamn charming. Her design is exceedingly attractive despite that. Um,
All right.
I can guarantee that if you played Warriors Orochi, you would fucking love her, King. You
Are
would
you
fucking
sure?
love her.
Are you sure?
Um, I bet you would. We need to play that. That'd be awesome to play. But anyway, besides the point. Um, uh, I can't really say much else. She's just really adorable, and she has a very funny relationship with Kaguya, where they're both kind of enemies, but they also like kind of tease each other a little bit. She mostly teases her, and like it's cute and all. She also ends up not liking the Orochi that gets revived because it's completely emotionless and not like the Orochi she knew. So she gets an S. She is like in my opinion, the best female character introduced exclusively in Warriors Orochi.
All right. Up next
She
is
gets an S
Genocide
without a doubt.
Jack. Downside: he will
Okay,
die immediately.
why do you think?
No question.
Hey, Danganronpa is my potentially favorite franchise that's tied with other things.
Okay,
So
fine. You want
I
to
get
talk
to talk
about?
about it.
Fine, you can talk about all the Danganronpa characters, and I won't input at all. I'll just play
Okay,
Fire Emblem.
I'm just
No,
I'm just
no,
kidding.
you hurt my feelings.
No, that was a joke. I want your input at least a little bit.
Nope.
Are you being serious? Are you being serious? Because that's gonna be really annoying. Hello, King. Hello. Can you please seriously stop that?
I'm waiting.
I'm gonna.
Talk about the
For
character.
fuck's sakes. Okay, I'm legitimately gonna be annoyed if you actually do this.
Just
Please
talk about the character.
don't. Anyway, Genocide Jack, alter ego of Toko, who's literally right after her, um, is uh, love cute boys, loves killing said cute boys, uh, long ass tongue that is kind of uncomfortable to look at times. Like I said,
What that
will
tongue do
fucking
though?
kill you. Oh, I'm sure there's artwork of that out there, and I don't want to look it up.
I will.
Um, yeah, Jesus. Anyway, like I said, will kill you. Has loves her scissors. Loves killing people. Um, well, actually, loves killing boys specifically. Won't kill or will only kill girls after stripping them completely of their clothing and embarrassing them, and then will kill them, but not in an overly elaborate way, just in a regular ass way.
Well, that's boring.
Um, somehow, or only has one true friend, that being Komaru, who somehow managed to become friends with a literal killer. Um, Not much else to say. She's probably, honestly, despite she's the kind of more charming half of Toko. Honestly, she gets an A,
All right.
despite the fact that she'll probably kill me.
Up next is Toko.
So the other side that I just mentioned, really, really apathetic. Constantly assumes that everyone hates her. If she gets on that track, will not accept you saying that people don't hate her. She will just keep going down that rabbit hole until you eventually leave her alone, and then she goes back to normal. Um, Unhealthily obsessed with Byakuya. Um, Also still obsessed with cute boys, just not as open about it. Um, a experienced or a She is the ultimate novelist, or whatever it is called. Um,
Is that anything like
Kind of
the
annoying.
ultimate fan fiction writer?
She really
I
fucking
think
hates
that's what
him.
the other guy's called, right?
Yeah, she fucking hates him.
I mean, I know, but
But just she's kind of annoying, and you know, her honestly her best show of character was in Ultra Spirit Girls alongside Komaru, where she essentially was just she was the audience's like she spoke for the audience in terms of Komaru being fucking annoying. It's just like, will you stop saying you're useless constantly and just freaking move? So for that alone, and her being like the best character in that game specifically, she gets an A alongside her other self. Even though I almost thought about giving her a B, then I remembered that and I was like, "Yep, A."
you'll be glad to know I'm building up a support link between Bernadetta and Sothis.
What? Is there actually conversations with it too and everything?
They stared at each other, just not in a hallway. I don't know where the fuck it was.
Okay, well, I'm definitely tell me more about it when we're done with this. But anyway, this one I think you might like this one. This is, I believe, Hiroko Hadakure. She is the mother to Yasuhiro, one of the most useless characters in the whole franchise, who is the ultimate clairvoyant and kind of just a bit of a scumbag, but in a charming way. But that's besides the point. We're talking about his mother. She is, she's a, I'm assuming a chronic smoker, considering she's never seen without a smoke, without a cigarette in her mouth. Um, she's admittedly extremely hot. She refers to Komaru and Toko through funny nicknames. She helps you rescue various characters. So she's essentially a bit of a leader in a way. I'm not so sure if she has a good relationship with her son or not, but still, just a little neat thing there. She's honestly, she's alongside Toko, she's like the other really good character in that. It's just a shame she's pretty much just a side character and only used to as a form of a collectible. So she is in A though.
Okay. Up next is Sakura.
Okay, another Sakura. Oh god, oh god, this character. Also, would you please at least some input, man?
She's the ultimate martial artist.
Okay, dude, I was just joking when I said that. Like, actually give some fucking input, man.
I
Anyway,
honestly don't have much to say about Sakura.
okay, so Sakura Ogami.
And you are
As we
kind of
start, as
screwed and fucked and on your own for literally the next four characters because they're from the only one I haven't played.
that's fine. Anyway, so she is the ultimate martial artist, like you said. Um, she is fucking gigantic. She's not okay. She's not like Amalia tall or like Nemesis tall, but she is fucking tall. She's got dark. She's got tan skin, white hair, ripped as fuck. Like uh mistaken for being a man by at least one character. Actually, at least two characters.
Well, that just sounds rude.
Um, well, it's funny because the very first thought that the main character has is, "Oh God, I almost asked you as a man. I don't want to be twisted into a pretzel." So, um, but anyway, personality traits. Shockingly caring. Very considerate of other characters. Very determined to defend her friends. Um, may or may not have ended her own life for the sake of stopping an argument about whether or not she was against them.
Skill issue.
Uh, has more than a few references to the Fist of the North Star contained within her various other, facts about her. Mainly that she had a love interest at one point named Kanashiro, or not Kanashiro, Kanshiro. And when she dies in the spoiler, when she dies in the game, her death is a reference to a scene from Fist of the North Star. Um, Other than that, she's neat, she's cool, she's not exactly the type of character I'd be into because of the exceedingly and uncomfortably ripped nature of her. I don't know why, it's just kind of disturbing to look at. Um, a B for personality, or she's in the middle because she'd be a D in terms of looks and an S in terms of personality, so she gets a B,
All right.
which makes me sound like a horrible person, but that's besides the point, as I keep
You are a
saying.
horrible person.
Okay, so this is definitely not the first of the Danganronpa V3 characters, but whatever. Um, this is Angie. Can't be bothered to remember her last name. So first and foremost, I'm going to start off by saying this: I fucking hate Angie. Um, she is the ultimate artist, but that has like nothing to do with her personality aside from a few like small occasions, which it's kind of like alluded to. Though there's like, or not alluded to, other than just some small occasions where she does some art thing. The more important thing about her is that she is essentially a cult leader. She's from some obscure island that worships a god named Atua, which is just straight up, just basically a false god. There's the tons of ways that all the quote unquote blessings that she talks about are just things that can be easily explained with just logic.
Hmm.
But either way, she is she is a manipulative bitch. She single handedly is her she is all you need to know about how much I dislike her is that she's one of the few. She's like the only character in the entire series that when they like died, I was like, okay, I can't feel that bad for her because she kind of fucking deserved it. But anyway, regardless, um, she basically started a cult, single-handedly fucked over a lot of the characters, basically brainwashed one of my other favorite characters, and it never really got resolved in a way I was ever fully comfortable with. Um, Uh, fuck, man. I just fucking hate her. The only funny thing about it is that there's a first time, like, there's like a sec first time joke in one of her, like, I'll just say social link moments. That was kind of funny, but other than that, I fucking despise her and everything she did in that game. So she gets a D, a very flat D. If there was an F, I'd give her an F.
All right. Up
All right.
next.
Up next is Kirumi, or as most people jokingly refer to her as, 2B, which is ironic because she shares a voice actor with 2B.
I don't get it.
She 2B.
I don't get the joke.
She shares a voice actor with 2B. Her design looks a lot like 2B.
Okay.
So people jokingly call her 2B because she's basically just 2B. But regardless, ultimate maid, amazing at cooking, amazing at cleaning, basically amazing at anything that would be remotely made like. Um, is has like almost no agency and will basically just do whatever other people tell her as long as she is, because basically the other characters feel bad relying on her just because she is that good at what she is doing.
Uh,
Massive spoiler alerts. Is is apparently the president of Japan.
what the fuck?
Okay, admittedly, some shit happened that was strange. So basically, she forgot
No, no,
part
no.
of her
You don't
pack.
get to explain this.
Okay, fine. All right.
No.
Apparently, the president of Japan. That's all I'm gonna say.
That does not.
Oh yeah.
No.
Oh, fuck, I just realized I shouldn't be spoiling some of this shit. You haven't played that. Okay, whatever. You'll probably forget it anyway. Um, but other than that, she's just generally kind and caring. But she's she's neat. She's got a attractive design because she's basically just 2B. But I like her. I like the design. I like her personality. Uh, it's not a lot of personality, but it's decent amount. She gets an A, honestly.
Okay. I have to say, I am not a fan of Sothis' attack animation.
Okay, so this is a problem. I can't really get into this character without spoiling something extremely major.
I will take my headphones off. Text me when you're done.
Okay, okay. Are you off?
Okay, they're off.
Okay, okay. So this is Maki Hirakawa. She is initially said to be the ultimate child caregiver before that is proven to be completely wrong, and that she is actually the ultimate assassin. She is very cold. She is very seemingly uncaring. Uh, but you still do. Essentially has points in which she has no choice but to help you. And you eventually get to hear more of her personality, and alongside the character Kaito, you slowly become friends with her, and she does some really adorable personality traits. And then she has one of the best pairings in all of the Danganronpa games by having a pairing with the character Kaito, and it's the sweetest, most tragic thing ever. I love it. I love her. She is by far my favorite character in that game. She Okay. I'm gonna text him now to tell him to come back so I can tell him the rating. Okay. And texted. And are you back? Hello?
Alright,
Oh
and
dear.
I'm back.
Okay. Okay, I already explained everything that I think of this character, and she is an undoubtable S because she is my favorite character in that.
Okay.
Okay, next. Oh boy, this character's a doozy. Okay, Miu Iruma. She is the ultimate inventor. She can make just about anything. Her biggest claim to fame, whether she likes it or not, was a really good contact that she really hated and sold off to another company because she hated it because it didn't fit what she was trying to make stuff for. what she actually likes inventing is ways to basically do just about fucking anything while you're sleeping.
Yes.
She basically sees sleep as a massive waste of time. Is like, I want to make us able to do things without, do things in sleep. Now, one other major thing about her personality is that she is a massive raging pervert.
That
Like,
seems to be normal.
just about every single word that leaves her lips is either inappropriate, vulgar, or both. It goes as far as she literally has an unused sprite in the game that was going to be used for when she is at her angriest, where she just pulls out a literal fucking dildo and is just holding it. It was unused because God knows they couldn't fucking include that.
I'm sure they could have.
But if you want to see it, you can still easily find it by looking up her fandom page and just looking at her unused sprites. It is there. Look it up. It is hilarious.
Alright, I'm looking it up. What's her
She
name?
Miu Iruma,
Um,
Miu Iruma. It's exactly how it's spelled exactly how it sounds.
Danganronpa Wiki.
Anyway,
Scroll down.
try not to see any spoilers if you can help it.
I scrolled to the very
Um,
bottom.
so I would say put a picture of it on screen, but that would immediately get this video flagged. So yeah, unless you want to censor it. But anyway, that's besides the point. Um, So she's a massive pervert. The character Kokichi, at one point calls her a cum dumpster.
Wow. What the
Um,
fuck? That's just mean.
she she has a rude, bitchy personality, but the literal moment that anyone pushes back on her with an insult, she goes immediately submissive.
That's just a rude
It's
thing to
just
say. This is the kind of thing I would have said to Hilda. What the fuck?
she's into wax play, which is literally depicted in her actual official artwork, where she's holding a candle.
Okay.
She she is one of the most colorful, out there, and bizarre ass characters in that whole game. I'm gonna give her an A just because of that. But like, good lord, she is something else.
Well, we don't kink shame in this channel. We only kink question.
Okay, now finally you get the floor because I don't know anything about.
Darkness from
The only thing
Konosuba.
I know about this character is the obvious part.
The
Why don't you
part that
explain the
is
obvious part?
80% of her personality. She is a massive masochist. She
Exactly.
fantasizes about a lot of things that I can't exactly say on YouTube. She willingly throws herself in the way of danger, both because she feels it's her duty to protect her team, since she's a paladin and a noble, but also because she enjoys it. And as much as she tries to hide it, it doesn't work. She gets embarrassed for being called out for it, but that only makes it more fun to be called out for it. She has a
It's
problem.
like when
She
it's like one
does.
giant catch-22 where it's like you call her out for it, she's embarrassed, but the embarrassment just makes her enjoy it even more.
Yeah, exactly. She is a very caring person, very much cares for her friends. I mean, there's a lot to go on. She's sweet, she's kind, uh, she's very duty bound. Despite being a paladin and, supposed to be the tank and the melee damage dealer, she only excels at one of those things, and it's being the tank and tanking damage. Has the highest defense rating in the party, but also physically cannot hit anything.
Okay, I do got a question. I was gonna actually ask you this. So I was curious. Is there a this is a double-sided question because it's gonna be a question followed by another question.
All right,
Is there a canon pairing with the main character?
Megamine.
Okay, because if depending on the answer, I was gonna say if not, who would you have considered the canon pairing? But that's already been answered. So thanks. I was just curious.
I cannot
And
find her
go.
unused sprites anyway. But no, Darkness
Okay,
is a
I'll try
really
and
cool
find it.
character. But yeah, no, it is physically impossible for her to hit anything. That's not a joke. It is. She has an accuracy rating of 0. Like, yeah, it's that bad. Because in that world, there's like an actual leveling system because fantasy RPG bullshit, and her accuracy is 0.
Okay,
It,
maybe it wasn't her fandom page. You might be able to find it somewhere else. Hold on.
but no,
Oh wait, there it
it's
is. Mew has an unused sprite in which she holds a disturbingly spiky dildo in her hand. The sprite was first discovered within the game files. According to Kodaka, it was going to be used for her most angry moments, but they were forbidden to use it for ethical reasons.
ethical reasons. What was she gonna do
That
with
is the
that?
exact quote. Oh god, I have the image is censored by default. Oh wait, no, it isn't. Hold on, I can find the uncensored version.
What was she gonna
Where is
do
it?
with that thing to get it forbidden for ethical reasons?
Okay, I'm gonna. Hold on, wait. I was gonna download it, but I'd rather not have that downloaded on my phone, so I'll just screenshot it and then immediately delete it.
Uh huh. Anyway, Darkness is great. She is a solid A tier.
Hold on, wait, I'm trying to
So
send you
long as you
this
can put
image.
up with the masochism, you're good.
Okay, hold up. I'm almost done sending you this image because God, you have to see it. And it's already censored, so if you wanted to, you could actually include it in the video without getting flagged.
I'd rather not, thank you.
Well, either way, I'm sending it to you, so that point is moot.
Anyway, you're up next. It's BB Hood.
Okay, well, I've never played the game. I mean, I
You.
do know Beavis personality. Also, I'm not so sure how the right this is, but I mean, considering that she brutally kills various things in that game, I imagine it's probably fine. There's no innocence there, let's be honest. Um, anyway, BB Hood, very thin, very thinly veiled reference to Little Red Riding Hood.
Never seen it.
The BB stands for Baby Bonnet, in case you were curious.
I wasn't.
Uh, she is she she has a cute exterior, a very fucked up interior. She is a monster hunter, but unlike other ones who hunt for the sake of trying to rescue others, she will kill just about any monster that exists just for a paycheck, no matter how innocent they are, and she'll do it in the most horrific way possible. She has everything from handguns to rocket launchers to grenades. She will literally cry so hard she creates a puddle and then drown you in her own puddle of tears.
Oh, fun.
Um, she that's about it. She's sadistic as fuck. Her ending in the game I'm pretty sure she was introduced in has her basically creepily stalking outside the house of like a really like innocent looking werewolf family ready to slaughter them. Yeah, she's overall just a super violent, super sadistic, horrific killer that will almost certainly kill you too, even if probably aren't a monster.
Well, damn.
Um, she's an A because Jesus Christ, she is so fucking exceedingly hilarious.
Alright, give me a second. I'm cleaning my glasses.
Oh, excuse me.
So I actually cannot see a thing.
Well, you're wearing glasses. You already can't see a thing. Heyo. Yeah, I
Alright.
probably deserve an ass beating for that one. Anyway, next is oh my
Hisenko,
gosh, I seen it.
I think.
Heisenko. She is I can't remember what they're called, but she's one of those like Chinese hopping vampire demon thingamabobbers. They're like they instead of drinking blood, they like suck out your chi or whatever.
Yeah, basically the same
Anyway,
thing.
she's she's a 2-in-1. She's actually she only goes in that form when she merges with her sister, which is why they refer to themselves as we. Um,
God, I hate it when you accidentally merge with, like, just your sibling and just become one thing. It's so
I
inconvenient.
as far as I know, I'm pretty sure she really likes weapons. Her main fighting style is random bullshit go.
That's a vibe.
No, like literally, I'm pretty sure one of her ultimates is just throwing just about fucking every weapon she has in her pocket out. It's just different, it's just randomly different. She's cute. She hasn't got a lot going on for her, but she's cute and cute design. The
Alrighty. Up next is Lilith, the better one.
You take the floor.
Slightly better than Morrigan appearance wise. Personality
I don't agree.
wise, I honestly can't remember much because I don't play Darkstalkers. Isn't
She's
this
basically
series?
just some. She's basically a more evil Morgan who was created specifically to, well, be more evil.
So yeah,
She's basically like
I knew
she's
that
basically like
much.
a, I think she's like half of Morgan's powers formed into a literal human, not human, formed into like a natural being.
Yeah, no, I remember that much about her. Just like hyper specifics. I don't remember those for any Darkstalkers character because it's been so fucking long. Um, is Darkstalkers even a thing anymore?
No, it's been dead for a while.
Yeah,
You want to know what killed
it was
Darkstalkers
the fact
real
that
quick?
there was a re-release and nobody wanted it, so
So
Capcom just kind of thought, oh, nobody wants Darkstalkers.
no, it's even worse than that. It was the third time they were re-released the games, and because people didn't buy a re-release of a re-release of a re-release enough, they were like, well, clearly no one wants Darkstalkers, so we're just gonna lock it in a vault and never bring it up again, unless
Yay.
it's in the costume for Street Fighter.
Yeah,
We need a new Darkstalkers.
we
Jesus
do.
Christ, we need new Darkstalkers.
I
And
like
we also need a
Lilith.
new Dino Crisis.
I like Lilith. Yeah, seems fair.
Well, she also has a really cool ultimate where she makes you do like it makes you do a dance and then rates you, and she's also in a bunny girl outfit while she does that.
Sorry, she makes you do a dance and then what's you?
She makes you do a funny dance and she's in a bunny girl outfit while she does it. I just thought that was worth noting.
Okay. Anyway,
Anyway, so this is Mukuro.
okay.
Massive spoilers. This is okay, massive spoilers for Danganronpa, the first game. Mukuro is the Junko that you encounter at the start of the game and the one that dies in the first chapter.
Imagine
The
dying.
actual Junko is the main villain of the series who isn't actually dead. Her sister is actually the ultimate mercenary, or the ultimate soldier, is is good with just about any firearm. Um, Disturbingly obsessed with her sister, but not really in a romantic way, in a like, oh, she's so awesome way, which I promise is not sexual. I think.
It is.
Uh,
It's fully intended to be.
Both of the or Junko frequently tries to kill her sister. And she's just apparently fine with it. It's just a regular thing they do apparently. Eventually, she actually succeeded, but she's got a lot of personality besides just being really stoically brutal when she needs to be. She basically does everything her sister tells her to do. The one bit of agency she gets is Makoto, the main protagonist of the first game, where in like where it's heavily implied in a lot of like not canon, but some aspects are probably considered a little bit canon. He might actually ironically have a thing for Makoto in spite of how completely different Makoto or how basically Makoto and Junko are completely separate halves in terms of morality.
They're
So the idea of
opposites.
her, yeah, it's funny. It's a heavily implied that she might have a thing for Makoto, especially in the Danganronpa if like novel that you can get inside the first Danganronpa.
I mean, who doesn't have a thing for
But
Makoto? He's pretty neat.
either way, that little bit and like how that whole stuff is handled, even if it's probably not canon, I choose to believe that that aspect is at least a little bit canon. So I'll give her an A just because of that. And honestly, I think she's maybe a little bit better than her sister in some regards.
Alright.
Also, she's got a cute set of freckles. I like freckles.
Of course you do. Anyway, up next, Delia Ketchum.
Oh Jesus
The
Christ, man!
original MILF. Not really,
Oh come
not the
on, dude.
original, but it's like Ash's mom. It's the first for most people. What?
You have a problem.
No, I don't. Anyway, Delia Ketchum. I mean, from what we've seen, she's very kind, very caring for Ash, despite kicking him out and sending him on his own when he was 10 years old. You know, it's just kind of the normal thing. You know, Professor Oak was like, "Hey Ash, is your mom still single?" Yeah, like go catch every Pokemon. Honestly, I'd probably say the same thing if I was in Elk's position. Uh, I'm sorry. I I mean, she doesn't really appear much, so we don't have much to go off of. But I think all in all, she's an A.
All in all, she's just another brick in the wall.
Kill
That's twice I
yourself.
made that joke. Anyway, I'll be honest, that's not the version I was thinking of. I was thinking of the Marvel Rivals version
Of
of Psylocke.
I don't care.
Well, I don't know a lot about Marvel comics, but I'm gonna pretend like it's the Marvel Rivals version where she's an awesome ninja lady with psychic powers,
Okay, cool. I
even if it's not that. If it, she's cool, give her a B because I
okay.
don't know enough about her.
Here you go.
But even imagining,
Here's your government ordained
okay,
unicorn overlord character.
this okay, this one you can't even try to get me on this one. I was just including every Unicorn Overlord character. All right.
Yeah, sure. Here's your furry.
Now,
Take it.
first, shut up. First and foremost, I feel like this is very necessary. She immediately starts on a back foot for one very specific reason. You know what that is?
Nope.
She shares a voice actor with Kasumi, and we'll get to that when we get to that. But ironically, her voice actor does a really good job in that game. So, she is very distrusting of humans and does not really care for them and only sees them as a means to an end initially.
Uh huh.
That goes from that to being extremely tsundere and having the whole, well, I was going to say no to your romantic proposal until, I haven't actually seen the scene, but either way, um, she has one of the best skills in the game called jump, where she just jumps across the battlefield to a given target.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually super helpful. But aside from that, she's got a decently cute personality. Um, a a design that I refuse to elaborate on because I don't want to dig myself a further hole. Honestly, an A. And no, it has nothing to do. It's with her being a furry. All right, I'm not a furry. I just
He's
think
undeniable,
anthropomorphic
guys.
animal characters can
All
sometimes look
right, up next
attractive.
is
That's
you thought it
it.
was another waifu, and it was him, Dio.
Oh, fucking the bitch,
I
fucking Dio.
mean, it's Dio. What more is there to say?
Okay. Well, there is more to say. Can stop time. Is a vampire.
Can do the
Body Jack
ultimate suck.
Jonathan. Body Jack Jonathan. Jonathan.
He can suck you with his fingers.
Sorry, apparently Jonathan Joestar.
It's close enough to his real name. I'll take it.
Sorry. Jonathan Joestar. So if you had toys with them, you'd actually technically be fucking Jonathan, which is the only reason why Jorno is considered a Joestar.
His name is Jojo.
Um, uh, he his only trusted ally is Poochie from the sixth part. Not that Poochie, by the way.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
he is apparently exceedingly charming to a literal mind controlling degree,
Yeah,
to the point where certain characters had to resist his charms like he's a fucking succubus.
he might be.
Or would that be an incubus since he's male?
Good question. Anyway,
Uh, is one of the most famous villains from JoJo and arguably the most famous.
I mean, name
Okay,
one
that's been
other
an
villain.
arguably.
It's not really arguable. I'm pretty sure any.
Yoshikage
I'm pretty sure
Kira,
people.
Cars,
I'm gonna be
Gucci.
real. I think people who would have no fucking clue what JoJo is could probably at least recognize Dio by appearance, if not name.
I can literally name, aside from part 9, because I don't know anything about it, I can name every other JoJo part villain.
Yeah, but you also are
Part
a
1,
fan of
part one is
JoJo, so
Dio,
that
part 2
doesn't
is
count.
Cars, part 3 is Dio again, part 4 is uh, Yoshikage Kira, part 5 is Divolo, part 6 is Gucci, part 7 is Tony Valentine, and part 8 is Toru.
Yeah, well, see, that doesn't count because
So,
you're
yeah.
already a JoJo fan.
Why is
Because I was saying
you
people who
said
don't
who can
know,
name.
I was saying people who don't know JoJo could probably name Dio, like at least place him by appearance.
Honestly, they could probably name also cars from memes.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
But anyway, but yeah, I don't want to rate him. You go ahead and rate him.
Honestly, I think Dio's an S tier because if I say anything less, I will end up dying so fast that time itself doesn't acknowledge it.
Oh, don't worry. Don't forget he will drop a steamroller on you.
Yeah, and I don't want that. I'm not
Or
fond of
or
road
if it's
rollers.
or if it's the Japanese version,
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather not have that happen.
Or he might, pull out a little bit of us.
All right, we're gonna pause here because I need to take a shit.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, I'm just gonna take about an hour till we get back.
Possibly. All right, we're recording again.
All right.
Up next
Oh
is
wait, let me
Dizzy.
grab a phone. Dizzy. Um, I don't remember a lot about her. I
Look,
just
man,
remember
she's got the good thingy and the bad thingy, and her instant kill is the bad thingy trying to launch an attack, and then getting knocked out of the way, and then the opponent surrenders out of sheer fear of the destruction caused.
unless they're that vampire guy, which is just like, eh.
Yeah, pretty much.
I don't remember a lot of her personality. But that thing is cool and funny, so she gets at least a B, at least for that.
All right, female Terry Bogard.
Okay, you go right ahead, man.
Well, I mean, it's just Terry's personality, but in a woman. Therefore, enough
With
said.
massive boobs.
Yeah, exactly. Here you go. One of your characters. Have fun, buddy.
Who's it? Oh, uh, Dong Bai, which is what happens when a blade gets taken to a man's penis. Dong Bai.
No.
I'm sorry. Anyway,
I needed that.
I'm not sorry. I'm sorry, that was not something I should have said, but it was still funny anyway. So fuck up. Um, she is the I think grandma or something. Either way, he pampers her a lot and basically is I don't know. But anyway, she's rude, she's mean, uh, she's got one or marrying her in the Empire game is hilarious because when she has a child, she's like, "How the hell?" Or she's like, "What the heck? How could there be something in this world cuter than me?" When she sees her
Damn.
child,
Damn.
it's, it's hilarious. Um, I don't remember what the confession is like, but all I remember is I think it was really fucking funny if you do that. Her personality is hilarious. She definitely has step on you energy. Her ultimate is literally just her wrapping you up in her mace and just forcefully making you walk along with her before you eventually trip over and then she just kicks you.
Damn. What the fuck?
Oh, actually, no. She definitely has step on you energy because her ultimate in the air has her drop down. Her mace lands on you, and she just steps it into you.
Nice.
So I love her design. She's hilarious. She gets a,
All right.
which would actually be an A.
All right. Up next is Dorothea, also known as Mid.
Okay, first and foremost, I need to call out a another
No,
YouTuber.
no, not on my channel. You're not. Fuck you. I ain't having you starting drama on my channel with my one
There's
viewer.
no there's no drama. All I was gonna say is that Alpharad have this being his like favorite girl. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you, man?
How could you?
There's so many better girls in that game.
I mean, yeah, but you don't gotta say that on my channel. Say that on his channel.
Oh yeah, I'll just casually appear on Alpharad's channel. Just randomly show up and be like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you know me. I
Anyway,
called your waifu mid.
Dorothea is kind
What?
of mid. She's not horrible.
She's
There's significantly worse options, like Hilda. She's not on Hilda's level. She's just kind of C.
she's all I wouldn't really give her a C. She has some charming moments. I'd give her at least a B, and some of her other supports of other characters are a lot better,
I like her support
especially
with
with Birdman.
Ferdinand, and that's like the only one.
She's got some other decent ones. I remember hers with Bernadetta actually being kind of cute,
Mm-hmm. All right.
but I feel like she at least gets a B.
Alrighty. Up next is Diva, yet another porn character. Yeah,
Pretty
D
much.
tier. I mean, there's nothing special. Gamer girl.
I
That's
mean,
it.
okay, I'd say out of most of those characters, she is one of the few that remains charming. And actually, had, in my opinion, a design upgrade in the not sequel. So at least put her in C, just for her design upgrade.
Fine. Up next is Marionette.
Okay, I'll be honest. Not for once, it's not one of those. I have no idea anything about this character's personality. Instead, it's that this character doesn't have a personality. Basically, it's what I could best describe as a mirror match personified. Uh, I'm pretty sure she always, no matter what, you're always fighting a mirror match in this case. Like she pilots a perfect replica of whatever character you're up against, and that's like the entire gimmick of the character. So there's literally no personality on display. It's just a marionette. So D, because there's literally no personality, no anything to go off of. It's just I just want to plop it in there. Just fuck it, might as well.
All right.
Okay, I believe that is that who I think it is. Is that
Uh,
who I think it is?
yeah, it's Elena.
Okay. I kid you not. I think Elena might be my favorite. Not my like maybe not the play as, but Elena might be my favorite Street Fighter girl. I don't know. I like her. I like her design. I like her upbeat personality. That is. I love her personality that's so upbeat that she managed to make, or that she managed to make Akuma at least docile around her,
Yeah, that is
which is
pretty cool.
fucking hilarious.
It is pretty funny.
She has one of the worst supers in the entire game, which is just called healing.
Oof.
Um, but overall, I love her upbeat personality. I love her design. I love her interactions. I love how she's one of few people that actually compliments Dan if you defeat him. She gets an F from me.
Dan deserves more love. He's a pretty cool guy. All right, up next is Elizabeth.
That's just an immediate F
I
with my
mean, yeah.
nose. But
I mean, come
I don't
on.
know if I'd call her absolutely my favorite Velvet Room attendant, but I mean, like, she's the only one that actually most likely did it with the main characters.
I know that I would call her absolutely my favorite Velvet Room attendant. Uh, I mean, she's funny, she's awesome, she's cool, she's cute. She's definitely got her moments of awkwardness. She does not know shit
like,
about the outside world. She
like her attempting to walk down an up escalator.
no, she's trying to walk up a down escalator. Actually,
I no, I'm pretty. I could have sworn it was the other way around.
she got stuck in the jungle gym. But there's a lot. Or what was it? 100 million yen into the wishing well.
Something like that. Well, it wasn't a well; it was a fountain.
Yeah, that whatever. Anyway, there was a lot going on there. She doesn't really know what she's doing. She makes that sign. Yeah, here. You know what? She is walking up the escalator. You remember everything
Okay,
backwards.
fine. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Anyway, but
You don't need to constantly actually, mate.
yes, I can. Anyway, she has a lot of fun moments. But also, imagine trying to explain that to anyone. It's like, yes, my girlfriend who. Yeah, I'm sorry, this is just what happens every time we come to the mall. She considers it a personal challenge to try and make it up that escalator.
It wasn't the mall; it was the fucking train station.
I know, but the only thing nearby that has a fucking escalator is the mall. Fuck the train station. Anyway, S tier.
You're gonna give away our location, man.
Oh no, the mall! Shit!
With an escalator. Now they're gonna find
No!
us out.
They're gonna know! The one
Anyway,
person!
anyway, um, Alpha Valentine, she, very obsessed with trying to find her beloved, will literally shoot you with a sniper rifle that will make you fall in love with her and then die.
Oh,
I think that's what it's going for.
damn it.
I think contemplates shooting herself before, judging from what she says right after it. Would probably be very easy to end up with if I had to guess. I mean, granted, I haven't actually seen any of the stories, so maybe it's not as easy as, hey, I'll marry you.
I feel like it could be that easy, right?
Um, I do know in Guilty Gear Strive she goes from just, girl in wedding dress to like fucking rock star fucking screaming in a microphone, but also I'm pretty sure still the whole marriage thing, which is also exceedingly charming.
Oh, yes.
Um, I don't know a lot about Guilty Gear, but she gets an A from me just for some of her funnier moments.
Alrighty. Oh, for fuck's sake. There we go. Alright. Up next, you're up again.
Okay, so you remember how again with the dark skin one I mentioned before that wasn't the retainer. I mentioned that her sister, friend, whatever it is, her other person that she is paired with a lot more. She is this is who I was referring to. She is just a much more boring version of the other character. Sorry, the other character doesn't have a
Uh,
lot going on. Just kind of regular old caring and considerate, kind, and other c words and k words. Uh, she's fine. She's like kind of boring, but she's alright. Just me, I guess.
Alright. Up next is or Elze, sorry. Also from the Smartphone Isekai.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Hey,
She's
I'm just kidding.
She's a tomboyish brawler, very, very shy about doing anything remotely feminine, which is great. I like it. She's pretty cute. She gets angry easily, as happens. She's a tsundere. All in all, she's actually my favorite one in the show.
I almost
Um,
did it again and quoted
it will
another brick in the
hurt
wall
you.
when you said that.
It will hurt you. Okay, Amelia from ReZero. Overrated. She's cool, she's gentle and all that, but she's no Rom. She's not even a Rim. She gets B tier.
Wait, didn't you didn't you vote the other one lower though?
Rim?
Yeah.
No, they're both B tier.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh God. Wait, did I say this or did you do
You
this
know,
one?
you requested Phi. I couldn't
Yeah,
think of her
yeah.
name for a second, even though I was looking at it.
Okay, so she's basically her Navi in Skyward Sword. People fucking hate her for seemingly little to no reason. Like, I seriously don't get why people hate her so much. I'm
It's
pretty
because
sure
I can
she's
tell you one thing she does that's really annoying, and that is if your battery is low in your controller, she hovers around you constantly, and every like 45 seconds, like if you're on one bar, she will pause the entire game to tell you, hey, bitch, your battery's gonna die.
then play with good batteries. Just replace your batteries.
Yeah, I know, but it's still annoying.
But anyway, um, I think she's an automaton of some kind. I don't think she's human.
Okay,
I
she's
might
not
be
an
wrong.
automaton. She's a spirit. Like, there's nothing
Okay,
physical there. She's the spirit that resides
okay.
within the Goddess Blade, which is the predecessor to the
She
Master Sword.
then at the very least she's just very robotic in nature.
Yeah,
I can't just sneeze.
good job.
That startled me a little bit. Um. Anyway, she doesn't have much of a personality, and yet for some reason something about that is a little bit charming. I kind of like her.
I don't
Uh,
blame you.
and I like her design too. Believe it or not, I think I might put her in A.
Okay.
Just hope that if you try to do anything inappropriate with her, she doesn't suddenly turn back into a sword and now
Oh
somebody
no,
has a
she
sword
doesn't
jammed down
turn.
her
She doesn't
keyhole.
change back and forth. She just pops up out of the sword.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Anyway,
I was cracking the wise, you dumb
here's
shit.
another one of yours.
Oh yeah, Jojo. Irma. She's basically intended to be the Joe Bro of part six to Jolene. How well she performs in that task is I don't care for her that much, and she kind of disappears through most of the story. And the only real character development she had was in like the first half, where she I think kills the person responsible for her parent and or sister's death. I cannot remember, but she does that, and then she basically becomes fucking nothing for the rest of that part, in my opinion. So she gets a fucking C. No, she gets a B just because she has like a few funny moments and she's fun, and some of her interactions and uh in the game are funny. But other than that, she's just a B because she's kind of boring.
All right, here's another for you.
Me? Oh, that is S from what the fuck? Anyway, that's S from uh Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle. Well, not specifically, she's just for Blaze Blue, but she is. I'm pretty sure uh a might be a robot or android of some kind, something like that. Um, she doesn't she's just one of those like duty bound android type characters. Um, has a horrifically tragic backstory that makes me want to give her a big ass hug. She was part of her own dimension and had her own friends that, you know, made her start turning human, and then they all fucking died. And then she got transported to Blaze Blue's world. And just, I'm pretty sure it caused her to revert right back to being robotic. I
All
feel
right.
bad for her. She also has this, she's also short with a giant sword and a massive pair of double honker cougars. Um,
So,
she gets an A just because I want to give her a big old hug,
all right.
and not because of any inappropriate reasons. Because I genuinely feel horrible for
All right. Up next is
her.
Issa Rataru from
Okay,
Solo Leveling.
who okay, I was like, who the fuck is back here?
So in the anime, she shows up for
Oh,
an episode and a half.
you know who we forgot?
Who?
Literally anyone from Metaphor.
And your point is,
Well, we
you
should have
haven't played it.
included them. Yeah, but I can at least base it off the design. I
Gallica,
also haven't
Gallica
watched
best
this
girl. That's all
character.
that matters.
No, the Hulkenberg, what Herkenberg, what is her name?
Gallica. You're thinking of Gallica.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm not. I'm thinking of the red-haired elf
No, you're
lady with
thinking
the
of
nice
Gallica.
hat.
You're thinking of Gallica. She's best girl. Anyway, back to talk about Issa Rataru.
No,
Well, fine then. I'm going to put her in S tier
continue.
without explaining it.
No, please explain it.
You just said not to. You just said no when I said I'm going back
No,
to
I
talking
said
about it.
no about I said no about your
Uh,
freaking about whoever you're
yeah,
obsessed
well,
over from Metaphor.
well,
Anyway,
whatever.
explain your
Okay.
character.
Asa Rataru appears for an episode and a half. That's it. Already, like, one of the most liked female characters. Now, I know she actually has existence in the manhwa, but still. Excuse me. She's
I'm sorry,
cool.
say that again?
The
The
manhwa?
what? Oh, so it's Korean,
Yes.
not Japanese.
Yes, solo
Huh.
leveling is Korean. Anyway, she's really cool. She's chill. She's sweet. She's shy. Really, really looks up to the main character. Uh, does her best
Can,
despite not being very strong,
can I
especially in
interrupt for a second?
comparison. But she does end up saving his life by throwing her spear at the demon lord to distract him, which frankly just harmlessly bounces off his forehead. But it's enough time for Gino to uppercut the fucker's head off, or after
Can I
tear his
ask
arms off
something?
and then uppercut his head off. Really cool. What were
Why
you
is it?
saying?
Why is it? How's this? Can I ask something? Why does it say evil
It doesn't. Her name is Isol.
on? Oh, okay. I thought it said evil, and I was like, okay, does she have like a fucking something happen where she decides to fucking
No, no.
mook someone?
Her name is
Merc.
Essel. Isol, something like that. I can't remember how it's pronounced. Anyway, up next is Excella.
Okay.
That's evil.
Oh, definitely. Evil will step on you, will pull on your ear like she's your fucking mother or something.
Will
Um,
is mildly obsessed with Albert Wesker, which I don't blame her.
will
Albert Wesker's cool.
will will probably drug you with the virus. Oh shit, I didn't put that there. Sorry. Anyway, will drug you most likely with the awful virus, deadly virus thingy mabobber. Um,
The whatever virus
has
they're
a
on.
nice is very has a very like she wears a dress that she looks. I guess the best way to describe it, she looks quote expensive. That's the best way I could refer to her as.
Okay, cool.
Um, I don't
Um.
know. I wasn't done
Oh,
yet.
okay.
I was gonna say, yeah, and a big pair of tits. That's the important part.
I mean, yeah,
Also gets also gets horrifically betrayed by Wesker and spouts out a bunch of tentacles.
it happens. All right, I think she's a solid B tier.
Yeah, sure.
Me ranking her higher than Claire. Next, you're up.
Fuck you. Oh, hey, this is that Kai character I was mentioning earlier when talking about Kaguya. She is very tomboyish. She is referred to as the Bear Princess due to being very physically strong and very, brawl happy. Um, she uses a whip sword as her main form of attack. Um, she her romance scene in Warriors or in Samurai Warriors Empire is really funny because if you confess to her, she's like, "Why are you confessing me? You're confessing to me in this blood-soaked battlefield. Do it somewhere else, idiot." It's very charming, very adorable, and her design is very attractive. I love her hair in four. It's a nice hairstyle. Uh, it helped me, or it took me way too long to realize that in the Japanese version, the reason why they have the Hime, because it was like Kai Hime, and I was like, why is her name labeled as that? It's because in the Japanese version, they're called princess. I'm pretty sure they have the prefix princess, and that's why there's a Hime. But anyway, that's besides the point. She's cool. I like her. Give her an A.
Okay. Up next is Lucina.
I have not played the game she is from. I do own it, but I have yet to play it. But
Same.
there's a decent amount
I
of
am in the
personality in
exact
this game.
same position. I own
You
it.
own the game too?
I haven't played
Oh
it.
my god!
I own it. But
Side note, of the characters that you currently know, which is probably very little,
it's
who do
everyone
you
from
plan
Three
on marrying?
Houses, and then also Lucina, Robin, Marth, Crom, and basically everyone else who's in Smash Bros.
Okay.
And a few from the older
Okay.
games, like a few side characters from some of the
Um,
older games.
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite 100% sure on her personality, but I, I, I'm, I, God, I really wish I had played fucking Awakening already. Like, I need to play that goddamn game. I own it, but I'm just not ready to play a game that long on the DS looking down at it while my neck fully starts stiffening up.
Yeah, instead you'll play a game that long in the Nintendo Switch, looking down on it while your neck starts stiffening up.
Actually, I look up at it because I play it on the console. I play it while docked
That's cringe.
because I would really rather not have that happen to my neck. But anyway, that's besides the point.
Anyway,
I don't
Lucina.
know a lot about her personality, but from what I've seen, the very little bit I've seen, uh, she, I don't know. I've only she's got some she's got some like she's got a cute design and uh some of her lines in Smash are okay. I'll be honest. I really should have probably played the game before I put her in here, but
Look,
I know other people really like her.
she's duty
She's
bound, has
pretty
a
damn
strong
popular.
sense of justice. I also can't
Got
really
shot
say
in the
much
air,
about her.
took an arrow in the knee. I
Life
wasn't just in the leg.
happens. Life happens, man. Anyway, I think Lucina's an A tier.
That's what I was gonna give her just because I know she's got to be popular for a reason. But then again, there's a few other characters that are
It's also
popular, and I
important to
don't
note
see the
she
reason.
has very, very inconsistent titty size.
Also, due to the time traveling nature of that game, basically no matter what, Crom ends up with someone.
Yeah.
And it always as the funny thing is that if every single female character that could possibly pair with Crom is dead by that point, instead it just is like Crom got married to some random nobody,
Yeah, pretty much.
which is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, basically she's anywhere, depending on the game, she's anywhere but from A to C.
I know my ABCs if you know what I'm saying. God damn it. Anyway, the thing is, the one last thing is that another thing about the whole Crom thing is that there's also another character that can potentially end up with them that you literally get like the chapter before that moment. So it's like literally you just get her and suddenly bam, she's married to Crom.
Yeah.
It
Wait.
even makes a joke about it even makes a joke about a whirlwind romance with them. It's funny,
Yeah. All right.
but anyway,
Next is Fern from Freyrin.
I have not watched it, but from the clips I have seen, she seems exceedingly adorable.
Yes, she is. If Freyrin is A tier, then so is Fern. It is that simple.
You mean S or A?
A.
I thought didn't you put her in or didn't you put her in,
Maybe I did. Oh well. Fern is
in
still
S tier?
A.
You no, you definitely put her in S tier.
Fern is still A.
No, screw you. I've seen enough clips and she's an S for me.
Oh, fine.
Plus
Fuck
they've
you
got
then. She's an F now.
plus they've got a nice pair of boobies.
Of course, that's all you care about.
I don't only care about that. I just sometimes feel the need to point it out on certain characters.
Uh huh. I will
Oh,
say Fern has resulted in Freyrin questioning her own growth rate quite a few times.
well,
Comments
naturally.
like, maybe elves just grow slower than humans.
You know, if I had a nickel for every time I have seen an anime about a mom or about a magically imbued mom and her equally magically imbued daughter who grew up to be bigger than her in more ways than one, then I'd have two nickels, which isn't a lot, but it sure is weird that it happens twice.
I mean, Fern isn't even Freyrin's daughter, so.
It's close enough. Okay, fine, adoptive daughter because it applies in both ways.
Mm hmm.
Because there is another. But
Anyway,
anyway, I have words. I have a lot of words. The next is Foo Fighters from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6. Aside from being a not even subtle reference to the band Foo Fighters,
I think it's pretty
um,
subtle.
she she doesn't even isn't even probably an accurate way to describe Foo Fighters, but I'll just say she anyway. Foo Fighters is literally just plankton. It's literally just a mass of plankton that had a stand inserted inside of it by the main villain. Foo Fighters is initially relatively formless, but can also essentially it can like turn itself into other. Or I think Foo Fighters is capable of like shapeshifting into other people, kind of. I I don't know if there's like a prerequisite required to be able to do that, but it seems like it. Initially as an enemy before getting defeated and deciding, or basically just having absolutely enough of them, or basically just, I don't know, Foo Fighters befriends the main characters and decides to help them out. Um, she takes on the form that you currently see, which is someone that she killed and then took the body of essentially and just uses as their regular appearance. But yeah, she's a massive plankton that requires a consistent source of water to stay alive. Yes, that does in fact imply, or yes, that does in fact play into her inevitable death because unfortunately she died,
Oh,
which makes me very fucking sad. But she's weird, she's strange, she can adjust her bust size, which she does at one point to hide a disc inside her cleavage.
skill issue.
Uh, she could probably, I don't think she ever shows this as an ability, but she probably could dehydrate you on contact if she wanted to,
Yay!
which would certainly make doing stuff with her interesting because you could literally turn out a dried up husk.
Oh, that sucks.
Um, she has some of the funniest scenes in that due to being fucking weird and having weird tendencies. Like there's a scene where she literally makes where some guy steals her water, tries to drink it. She makes his teeth puff up so much they start cracking with blood coming out, and he eventually spits out all of the water he had inside, including I think a little bit of puke.
Oh.
and it ends up back in her cup, and then she drinks it anyway, which is fucking disgusting, but also fucking hilarious. But either way, she's cute. She's got I don't know great way to describe it, but she's probably like my favorite female JoJo character, even if it very thinly counts as female. Foo Fighters is an S.
Okay.
Also, watching Whole Horse try to flirt with Foo Fighters is fucking hilarious.
Guess who's next?
Uh, that is that is Theo from Metal Slug. But though the only reason she's actually in here is for her brief appearance as a playable character in one of the Maximum Impact games. All I know is that she's got a cute design, and that's about it. She's got a really cute design, and fuck me, just for that design alone, she gets an A just because I love her adorable design.
All right, up next is
Like,
Edelgard.
she did nothing wrong.
Edelgard did nothing wrong. She is the best
You
house
know,
leader. She is awesome. She is cute. I like everything about her. Cute's probably not the best word
she's
to
the
describe her. She would probably cleave me in half for saying that.
she's the canon romance option apparently.
I mean, she's just great all around.
Uh, and she also shares a voice actor with Mitsuru, which automatically brings her up.
I mean, yeah. Also, she is very intimidating, standing at a towering 5'2".
You know what's funny? In WWE 2K20 in the 2K games, you literally can't even make a character as tall as her.
Damn, she's that short.
Yeah, she's not. You can only make 5'4".
Yeah, no, I like Edelgard. She's pretty awesome. I think she's an S
She's
tier.
she's a badass.
We agree on that, right?
Oh hell yeah, she is S tier 100%.
All right, Flame, the one you forgot.
Oh, yeah, somehow I forgot Flame. I was going based off my own memory, and somehow she slipped.
How the fuck do you forget Saint
Flame.
Sethlin?
Spoilers. Uh,
Oh,
so despite her appearance, I know this is cliche, despite her appearance, she's actually a several years old,
several hundred
like
years
probably
old.
several hundred, something along that line. Has an alternate dragon form you never, I think, actually get to see, referred to as, I think, the benevolent one.
Yeah, no,
Um,
she's the benevolent one.
she she's adorable. She's the brother of Zenith.
I'm
I
sorry,
mean the
she's
sister, the
Seth's
sister.
brother. What did I
Sorry,
miss?
my bad. I still got that backwards. She's the sister of Zenith, which, yeah, come on, I'm pretty sure most of us were able to tell immediately that they weren't siblings. They were totally fucking father daughter. They weren't hiding shit. I even like that you have the option to say, no, I kind of figured that was the case. They're just like, crap, I thought we hid that better. No. Um, if you were to try to marry her, I am fairly confident you'd have Sedith at your throat in more ways than one. Not only in your face, but probably with a weapon at your throat too.
Yeah.
Um, he is, sorry, she is. I was going to start thinking about Seth. Seriously, I'm not ranking Seth here.
I think Seth is an easy S tier.
He is actually pretty funny. I like it. But
You know, Seth
besides the
says.
point, um, Blaine, she's not the best character in that, but she's got cute moments. She's very curious about the world due to being kind of sheltered. She nearly dies in one of the parts. She she you can you can brutally kill her and her father in the Black Eagles route if you're king.
Right in front
Or
of
if you're
her, and then
me,
you can use Divine Pulse to go back and kill her in front of her father.
and didn't realize you could spare them and felt really bad afterwards.
Or if you're me and then
Same
you
with
spared them
Claude,
and then you felt.
unfortunately.
Or if you're me, you spared them and then you felt hollow, so you went back in time and killed them again.
He's a fucking dude, so fucked up, man. Anyway, her marriage option was kind of boring. Uh, Probably a high B if we were doing that. I don't know about you, but that's how I feel
Yeah, I'd
about her.
say she's a pretty high B tier, low A tier. There's worse options, and there's better options, but Flane is awesome. I like her.
It's funny to turn her into something like an armor knight
Yeah,
because of her very, very tiny childlike appearance.
I mean, it's the same reason it's funny to turn Bernie into an armor knight, because small and scared.
Okay, so Kate from Fallout 4. She is um extremely Irish, like heavy accent and everything. Um, very or is like a pit fighter. Very, very not or she is one of the more morally questionable characters in that, is a lot of the things she likes you doing are either forcing more money out of people to do shit or just overall doing things that are of questionable nature. Um, she has a drug problem. She is a raging drug addict, which is uh actually the focal point of her entire fucking companion quest line, where she finally admits, Jesus Christ, I have a problem. And the goal is to find a way to cure her drug problems, which you actually succeed in. And from that point forward, if you use drugs next to her, she'll be like, "What the fuck, man? You saw what those did to me. What the fuck are you doing?"
Me after
And
in
that's
me doing all 30 doses of jet just at once right in front of her.
what's also funny is that if you have the cannibal perk and you eat a corpse right in front of her, she has two different lines depending on whether or not you've done her companion quest line. She's either like, "Look, I know I have my problems, but like, come on." And if you've done her quest line, she's like, we're here to, we solved my we solved my drug problem. Why don't we do something about your corpse eating problem?
Nope.
So she's very hilarious, and I love her. I love her little bits of like sarcasm and like shit stirring. So
Um,
she gets an A.
I'm gonna be real, I almost always run cannibalism and lead stomach just because it makes life significantly easier in the wasteland.
You mean in real life?
Yeah, sure, that too.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, she gets an
They
A.
don't call me Lord Death of Murder
And
Mountain for nothing.
and the next character is if you'll scroll down.
No.
So Kiri, uh, she is the first time you encounter her is during I can't remember what the name of the vault is, but it's one of the vaults you go into. It's like the only functioning vault ever that actually managed to function properly because the overseer is actually a good person, unlike most overseers. But that's besides the point. During the quest line, you have to save a child who's about to die. You can be a dick and not save the child, but that would be a terrible idea for more than one reason.
Oh.
Like genuinely, you get little to no benefit to actually not saving the child, especially if you don't even get infected with the thing that's ailing the child. But that's not the point. Kiri, you encounter her down there, and she is I think they're called well, fuck, what's the female equivalent to the Mr. Handy? I think it's called like Mrs. Nanny or something.
I think so.
She's a Mrs. Nanny unit with like a French accent. Don't automatically down her for that, all right?
I am.
Um,
I already have.
don't you fucking dare. Anyway, you encounter her and she's like, Jesus Christ, I haven't seen people in like forever. I've been locked down here because she was working on said cure that you have to find. And you free her and basically she hasn't seen the wasteland and she wants to see the world as it is now and study and figure things out and how to help people medicine wise and everything. So you start hanging out with her and finally you get to her companion quest line where she realizes the incredibly limiting nature of her current body, which results in her being like, I really wish I had a human body. And you bring her to a specific character, and you can get her transported into the body of a synth, which is in case you don't know, a humanoid-looking robot that looks indistinguishable from a human. Um,
Yes, I know what a
and
synth
she,
is.
and so just in case other people didn't know what they were,
Oh,
um,
too bad.
So essentially, the synth in order to act like a normal human tried to have her memory wiped and ended up failing, and she ended up practically brain dead. So Kiri essentially decides or gets her brain implanted into that synth, and she becomes the closest thing to human you can possibly get. So she's basically another android girl. She's got a funny, cute personality. She doesn't know at all what's going on with the outside world, but she in the wasteland, and she is one of the few characters that actually knows how pre-war stuff was. So she actually found herself the main character quite adorably at times, and she's a potential romantic partner, and hers is freaking adorable. Because like I believe one of her lines is like, I really want to research stuff, but being next to you, I keep getting so distracted." She's adorable. She's probably my favorite companion personality wise in the entire game. She gets an S. She's also the only romance option I've actually seen in that game.
All right. Well, you'll be glad to know that her accent gets her dropped to D.
No, she's getting an S.
Oh man.
You don't get a say in that. You barely played the game
All
enough.
right, next, it's yours again.
Yeah, okay. Fran, uh, okay. There's only one thing I remember about her, and it was the moment I found out about that neat detail where Elaine will say, "Man, what a strange dream if you have a romantic scene with a character after you've already done a marriage option." But the scene involves her flying Elaine around on her griffin, and it's nice and it's cute and there's some cute moments. It's but overall her personality is still not that interesting. A lot of the characters kind of have that problem, so she gets a B because I don't remember much about her personality.
All
But
right.
that scene is pretty fun.
Up next is Von Karma.
You have the floor because I haven't gotten to that game yet.
Well, fuck you. No, why would I spoil it for you?
Well, I've seen clips from her, so I know what her
Okay,
personality
look,
is like.
she's cool. She's strict. She's pretty much Miles's older sister. There's a lot of shit going on. She's really cool. I like her. She gets away with a lot of things in court that should not be gotten away with, but that tends to be the case with the Ace Attorney games. Uh, Honestly, she's not my favorite in the series, but she's definitely a solid A. I'm trying to say as
I
little as possible so I don't spoil the games for the guy.
It's not gonna matter. I'm pretty sure
Anyway,
I've already seen this about most.
Fuka.
Um, so Fuka, not Persona Fuka, very obscure Naruto character Fuka, appeared in a filler arc for the anime. Um, is very seductive. Can literally kill you with a kiss because she will suck all your fucking chakra out of your body and almost does it to Naruto.
Yep.
Um, Also, might also there's a really I might be wrong, but I think there's a funny scene where she like comments about like whether or not she was his first kiss, and it has like a flashback to the Sasuke thing. It's like no, but other than that, I'm pretty sure that body is might be a fake. Oh wait, no, okay, I remember what it is. She basically has multiple souls inside of her that allow her to use pretty much any of the various jutsu elements.
That's pretty cool.
Um, I think her real true form is literally just her hair and like her eyes. So like when she finally loses all of her body, she's just left as a floating hair with like glowing eyes out of like glowing red eyes just floating around, and eventually Naruto kills her by just hitting her hair with a Rasengan.
Damn. What the fuck?
But regardless, she certainly left an impact because I mean I fucking remembered her, so naturally she left a bit of an impact. Honestly, just because she kind of was funny in her interactions with Naruto and her attempt of essentially essentially molesting him for the sake of killing him, gets her an A because that's fucking funny, and a lot of her interactions were funny.
All right. This is the character. Yes. It's one of the sound ninjas. That's all I can say for her, man.
Well, you know what? I'll give you at least getting that right. That's impressive. I think you would really like her, given that her grab in Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm is her tripping you to the floor and stepping on you while saying, "Are you gonna cry?" But any, well, uh,
I did it for the joke.
she her ultimate in the game has her use an illusion on you, and then proceed to kick you straight in the fucking head while under that illusion,
Oh
while
wait, no,
calling you a little
she's the
quad.
one that Shikamaru fought against while they were all like fighting against the different fuckers, right? When he broke his
Yes, she
finger to get
is.
out of the illusion.
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Um,
See, I remembered
she has the
something.
Yeah, she has the various the like different weird creatures she can summon that she can control with her flute.
Yeah.
Um,
She
I
left more of an
she has
impression than Tintin.
she has a very aggressive personality and is very will kick and very much will kick your ass. I like her design, both versions of her design, both the curse mark design and her regular design. Honestly, she kicks an ass.
Okay, cool. Well, I guess my joke paid off then because I don't have to find her and
I
remember.
know. Believe it or
Futaba.
not, I genuinely okay. Futaba,
Honestly, as a social
more.
link, feels way more platonic as a good option, but we're going off of not her relation to Joker. How about that? Just her aspects.
I'll just say
Joker's out
this:
of the equation.
at least in terms of Joker, better as a sister or better as a sister-like character than a potential romantic option. And I've done it, and it's exceedingly boring. I thought
Yeah.
it'd be more interesting, but it was not.
I mean, she's a
Bes-
gamer, but I mean,
Besides the point.
that's not much.
Anyway, gamer, otaku, absolutely terrified of the outside world.
Honestly, pretty relatable.
Um, wouldn't be or would be very awkward to try to be in a relationship with due to that. Um, her hair is not her natural hair color. In case you were curious, her natural hair color is black.
Makes sense.
Um, uh, what else was there? It has very messy rooms, I guess. No, but also there's this very cute personality. Obsessive over tech, adorable. Honestly, she gets an A from me in terms
Oh.
of if I were to date her in real life. But in terms of like with Joker, oh god, that'd be a D.
She has
There's
Phoenix
just
Ranger figurines that you can rearrange into the Ginyu Force poses.
if your name is Yusuke,
Yeah. All right, the cooler Fuka.
the better Fuka. Uh, terrible cook turned into an all right cook. Uh, very caring personality, very adorable, and like as Junpei put it, the type of character you just want to protect and hug.
Indeed. Tech nerd, she can actually update Windows, which is something I can't do. Her laptop, actually, if you look closely at it, and then the remake, you can tell that she's running Windows Vista based on the background, which is probably not intentional because that's also this. If you look at the scene in Persona 5 when Makoto uses Sai's computer to get info, that Sai's computer is also running Windows Vista
I
based on the
could
background.
see by being that back, being that outdated.
True. So that's that. She's really cool. When you max out her social link, she gives you custom headphones. So that's cool. Basically, everything about Fuka
Also,
is awesome.
also, just like most characters in that game, when you max out their social link, it heavily implies you might have done things with them.
I'm sorry. Oh yeah, that.
Oh, and luckily, and for the sake of, uh, luckily for the sake of keeping things a little PG when it came to the Persona Portable, Ken excluded.
Ken is the only one where it
So
explicitly is not that.
yeah, instead the farthest they get is hand holding, which is honestly kind of adorable in a way.
Yeah.
I honestly think that I don't know why people are so concerned with the whole Ken thing. It's
The
whatever.
age gap's really
It,
not that high.
it really isn't, and like yeah, it's weird, but like at least they don't do anything inappropriate with it. It's kept as innocent as it could possibly be to the point where it's almost kind of adorable.
Like
Plus, it doesn't even
Ken's what,
plus,
11 and Katone's 15. It's not that high of an age gap, really.
plus, let's be honest. Actually, I think he was 16. But either way,
I know she's supposed to
not,
be slightly younger than Makoto.
but points, whatever we're standing. Uh, I mean, let's be honest. It doesn't even really matter. She's gonna die in the next year anyway. So
Okay,
it's
let's
not like
see.
she'll live long enough to be arrested for it. But anyway, moving on. I'll admit I don't know a lot about this character.
Hold on,
All I know
hold on.
is,
I'm
oh,
I'm doing. Okay, Katone is 15. She is
okay, I thought it
slightly
was wrong.
younger than Makoto, who's 16. She was.
It really isn't that
Their
different.
birth dates are separated by 8 months.
But anyway, moving on. Uh, Gaia is literally just Gaia from actual mythology. I don't know a lot about it. All I know is that I think she is.
She's the
From what I
Earth.
remember, she's okay. But it's because I think the game, at least the game, tried to describe her as I think the mother of Zeus.
No, she's Zeus's grandmother.
Okay, well, whatever.
Okay, let me.
Um,
I can illustrate you just a really quick rundown of the family tree of wonkiness here.
I would rather not, honestly. I just
Okay,
want to get
so
past Gaia because I don't know anything about Gaia.
Zeus is Kronos'
God
son,
damn it.
right? Zeus is Kronos' son. Kronos is
Son of a
Gaia's
bitch.
son. Gaia came from the night, which came from chaos. That's it. It's that simple.
I don't. That meant nothing to me, and I don't
Basically,
try to explain
the
it again.
Titan Kronos
Don't.
is the son of
God
the earth
damn
and
it!
the sky, and then he fucked another Titan, and that gave birth to the gods.
I
Specifically, the
don't
first six
care.
gods. He ate five of them, but his wife tricked him into eating a rock instead of Zeus.
Anyway, okay, whatever. Gaia. I didn't get far enough in Warriors Orochi 4 to know what her personality is like in that game. So I can't say much about her, but I do like her design a little bit. Even though I didn't see it thoroughly, so just give her a B.
All right. As soon as it loads.
Oh no.
What?
Nothing, I just see a character and I think I know who the character it is. That's besides the point, just move on.
Okay, up next is another character from Nagatoro. You know, this is something I'd actually require my half brother's input on because he's actually currently watching the show. I am currently
I
not
could have
watching the
told
show.
you more about. I haven't watched it, but I've watched enough clips that I could have told you enough about this character
All
without
right, cool.
you needing help.
You can do that.
Okay, she's one of Nagatoro's friends. She is definitely way more of a bully than Nagatoro eventually became, as she just straight up actually torments whatever is now. So that's what his name was. Um, She at one point makes him grope her boobs, only to reveal she was actually groping like these like or groping like buns, not her buns, but you know what I mean.
Damn.
Like she was groping bread, he was groping bread. But um, she's got an extremely laid back personality, but of course, like I said, really loves the really loves the bully. Naoto is uh, constantly and seemingly trying to potentially ruin the relationship between Nagatoro and Naoto because and is constantly trying to be stopped by the class or by the president and her sister. It's
Okay.
quite funny. Um,
So what I'm hearing is A tier or higher.
I do like her. I do like her overall design. She's kind of a cliche design, but something about the cliche that she is, I really like that look. Um, she had something else I was going to say, but I can't remember. So I'll leave it at that and say A.
All right.
But we never actually explained what Nagatoro did to eventually ruin the whole thing with,
It's
you
fine.
know,
We don't need to talk about it.
I want to know what it is. So tell me when we're done, because I'm curious.
Up next is Gamora.
Uh, green skin, daughter of Thanos, overrated as hell, much like most Marvel characters. See,
Alrighty.
because I kind of want to get a move on.
Up next is Gasper from High School DxD.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't this character a trap? Or am I thinking of a different character? Hello? Hello?
Uh,
What? Are you still there?
I accidentally tapped the off button on my mic. I didn't even realize it had an
Okay.
off button. Anyway, Gasper's pretty cool. Half vampire, pretty neat, not very confident, hides constantly in
Hold
cardboard
on.
boxes or with a bag.
Did you hear what I asked?
Um, doesn't like people.
Hold on. Correct me if I'm
Yeah.
wrong. Isn't this character actually? Isn't
Yeah,
this
sure.
character a trap?
I'll put Gasper there.
Isn't that character a trap?
What the fuck is that next one? The
Wait,
fuck
hold
is
on.
that?
Oh, okay. Well, believe it. Okay, if that's Ava from Guilty Gear,
I
the one with the giant key.
that okay. I thought the key was a face.
It is a face.
Oh.
The key's her husband.
Oh yeah. Oops.
So she's actually already taken for
Well,
one.
shit.
So
I guess we
you
can't
already
rate her.
don't have.
Well,
Well, no,
actually,
we
that
can
means
still
she's
rate her.
wife material already. There we go.
Yeah. So, from what we've seen, she is very obsessed with her husband, which is probably why she's carrying him around constantly. Um, Unintentional. A lot of her animations have her unintentionally hurting her husband,
Oh.
like accidentally clawing him and stuff while getting angry about other people being. She's basically extremely yandere and overly protective of her husband. Um, to the point where one of her taunt animations is like, "Stay away from him."
Oh.
Um, she looks very zombie-like, and I do like her personality. The little bits I have seen, she's funny, she's cute. Uh, One of her victory animation in Strive has her do like the single finger stroke down her husband, and it's just funny. It's give her an A
All right. Up
from
next
that
is
alone.
I think that's supposed to be Rachel's sister, right?
Yes, that is, I think, Gina Foley.
Yeah, Gina.
Um, Somehow simultaneously had more and less screen time than her sister.
Well, damn.
Has the similar very attractive character thing going on. Because like literally all I can remember is that she literally is just with everyone else who gets kidnapped and thrown into the whole, thing. And literally all you see of her is that you go through a door, she pops out of that door and is like, "Oh," and then flops to the ground dead. That's it. That's all you see. I'm assuming she's probably playable in raid mode, but I never got that far into that game. So I don't know anything about her personality, so I'll assume it's basically just Rachel Light and just give her like a B.
All right. Up
Because I don't.
next is the teacher from Ruby. That is
You go right ahead. I think she's
her only
overrated.
notable trait. That's it. Honestly, I don't care for her
I
that
think she's
much.
overrated, but go right ahead and
Big
explain.
hubbly jubblies. Oh god, I'm tired and sick and I want to go home, but I am home. Anyway, Glinda B. Mid as
Such a
fuck.
weird fucking name. Okay, what the fuck? Hold on.
It says Gracia.
Weird. Well, I know who it is, but like, that's a weird design. I've never seen that one before. So she is the daughter of Mitsuhide Akechi. She pretty much knows nothing of the outside world because she's sheltered as fuck. Um, she frequently in Warriors Retro frequently follows the character Yuan Shao around and basically unintentionally strokes his ego because she actually thinks he's cool when he's actually kind of fucking lame.
Let's go.
Um, she has the or she and Solid Snake would probably get along due to their tendency to hide inside boxes. In fact, that's literally the whole mission to unlock her Warriors Richie 3 is that there's a rumor of a girl trapped in a box and it's for some reason A magically locked, so you have to find a mage to unlock it for you so that you can get her ass out of the fucking box.
Damn.
But she's adorable and her romance is really adorable and I like her a decent amount. Give her a A. Give her an A in
I'm
case you didn't hear
trying.
me.
I'm trying.
Okay. I didn't know if you heard me or not. Okay, Guan Yin Ping. She is daughter of uh Guan Yu, and she also I'm pretty sure didn't even exist in history, but that's besides the point. Um, she she doesn't have a lot of personality besides being like a really fairly caring, but she does have a gimmick, and her gimmick is hilarious. She is extremely fucking strong. Like she can pick up extremely heavy things, and one of her regular moves is her literally picking up a boulder that's like that is probably at least like the size of like three of her standing on top of each other's shoulders and just slams it down on a group of enemies. Um, and the funniest gimmick with her is that she, for some reason, thinks she's very weak and is constantly working out to try to get stronger, which is only causing her to get even more fucking stronger. And
So
she
you're
has multiple
saying.
scenes in which she doesn't know her own strength and accidentally absolutely decimates people.
So you're saying is.
Also, her weapon is. Sorry, say it
No,
again.
go on. Go on. I don't care. I wasn't gonna say anything. It's fine.
Well, I want. Anyway, one of her ultimate attacks has her literally drop her weapon, which is like several tons heavy, onto her opponent who can't lift it. It falls down and lands on them. It's funny. Anyway, what were you saying?
Anyway, so what you're saying is basically if I try and hug her, there's like an 80% chance I get my spine snapped in half.
Probably A
Eh.
tier.
Solid response. I see that you're going down the same route I am.
No, that has nothing to do with the spine snapping. I'm just saying that I that's what I generally all of her troops put together put her in.
Right. Alright. Next up is another Guilty Gear character.
Yep, it's Viking, the big titty samurai lady.
Yeah.
So, well, anyway, uh, well, for one, big titty samurai lady, um, is missing an arm, is missing an eye. Uh,
So that's
I
like.
don't,
So missing one arm, having a prosthetic, makes you like twice as cool.
I don't,
Missing an
actually, I
eye
don't know.
Missing an eye also makes you twice as cool. So what we're seeing here is she's about 4 times as cool as she would have been had she not been
Yeah,
disabled.
yeah, probably. I don't, does she have a prosthetic? I thought she just nubbed it.
Well, even then, it's still cool. So
But anyway, I will admit I haven't seen a lot of her personality, but she is so fucking exceedingly cool and has such an awesome design. She's also hilarious. She's also involved in a really fucking hilarious event. I mentioned the event with the one character who was like a little bit more childlike, despite his grown-up appearance, thinking that people are born by having their eyes fall out or whatever the hell it was. Do
oh
you remember how I
no,
mentioned that
yeah,
scene?
yeah, I do.
She has a fucking hilarious reaction where after everyone else is done reacting, she just walks up slowly, puts her hand on his his shoulders, like you have a lot to learn.
Yes,
And like she has what I could best describe as one of those like kind of more gravelly, almost old woman sounding voices, but not like old woman like anime old woman. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah. No, I know what you mean.
Basically, she sounds like a fucking badass. She
Hell
gets
yeah.
an S just because of all of the things with her design and the little bit I've seen of her. She gets a fucking S. Vikin's a fucking badass. She's also in Samurai Showdown as a guest character.
Interesting.
Now, this one is going to be an interesting one. This is Gudrun from Naruto. She is from another filler arc. Granted, I feel like, unlike most filler arcs, it actually did kind of progress the story due to it showing how the Akatsuki captured the three tails, but that is besides the point. She is only for that arc, and somehow she left one of the biggest fucking impressions I've ever been left with by an anime character, and it's from a filler arc.
Damn.
Um, she is working for the various Orochi characters, Orochimaru sided characters. Um, in fact, actually, I think she's just directly working for Orochimaru. I don't know why I put it that way. Um, she she's like a relatively stoic and uncaring assassin who her first scene has her setting up or getting a group of villains together to help her out with taking on Naruto and company. Her main goal throughout is trying to keep a little kid safe for this because like they need to do some sort of experiment with it involving the three tails and stuff. Basically, she's trying to keep the kid safe, but is also very uncaring over the kid. But
Damn.
throughout the course of it, she finally realizes who this kid is, and it's actually the kid of she's actually the kid of someone she murdered in the past.
Uh,
And so, and she eventually and very slowly grows to really care for the kid, and it's the sweetest goddamn thing ever. She has such an amazing arc. Also, one of the grunts she recruited is the guy who you find out is actually finds her or is actually in love with her to a degree, which plays into something later because after all of the grunts that she recruited get freaking brutally killed in multiple different ways by both the protagonists and the villains. You think that that guy that's in love with her is dead, but you find out later that that is not in fact true. But yeah, she eventually goes against Orochimaru's friend, or Orochimaru's friend, sorry, Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto, and tries to essentially betray him for the sake of keeping the kids safe.
hmm.
She fights alongside Naruto begrudgingly and results in her various character growth with Naruto's infamous Taka no Jutsu.
Ah, yes.
But she's got cool powers. She has crystal powers. She becomes very motherly. She seemingly dies when she uses all of her power, which causes her to basically crystallize or basically become like trapped inside a giant crystal, and eventually gets stuck at the bottom of the ocean. The kid is rescued, but then basically runs away from the main characters to try to find Gurren. Um, and at the end of it, you think, oh, she's trapped in Bottom Lake, she's screwed, or she's, going to be stuck there forever. Until the guy that was in love with her that I mentioned earlier, apparently survived it and basically uses the power to get her back out of the ocean. And seemingly, it's not really explained, but seemingly Gurren, that guy, and the kid all just fuck off to do whatever and never show up again except for like in the background briefly of like one episode in another filler arc. But she left such a fucking impression that I literally was just like, I wish she was playable in the Naruto games. I love her. She gets an F, honestly, for being a filler arc character. That is surprising. Anyway, sorry for going on such a massive tangent. We need to hurry this shit along.
So, what, AS?
An S, without a doubt.
All right.
Okay,
Okay, next is
Spider-Man.
Spider Gwen, yes. Eh.
Uh, Basically the exact same rating as Gwenpool. Overrated, overexposed, was neat at first, but I don't get the hype.
Alright, regular default Gwen Stacy.
Uh, could use a trip to the chiropractor.
Yeah.
I don't know much else about her personality because I never read the comics.
The only
She
Spider
was
Man comics I've read have been very much without Gwen Stacy. So,
the only. She was more interesting when she became Gwenpool and Gwen and Spider Gwen.
yeah.
So, see, honestly, because of that,
Hahari!
you have the floor.
Okay, so remember when we ranked her daughter? Basically,
Yeah,
basically, Hahari is a more intense version of her daughter. Let's just leave it at that. I'm kidding.
are you sure about that? They seem pretty equal.
Oh no, you trust me. Season two, they only seemed equal because you
Oh,
didn't see much of her in season one because she shows up for what the last two episodes.
I think actually just well, yeah, last two, but that's only because they're part one and two.
Yeah, so yeah, season two. No, she is much worse.
Oh boy, I
Much
can't wait to
to
see
the point where
that when that
even
finally gets done.
Hawkery has it twice in the second season told her, "Mom, please, that's enough."
Oh,
Like,
that's
yeah,
I can't wait to
she's
see that.
yeah, she's really cool. Uh, Situationally at star level in terms of at least creative power, maybe destructive as well. So kind of scary.
What?
You'll understand it around season 2, episode 9.
Okay, then. Anyway,
That I'm
moving
gonna leave
on.
it at that. Anyway, really cool character. Drools a lot. That's just one of her things. Um, Honestly, I'd probably put her in A tier.
All right, you go right ahead and do that. Okay, this one is gonna be an interesting one to explain. So, um, Halara Nightmare from Raincode. Um, we technically don't actually know Halara's gender because it's never revealed. Sort of. Uh, Halara, yeah, obviously is meant to be or kind of, and it has a very ambiguous gender, but in some regions, some particular regions that aren't exactly a fan of the ambiguous gender thing, they have to specify a gender, and when put under that situation, they specified female. So as far as I'm concerned, Halara's female. Anyway, um, will put you into debt because of basically if you need her help in any sort of way, she will basically be like, all right, $1,000 or Chien in the case of that game. Actually, it would be 1 million, probably 10 million, a lot of money.
Okay,
She
so we
basically
know
instantly puts the main character into debt.
what. How do you spell the currency?
I'm not quite sure. I can't remember because you don't actually ever earn the currency, so it's only mentioned in a few lines of
Okay, it's
dialogue.
Shien.
Okay, she will put you just straight into debt the moment you try to get her help with goddamn anything.
Okay,
She's a badass. She uses a coin or a currency coin for the as her weapon.
okay. So
Um,
if you'd like the math for how much that
oh
would be,
god,
1 million Shien for her help. So somebody did the math based on some throwaway lines of dialogue from characters.
that's funny.
1 Shien is 16 cents.
Okay, so that means
So basically, take 1 million, divide it by. Excuse me, I'll do the math
god.
real quick. I
Okay, while you
don't
do
have
that, I'll
a
explain more. Did you hear me?
what? Yeah, go ahead, explain.
I said while you okay. So she's a badass. She's a detective. She has the ability to, or she has the detective ability to see a version
One hundred and
of
sixty thousand dollars for her help.
160,000.
Yes.
Which, okay, first of all, I'm not even sure if it was 1 million that she said, but that would, and the fact that several millions get piled on top of that just for her help, that means she's putting into like $1 million worth of debt to her.
Yeah, but you might get the husband discount. You only have to pay $100,000.
But here's the thing,
That means that you only
she,
owe that debt to
you,
your wife, and she's rich as
here's,
hell.
so here's the thing, she is really fucking good at her job, so at least you're getting what you pay for.
Exactly.
Uh, but regardless, her she has the ability to see into the past through the eyes of a kill or through the eyes of a killer. You can't see who the killer is, but you can see like the crime scene as they saw it, which is neat. But besides that, her personality is relatively cold and relatively, not very caring. But the few little moments where her other aspects peek you through are really adorable. Like she really likes cats to the point where where whether he meant to or not, the main character Yuma basically blackmailed her into just, hey, tell me more about you because I want to know more about you, or else cat.
No, don't
And
cat.
she's annoyed with it, but she's not like pissed off at it. She's just like, ugh, fine.
I acknowledge your
But
strategy. Please do not the
she's
cat.
she's yeah. she's adorable, or she's adorable because of that, and most of the other time she's a freaking badass that could easily kick any. She's a badass who's always kicking assholes' ass. Wait a minute. Anyway, sorry, I had to make a little random reference to the Undertaker, but anyway, she's she's awesome. She gets an easy F, even if she quite possibly may or may not be actually canonically female or not. Who knows? Who cares? She's awesome.
I like her. She's neat.
She's an F for me.
Okay, Hana Izaki. Yay!
She's adorable.
I mean, yeah,
She's
she's
got a massive rack. Well, let's be honest, those are the two main things you notice about her. She's adorable and she has a massive rack.
she's adorable. She has a fun personality. She loves playing video games and is supposedly very good at them. I
She was a mascot of a blood donation.
yeah. Uh,
That
let's
that
see.
was the thing,
Now,
believe it or
her
not.
being good at video games, it's never explicitly stated whether or not it's like she's good, or I can beat my friends good, which are very different things.
She definitely isn't as good as Chiaki.
Yeah, well, she might be better at Tetris.
Shut up!
Anyway,
That is not a necessary comment, you bastard.
neither was your comment, so anyway,
Oh, what? Anyway, whatever.
I think she's pretty cool. She very much enjoys teasing the main character. She's short. She has pissed off the entirety of Twitter. It's awesome.
Uh, King will not let me explain just how far her and the main character have gone.
Because I'm still waiting. I'm either waiting for either a third season, or I'm just gonna have to give up and buy the manga, which is gonna put me in debt.
But either way, I would. What'd you put her in? Because I
S.
probably would put her in S, honestly. Okay, good. So,
Harley
is this
Quinn.
specifically
No, it's
Arkham
like
Harley Quinn, or
no. I just prefer that design. Honestly, it's my favorite design
in
for
all
her.
honesty, probably my favorite Harley Quinn personality wise would actually come from Injustice, honestly, where she, you
Yeah.
know,
No, I agree.
gets away from the Joker.
Yeah, after she's away from the Joker, she's at her best.
Yeah, she's funny. She's oddly powerful for being a character that should not be that powerful. I mean, Jesus Christ, in the Injustice comics, she actually killed Lobo, which, like, fucking how?
Let's be real, a lot of characters are like that. I mean, look at Batman. 80% of him is plot armor. I'm pretty sure that's his
But
biggest
regardless,
superpower.
regardless, in that she's not obsessed with the Joker anymore. As far as I know, I don't think she's even with anyone because Poison Ivy she's certainly not with because Poison Ivy's still evil as fuck. Deadshot's still evil as fuck, so not with him at all. So she's actually probably available there. She's
Funnily enough, in Injustice in the comics, for Injustice, she has a really weird relationship with Shazam. Not in that way. It's like a complicated.
what?
She's like a semi auntie figure to Shazam.
Interesting. Well, she's also a mother,
Yeah.
not openly a mother because she herself realized how horrible of an influence Joker would be and deliberately was like, "Here, Black Canary, please raise my daughter so that she's not anywhere near Joker."
Yep.
So her daughter only knows her as an aunt, not her actual mother, but she's sweet and she's caring and she visits her often. Um, and she overall is just really funny, really cute, has some charming moments. Might be dead in the game. I'm not sure. She gets stabbed by fucking Wonder Woman at some point, and then Supergirl carries her off, and Superman's like, "Can you please heal her?" And he's like, "No." And then it's just never brought up again if she's alive or not. So I don't know if she died there or not, but regardless, if we're going off of specifically Injustice Harley Quinn, she'd be an A. If we're going off of Arkham Knight Harley Quinn, aside from her just being hotter in that game, good lord, she's a D personality wise.
Yeah. I think
But
overall,
A,
from the Harley we're going off of, A.
yeah.
All right,
You take the
Haru.
floor, but I have some words.
Okay, look, Haru suffers from a condition I like to call last character added to the party in a JRPG. She doesn't get much screen time whatsoever and is overshadowed by a really annoying character that I think shouldn't exist, taking over her main section.
Shut up, that character is fucking amazing, and I will not hear any other
But
words unless you're talking about a different annoying character. But I'm pretty sure I know which one you're talking about. Through you.
there's her section where we should get to learn about her personality is taken over by other characters, which fucking sucks. But I mean, from what we do know and what we see in spin-offs, she's a great personality. She has her
Well, before you
sadism.
rank her, I have words to say.
She has her sadism
Okay.
moments, which are slightly overshadowed, not shown as much in the main game or Scramble, but are definitely shown a good bit in Tactica, which Kuma can't play because he's bad at that kind of game.
That's not what I said. I said the game did the game. I it had nothing to do with me being bad. It had to do with the fact that the game just was not gripping me.
Anyway, she's cool, she's caring, she's nice, she's rich. There's a lot
To a
going on
boring
here.
degree.
She has massive bahongas. Um,
Debatably, I'm just kidding.
that's not even
Scramble proved.
debatable.
I know. Scramble proved that hers could. Uh, was it? I think it was that hers could knock someone flat, as Fukami
Futaba.
described it.
Futaba has confirmed that she has canonically large booba. Anyway, I think she's an
Which is
A
funny
tier.
because there's.
I personally think she's S. I know Kuma disagrees, so I'm putting her in A to split the
Excuse
difference.
me. Let me.
Your opinion doesn't
No,
matter.
I'm saying my opinion. I personally see her as exceedingly boring. I've done her social link, and it was very boring. The only funny part about it was the moment where she made Joker drink elephant poop tea or whatever it was, coffee. I mean, uh, other than that, she was boring. Her like one interesting personality trait of being sadistic, as King put it, does not appear nearly enough for it to be entertaining enough. Every other moment she is just so there. She barely does anything, and like uh, Striker only slightly helped. I no joke, she was my least favorite character in that game until another character came along and swept that completely out from under her. I put her in C.
No. Anyway, so up next, that.
Oh, okay. Lady Hayakawa from Samurai Warriors 4. She is the definition of a. She is basically, well, what I described with Haru minus the sadism. She is just nice and she's caring, and that's fucking it. I hate her design because her design looks like she has her hair, her bangs pulled back, so she's just all forehead. And I hate when characters look like that because it just looks so fucking strange. And also, her weapon is like a fucking ball and some. It's like a net and a ball. Like what the fuck? Uh, she gets a fucking C. I'm not the biggest fan of her.
All right. Up next is Nagatoro herself.
Yep. Well, you describe her a little bit better for me.
No, I
Oh,
will call
oh
my
yeah,
half
you didn't
brother and
watch it.
actually it's
Okay,
2:30 in the
no.
morning and he has school. Never mind.
Okay, no, not that. Okay, well,
Okay, so
she
she's teasing. She's fun to be around.
she
Uh,
started out as a literal bully before she started catching feelings for her victim.
yep,
After
and
he started actually kind of standing up for himself.
devolving into tsundere. She has her good moments. Um,
She's adorable.
yeah, she's. I'm trying to find ways to talk about things, but there are things I don't know how to describe.
She looks great in a cat girl outfit.
Of course, you would say that. You see, you
Well,
just have
no,
that.
have
You
you
just have
seen?
the Naoto bias for cat Halloween costumes.
Okay, well, I just realized, yeah, this Halloween costume in Persona is actually a cat girl outfit. What the fuck? But, no, but like genuinely, it looks cute, and I like her, her design. She looks really. You see her out. She also has a really hilarious sister who's teasing her about being in love with Naoto, the other Naoto. Also, during one scene where she's dressing up for like a date, you see her with her hair fully down instead of like the half pulled up bang thing, and it looks really adorable for some reason.
Yeah.
But besides that, I'd give her an
All right. Hela from Marvel Comics.
A.
She,
All I know is that thanks to Marvel Rivals, people are severely thirsting over her.
I would personally not thirst over the goddess of death. Especially knowing she's Loki's daughter, but this is the Marvel Comics version, so she's Odin's daughter. Uh,
But
eh, she's
she's
okay.
dark, she's
She's
sadistic, she
decent.
looks fucking awesome, I will admit, in Marvel Rivals. And I can see why people look at her and are like, oh, she's fucking hot, because, well, she is. I can't say personality-wise, because she would probably fucking kill just about anyone that would try anything, but at least design-wise, she get at least to be. Design can only get someone so far unless I really like a design.
All right.
Okay. Who's
Next.
next? Okay. This I don't know a whole hell of a lot about this character, but she's from Warrior. Nope, that's wrong. What am I saying? She's from King of Fighters. She's a pirate from another dimension. Despite her name being like Love Heart or whatever it is, she's fucking like not at all the type of personality you'd expect from a name like that. She's a pirate. She's kind of cool. I don't think she's got much else going for because I didn't really play as her much. She's kind of neat, cool design. B.
Okay. Hifumi, the only romance social link I haven't even bothered starting.
Wait, you've done Chihayas and Oyas?
Yeah.
Oh, that's shocking.
Which is funnily,
Some of
which
them.
I would like to say is funny because I never finished them. I say bothered starting because
Oh,
I've only beaten the game twice. It is my least replayed Persona game.
it's definitely my most replayed Persona game, but not willingly.
Like
But that's besides the
I
point.
just don't vibe with Royal as much or with 5 as much as I do 3 and 4.
Shut your mouth. Anyway, so just kidding. But anyway, Hifumi Togo. Uh, I haven't done hers either, but I've seen a few of her scenes, in passing. And also I've obviously done her whole ass social link. I love her social link, and she's far from my least favorite in that game for reasons that I have explained. But she's got a nice design. Her design was originally going to be used for another party member after Haru, who was scrapped because we had way too many party members. Ironically, um, she she's cool, she's smart, she's kind of a celebrity, much to her own chagrin. She has a terrible mother who basically will threaten you for even thinking about possibly getting with her daughter
Well, damn.
until you
Who does
change
she
that.
think she is? Sedith?
Well, she's basically a evil Seneth, I guess,
Aw.
and also female. But regardless, um, I haven't done her marriage or no marriage. Fuck me, that was wrong game. Uh, I haven't done her romance, but from some of the scenes, and I'm pretty sure I have seen her Hawaii event, but I don't remember it very well. It's she's neat. I like her. She's all right. I give her maybe just at least for her design, boosting her up to a A.
Alrighty.
I genuinely do like her design
Up
too.
next
Got
is
like I don't know who that
Hildegard.
is.
It says Hildegard. Hildegard.
Who the
Something like
fuck
that.
is that?
Good question. I don't know.
I didn't include this.
Okay, cool. She's gone now.
What the fuck?
She's been
Who,
removed.
who the fuck was that?
No idea. Hilda from Soul Calibur 4.
Okay. Um. Soul Calibur 4. I'm sorry. I'm so distracted by whoever the fuck that was. Oh, We
She's
have
gone
an
now.
infiltration?
What?
What the fuck? I was like,
It,
did we just have some sort of
I
infiltration?
eliminated the traitor.
The imposter has been ejected.
Right.
But was anyway, Soul Calibur, girl. She's a princess. A lot of her grabs are her doing wrestling moves, which is fucking hilarious to me. Um, she has a very long spear. I like when you. I like her hair when you destroy her outfit and her hair goes down. She looks really nice. I don't really know much else about her very much because again, some of those characters felt very underbaked. I guess I'll just give her a B like most of the characters from that game.
All right. Up next is
And you have the floor.
Himeno from Chainsaw Man.
Please
Uh,
don't tell me this is the one that puked in his mouth.
well, yeah. It wasn't
Oh, it's a
intentional.
D
She
just
was
for that.
drunk.
I know, but a D just for reminding me of that
Now,
scene.
here's the problem. As with most of the adult women in Chainsaw Man, give me just a second. She's a little bit too eager to go after a 16-year-old
Is there any sort of reason why the characters seem particularly fond of doing that?
because Denji's Denji, I guess. I don't know.
Why? How the fuck is there any riz behind that dumbass?
He's the Chainsaw Devil. It's less him doing it and more the okay, this guy has a really cool reputation. As I like, he's the only thing that can permanently kill other devils. So
So he's just like, hey, this person's well known. Take me.
yeah, pretty much. Anyway, uh, she's shown to be really cool. She's very caring when it comes to it. Outside of all of that, has a mild alcohol problem, like similar to Tsunade. Um,
Well, considering the scene in question,
smokes a lot, which is a downside or an upside depending on whether you think it's cool aesthetically or it disgusts you. She's and so after she dies, spoiler alert,
okay,
uh,
I just shouldn't be surprised.
we we see through flashbacks from Aki because she was Aki's mentor, like the relationship the two of them had, and that she was really caring towards Aki, and really taught him a lot of the things he came to know. So I think Himeno, not my favorite. That will always go to Power, but she's a very close second.
Okay then.
What? I can't like the Himeno.
Nothing. I didn't say that. I was just like, oh, that was a very. I don't know anything about this character, so okay, I'll just agree. I'll nod and agree.
Right.
All right. So next is. I'm saying you're moving on right now.
Yeah.
Okay. Next is Himiko Yumino from uh Danganronpa V3. For the record, King has not played that game, so I'm trying to keep things as spoiler free as possible for when we do play that game. Um, she is the ultimate magician. Don't call her that because she will be mad and tell you that she is actually the ultimate mage. She in or she has deceived herself into believing that her magic tricks are actual spells, and she gets mad when you try to tell her that her magic isn't real. The only magic she said she's capable of performing is just basic magic tricks. She could sometimes be seen as loud and obnoxious, but I personally kind of find her kind of cute. She shares a voice actor with Chiaki and Happy, which automatically gives her a plus. Um, aside from a really annoying event involving, or aside from a really set of annoying events involving Angie, she's generally cute. She has some really cute moments. She has a scene where she is frantically panicking about people wanting her small hole.
I'm sorry. What?
There's a scene where she there's a scene during one of the class trials where characters are mentioning trying to get something through a small hole and she starts frantically saying something like, "Are you?" She yells the hilarious quote, "Are you after my small hole too?" And in sheer panic, just says that
Like
randomly.
like the magician's trick, or is it an innuendo?
Oh, it's 100% anyone that was right to her unmentionable.
Oh, great.
But it's funny. It's really funny.
Because like there is a
But I
magician's trick
personally,
where it involves fitting something through a hole that it is far too big for. But I used to have a magic handbook, and the only tricks I could ever like successfully do were a few card tricks and a few of the optical illusions.
she for me personally just ever so barely ekes into an S rank, just barely, because I
Okay.
can see how she could get annoying,
Is it
but I
because
don't personally
is it
find her
because of
annoying.
her small hole?
No, it actually is just boosted that much up just by the fact that she shares the voice actor Chiaki and Happy.
So you like pancakes then?
What?
Anyway, Himiko from Morizurochi 3.
What?
You're up.
Okay, so uh
We're gonna move
is
on before he
constantly fond
figures out what I was joking about.
uh is very fond of Dodgy, who we previously rated. Um is uncomfortably childlike for this list, but regardless, I still included her, much like a lot of the Warriors or much like a lot of the Warriors characters. Very loud, very obnoxious, kind of annoying. Uh, C.
All right.
Not much else to her.
Hinata.
Well, I mean,
She's blind.
it's not, they're not blind. They just have weird eyes. I'm pretty sure they're not actually blind. But I'm pretty sure they're not. I'm pretty sure the Hughes aren't blind. They just have special eyes that
Okay,
look like
so
that.
tech on a technicality, they are because they can't see like we do. They see like chakra. They see through chakra, so they're you know blind in terms of they don't see light or color. They see anime vision basically.
I okay. Did you just look that up, or are you just saying that?
I just looked it up.
That okay.
They
That's not very
the only spot
well.
where they are properly blind is the very back of their neck because there's no chakra point there or some shit, I guess.
That seems like a very. They do not at all show that very well in the anime, at the very least.
The only
But
time
anyway,
I can
besides
think
the
of it
point.
being shown well is when Boruto, being the dumbass, pathetic, sorry excuse for trying to fill in and be his father that he is, hides under a blanket thinking his mother, who can see chakra and see chakra through objects, won't see him hiding under the blanket.
Oh my god!
Everything about Boruto is so dumb.
By the way, I didn't. I'm pretty sure she didn't get included, but we really should have included Hanabi, who I think is her sister, possibly.
Possibly. I don't know. I really
Because
like Hinata. I think she's cool. Naruto really scored with this one. Like
she really did.
I'm glad he grew up and realized that Sakura is a useless piece of shit and that Hinata's where it's at. So,
Also, wait on, and also don't forget she's she has the Haru treatment in terms of her size. You don't see it very often, but when you see it,
well, in Boruto she got nerfed, so that's that.
not I mean, did she?
Yeah.
Well, I know at least in her the last design she certainly did not,
Anyway,
which is I'm
S
pretty
tier.
sure the design you have there.
Yep, it is.
There's something else. There's something else. Oh yeah, and also since she's not on here, but I'm just gonna quickly pretend we're rating Nabi. She's her Boruto design's really hot, and from my head, it seems she has a bit of a teasing personality or something. She also unintentionally gets Shino drunk and causes him to lose control of his bugs. I think. Anyway, I give her an A. I just like that a little bit 17. So pretend that she got rated. Anyway, Attack on Titan character.
Yep.
Okay, so this is Now, anyone who hasn't seen far enough into the third part of Attack on Titan wouldn't know, or would normally know this character as Krista. You later find out that is not actually her name. She is actually her actual real name is Historia.
Joke's on you. As
Um,
someone who doesn't know Attack on
I
Titan,
know,
I don't even know who that fucking character is.
I know. This is directed at the audience, you dimwit. I know you don't fucking know anything about him,
I don't even know
about
who the
her.
fuck the main character is.
Aaron Yeager, dumbass. Anyway,
I wasn't sure from the sheer amount I see of that guy,
would
but
you let
also
me?
the other
Would
guy.
you let me? Will you let me finish?
What's his name?
We need to get a
Mikasa's
move on,
brother.
dude. It's not even brother. Jesus Christ.
Like I said, I don't know shit.
Anyway, they are related, but I'm at least like I'm pretty goddamn sure they aren't even remotely brother. They're like very, very distantly related. They just at best share the last name.
Okay.
But anyway, but regardless, anyway, she is uh, she's very kind. She's very caring. Um, she has some really cool. She has some decently cool moments in part three where she shows some agency and goes away from just being the caring one to actually being kind of a little bit of a badass, not as badass as she could be, but she shows some pretty decently cool agency, and she also, spoiler alert, may or may not be a fucking queen, but then let's ignore that for a second. Um, she's honestly really cool, and I give her an A.
Alright. Up next is another Danganronpa character that I don't recognize.
You played the game.
Yeah, I
Uh,
know, but I
does
I have.
Danganronpa
Here's the problem. I've played one more recently than I've played two. I played two when it came out, and I
anyway,
actually repurchased and replayed one. Not so much for two.
anyway, Hiyoko Saionji. I would have preferred if we had picked an image of her Danganronpa 3
Well, maybe you should have
aged up
fucking
design.
specified.
I know, but Danganronpa 3, you see a version of her where she's a lot more aged up. She had a growth spurt over a certain course of time. Um, Regardless, her personality is she is a massive fucking bully to a very, very horrible degree. Uh, she frequently, then due to her childlike appearance at times, frequently gets away with it because anytime someone else is mean, someone basically Mahiru, another character, steps in and is like, "Hey, don't be mean to the character that is being an asshole to you," and I fucking hate that. Um, she almost had some decent character development until she fucking died immediately after she was about to get her character development.
Damn.
She constantly bullies the character Mikan and is very probably very responsible for keeping her from ever managing to get past her bully trauma. The bitch. In fact, literally the first thing she says in fact, the very first thing she says when the characters react to her growth spurt is, "Now I'm strong enough to twist Mikan into a pretzel." And it's like, okay, wow, fuck you. But in terms of like looks, well, I'm only accounting for for time skip design because God knows I don't want to try to say anything about Kyoko's regular design. She is fine. She constantly wears a kimono. I don't know if she's like the ultimate traditional dancer or whatever the fuck it is. Uh, she has some funny moments, but more often than not, she's an annoying little twat. Uh, C, yeah, fuck that D, fuck her, D, and don't literally fuck her. That'd probably be a bad idea.
Why? I mean, I know why,
Because,
but anyway.
all right, you probably played this game. You
Ruto.
played this game. You
Yep.
go for it.
It is Ocarina of Time, so a game I played when I was 8, and I haven't played it since. I also only played the DS version. Anyway, from what I remember, because she was the least memorable character to me, so we're going to. You see her both as Child Link and Adult Link, and you see her child in adult forms. Naturally, this is the adult form. As a child form, she ends up getting engaged to Link, so that's fun. or at least
Wait,
self-proclaim,
hold on,
or at least
wait.
self-proclaiming herself to be Link's fiance as a child. Both of them being
I'm
children.
sorry.
Both of them are children. It's
I
fine.
I did not. Well, no, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that's the problem. I just didn't know that was a fucking thing.
Yep. Anyway, so you have to fucking guide her through a whole ass dungeon, like a whole dungeon wide escort mission, which sucks.
Yeah, that
But
sounds like it sucks.
she's pretty cool. She's cute. Whatever. In the adult form, here's the thing, right? Adult Link is an actual thing, like the time travel. It's not time travel per se. Like the only time traveling is you going back and forth consistently between both forms of Link, like at each time. Because in universe, now there is a time travel where Link is going back and forth between both times as himself, but the adult Link did actually, there was an experience where that time passed, and it was when Child Link went to the Temple of Time and just sat there for 8 years doing nothing. And then that becomes adult Link. The time traveling is going back and forth between both forms now that you're adult Link. It's weird. Anyway, Princess Ruto waited 8 years for Link. Like, she was that devoted and in love with him that she waited 8 whole years, so that's something.
Damn.
And even as a
Also, don't forget Fish Lady.
okay, why is that important?
I don't know, she's hot. Just by being a Fish Lady.
There's Mifa. She's also cool. You could have chosen Mifa. You chose
Well,
Ruto.
I figured you would. I don't know enough about this stuff. I was hoping you'd pick them better.
Anyway, Ruto. I mean, she's pretty cool overall. Better than Zelda. I'll give her that. She gets a solid B tier rating.
That probably isn't a very high bar to clear.
It's really not. Zelda's so fucking boring.
Well, yeah, she's like the main fucking female character. Again, the
There,
main one is always the boring
all
one.
I can say is there's only a few like Zelda characters I would rate in the A or S tier. But you know, that's probably because the Zelda characters are surprisingly realistic characters.
Sorry.
They have enough flaws to balance them and be not high tier every time. Anyway, Ibuki.
All right, Ibuki Miyoda from Danganronpa 2. Hold on. Ibuki Miyoda from Danganronpa 2. By far one of the most literally and figure and personality wise colorful characters in the entire series. She has a punk design. She's the ultimate musician. She was part of a girl band who broke up due to creative differences. Um, which involve her incredibly strange songs, including the song title of "I Pushed Out a Baby and I Don't Know Who the Father Is."
Oh.
Yeah, something like that. I thought probably a little bit wrong on the title, but it's something close to that. But she is fucking hilarious. She says some of the most out of pocket shit, including the line "Welcome to Girl Love, Slippery When Wet."
I get it.
When a character talks about the sea, she says, "The sea? Well, I'll see you next Tuesday."
Yeah, I'm remembering why I liked
Uh,
Ibuki.
she has several of the funniest quotes in the game. Um, Overall, fucking hilarious character. Chews the goddamn scenery in just about every scene she's in. Inconsistently refers to herself in the third person. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's jokes about her simultaneously referring to herself in the third person and the first person at the same time. Um, at one point, completely knocks a bunch of soldiers flat with her music. Her introduction scene in Danganronpa 3 is her playing a fucking guitar with a flamethrower attached to the end of it, cooking steak. She's fucking awesome, essentially, and she's goofy. She's awesome. I fucking love her. She gets a fucking F.
All right, up next is another Ibuki.
A,
Let's go.
a Buki from Street Fighter. She's a ninja. She uh is a ninja. She's there. He was, I think, introduced in Third Strike, or at least that series of games. I think, maybe.
I think so too.
Uh, she is kind of alright. Her personality is kind of a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Like she's got some funny moments and some cute costumes, and her gimmick, or her whole concept is neat. But like, she hasn't got a whole hell of a lot else. So it'd be
Alrighty. Okay, Ruby,
oh boy.
the lesser of the two sisters,
Okay,
and
so
and a lot in
the
multiple ways.
you already didn't like her to be before
Okay, I
time
didn't.
skip, right?
I didn't.
Or before the
I
various.
can't say I hated her. I just didn't like her as much as Yang. No, hate is reserved
Okay,
for Wise.
okay. On one little quick tangent I want to go on. What the hell? I wonder what the fuck is up with Ruby's fucking sprite from fucking Blazewood Cross Tactile, because Jesus Christ, it makes it look like she has giant fucking boobs, and she does not. Like, have you seen her artwork?
Yes, I've played the game.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Like, why does her artwork look like that?
I have no idea.
It's way too overly flattering because she does not have that kind of size on her.
Yeah,
But anyway, besides the point, loud, obnoxious, overly obsessed with weapons, uh,
you will be
got
playing second
exceeding
fiddle to her scythe.
got exceedingly annoying past part three, but so did everyone, so that doesn't matter.
Homophobic Ruby for the win. I,
Okay, that
I
scene was
really
fucking
hope that's not
hilarious.
taken out of context and people get the
Okay,
meme.
okay, so basically it was a meme playing off of a scene where essentially, whether they meant to or not, they kind of called out their own bullshit with Blake and Yang by just being like, by having her be like, and we get it, you guys are together, we're so proud of you. It's like, fuck, where'd that come from? It was something to that degree. It's like, Jesus, Ruby.
Yeah, but
But it was fun.
like I never hated Ruby. No, hate was always reserved for Wise. I have hated her since the beginning. Crater Face is okay though, but I remember the very first name, the very first insult Wise ever threw at Ruby, and that was calling her Crater Face.
It doesn't make sense.
What? It's
It
because
doesn't even
it's
make
because Ruby, when she met Wise, she knocked over Wise's dust collection and then sneezed on it, and that could have made the entire fucking suitcase explode into a crater. Thus, Crater Face, because Wise is not very creative. But anyway,
sense.
I don't hate Ruby. Her voice is a bit obnoxious. You're going to be playing second fiddle to her scythe, or whatever sword she finds on the sidewalk at any given
She
time.
has some. She has a really great interaction with Aegis and Blaze Blue Cross Tag Battle where she geeks out over Aegis' weapons,
Yeah,
and then Aegis proceeds to run away in terror when Ruby really wants to inspect her thoroughly.
yeah. But no, look, Ruby's cool. Blake is boring. Yang is the best one. Ruby's all right. I would put Ruby in a solid B tier.
That works.
Oh boy, why is his mom?
Oh, okay. Oh God, I forgot she had a mom. I always keep thinking her mom's dead, and then I'm like, oh wait, yeah, her mom's not
Warbling.
dead. She just fucking doesn't fucking exist, pretty much.
Your headset's doing the thing again.
God damn it! Is it working now?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Fucking hell, I fucking hate that shit.
But yeah,
I forgot. I was saying that I forgot Weiss even had a fucking mom, and I keep thinking she's dead, but apparently
well,
she's not dead. She just
she
kind of
doesn't appear much before part 3, so that's why.
actually does she? She doesn't even appear in part three, does
No,
she?
she
I
doesn't.
thought she
I
only.
meant like she doesn't appear like when the show was good. Is a better way. Probably how
Oh
I should
yeah,
have
okay.
worded it. But I mean, she's alcoholic, but that just kind of comes with the whole being a attractive older woman thing, apparently.
Actually, I was gonna say that comes with being Weiss's mom.
Oh yeah, that too. If you give birth to a disappointment like that, you're going to be an alcoholic.
Oh my God,
But
that's horrible.
it also just seems to be the attractive older woman alcohol. I mean, look, Tsunade, Vanessa, the literal next one up.
Vanessa? Who are you talking about?
The girl from Black Clover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just seems to be a trend here. Himeno, it's just the thing. Anyway, she's all right. She's definitely not got much going for her because she appeared in Bad Ruby. Based on
Yeah.
design, she's cool looking. I'll give her a
Be careful, we might get the Ruby fanatics after us.
look, man. Your show sucks. It was good for a short time. That's it.
Your show sucks now.
It was
Like
good for a while. I was a fan.
once,
I'm still really hoping that Viz Media redeems it and makes it good again.
yeah, once Montione was no longer involved, it all went downhill.
Yeah, I'm putting Willow in C. Anyway, Oya's up next. See what I mean with being an attractive older woman comes with alcoholism?
Yeah. Are you sure about the attractive part?
Yes. Have you got a problem
Of
with my
course.
tastes?
Anyway, oh yeah, journalist, extremely alcoholic.
Questionable
Makes you
morality.
makes you pretend to be her boyfriend so that she can get a scoop, and might actually become your boyfriend or I mean girlfriend if you decide to do that.
And it's really funny when you
Um,
consider that she is fully aware that Joker's a high school student.
yeah, it's
Uh,
she even specifically says, "Hey, make sure you tell him that you confess to me because I don't want to seem like a cradle robber."
yeah.
Like exact phrasing.
It's
I
probably
love
one
it.
of the best things about Oya is when you subject Mishima to her.
So yeah, definitely not the probably the best pick in terms of wanting someone that'd probably be a decent
Stable.
parent
Yeah.
or that.
Definitely, she's not a stable woman. She could. She's probably going to go over the edge at any moment. I mean, she's a journalist. Journalists already
Probably.
are a little debatable. Morality also, again, she was willing to, you know, use a high school boy for that kind of thing. So you never know with Oya. However, I like her. I think she's cool. She's easily in my top 5 for that game. I'm gonna give her A tier and move on. A
All
lot of
right,
people seem to
I'll accept
dislike her.
that. I can understand why. I mean, my mom dislikes her,
Okay,
and
so
from what I've
anyway, new Hex Maniac. Have you seen?
okay,
I believe I explained to you like what we actually saw of the new Hex Maniac, right?
yeah, like all of like a fucking single frame in the background for like a second.
Yeah, here I'll see if I can find the.
We don't need it.
No, here I found it already. Not for YouTube. I'm gonna show it to you. I found exactly what it looks like when she shows up. So
Uh, by the way, I see Sai. We already rated her.
yeah, I know. She's just there.
But anyway, what I was gonna say was I personally would have preferred the old design. Just saying.
I don't care. I'm putting the new one in because the new game's coming out and I can tag it in this video.
Are you actually going to?
No, I'm not that shallow.
they basically just they just did it for no reason.
I did it for the views. I'm kidding.
Well,
I'm
I
not
prefer
that
the old
shallow.
design. So for all intents and purposes, I'm counting it as the old design.
Anyway, there. I texted you like what we actually saw of it,
Hold on, give me a second.
and
I
then
went
people
text
brought
you.
it into
Oh my
HD.
god, that's literally it.
Yeah, and this is the image I'm using. Hold on, I'm gonna send it.
What the hell is okay? What the heck is with
This
the
is the image
fucking
I'm using.
what is with the arms? Like I've been wondering that. Like why is her arms just up like
It's
that?
just kind of what she does. There's not much to go off of with Hex Maniac. She's just really popular in the community, and I
Uh,
understand. I mean, look at her.
she's she's mysterious. She's got a cute design. She's got the weird fucking if you're I'm basing it off of the X and Y one, the better one.
You are not the one.
Uh, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, she's got that
She's
going for
she's
her.
she's got the character model and that infamous scene that thousands of channels bring up, like, oh, creepy scenes in video games. It's like more just kind of
It's just kind of there.
neat little Easter egg.
It's
Yeah, I never experienced. I played the game. I could have gotten the scene, but I just never bothered because I just I don't know. I already knew about it. And I was like, I
Okay,
don't
I'm
need to
going
see
to
it.
make some Pokemon fans mad. I never actually played X and Y.
You do realize I'm pretty sure XY is kind of disliked amongst the community. I think,
Eh.
from what I've heard, at least, I think it's like one of the more black sheep games.
Okay,
I
here's the
might be
funny
dead
thing.
wrong because naturally I'm not a part of the community. I just played two of the games.
Yeah, I've played Diamond and Pearl. Specifically, I played Pearl, I think. Hold on, I have to look at the cover arts now.
Damn it, you little shit, Boruto. Sorry, playing the game. Okay, got him.
Okay, sure, fair enough. I played yeah, I played Pearl, so there's that. Anyway, so I played one of the DS games at least.
Okay.
Anyway, Hex Maniac's cool. Doesn't really have a lot going for her. I'm hoping in the new game that's coming out, she'll have something a little bit more since she's so popular and Nintendo likes the cash. But
Um, for basing off of her design alone, she gets a freaking A for me. I love her design in at least X and Y.
all right, fair enough. I'm willing to go there. Ibuki, sorry, not Ibuki, Iku from 100
Hmm?
Girlfriends. I defaulted to
Oh,
Ibuki.
okay.
She's a.
Unfortunately, I have not watched this far, so I all so I have to spoil a little bit too
I'm
much.
not. I'm not going to spoil much. I'm going to go base personality traits. Okay, so baseball player, tomboy, masochist, likes having
That's like
her butt smacked with a baseball bat, has been like very hard, did get launched approximately speed wise, I'd say it was about 80 miles an hour by that baseball bat.
okay.
Yeah,
Moving on.
and she enjoyed
Details
it.
where we do not need detail.
Yeah, basically, she's a cool character. Yeah, A. Why not?
Okay. Um, I have the story again. This is Yukiko, I think is how it's pronounced. She
Like the
is
Persona
from
character? Is that a
Fresh,
Persona reference?
not Yukiko, Yukiko.
Yukiku?
No, anyway,
You
so
said Yukiku,
she
you fuck.
is. Will you shut the? She is from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. She's from Part 4. Her stand is literally just her hair. Um, she is obsessed with the character uh, Koichi, I think his name is pronounced.
That's a better stand than a
Um,
fishing rod.
she that's actually debatable, but in terms of the actual show, it's debatable in terms of which one would be more stronger. Probably the fishing rod, believe it or not. But anyway, besides the point, she is exceedingly violent. Like her love damn near kills Koichi because she kidnaps him. Koichi tries to make himself less appealing to her, and instead, all that did was make her desire to kidnap her or kidnap him and make him into the ideal man. Which almost results in his death, results in him pissing himself, results in him having to eat uh literal pages of a dictionary due to misspelling something. Um, very nearly got strangled several times and had to fight her off. But did save her life in the end, made her fall for him all over again, but in a less violent way. Shows up in another episode that's centered around her where she genuinely tries to get his affection despite the horrible things she did to him earlier, and she actually succeeds, and it's actually really sweet and everything. Like it's actually there's also a hilarious reaction when he makes out with her. Then he goes to Josuke and Okuyasu and is like, "Hey, so like, don't freak out, but I kind of made out with her." And like the characters pause for a second, and Okuyasu just kind of like slowly falls backward, almost falls out of the window he's sitting on. It's like, what? Oh wait, no, sorry, it's Josuke that almost falls out of the window and then does that, and then he's like, "Yo, Okuyasu, did you hear about this?" And then it just cuts to him because he's facing away, and it cuts to him, and he's just crying because he's like, he's jealous as fuck. Sorry. Really funny scene. There's some really great scenes involving her, and she's awesome. Exceedingly violent, might kill you. You're not Koichi, so you probably wouldn't be have a chance with her. But she's neat and all. I give her an A just because of some of her comedic scenes. Also, she can revive in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure All Star Battle R and Eyes of Heaven, and it's really fucking annoying. Anyway,
Okay.
give her an A.
All right. You reset your headset.
God damn! Did it even pick up any of that?
No, it did. Don't worry. All of that was covered. You're good.
Thank God. Okay, Whip from King of Fighters. Well, she uses the whip. I don't know much else about her personality. I think she's a little bit more on the sarcastic and like. I think she's a little bit. I don't know about sarcastic, but I know I think she's got a bit more of like like a bit more colorful of a personality than another character that has yet to be on this list, but will be on there because she's meant to be kind of the opposite of said character. So I think she's meant to have a little bit more of a personality. I don't remember a lot about her. The only thing I can remember is that she's named Whip because she uses the whip, which is funny enough to boost her to at least B.
All right. And next up is Felicia.
Felicia, cat girl or cat girl, showgirl, singer, performer, fucking adorable. Also a nun at one point too, so that's a hell of a resume.
Yeah. No, definitely
Uh,
a hell of a resume.
um, there's no way to really get around it. She's fucking hot. Uh,
You're not helping
um,
your case, but
fun. Oh come on, she does not count as a furry. She's a cat girl. That's different.
well, I mean, on the furry
But
scale, the paws make her a little bit closer, but sure. And yes, there is an
she
actual
doesn't
scale for these
count.
things.
She has more skin than she is fur.
I know.
But regardless, I
I'm
like
just
the
mucking
blue
about.
hair. I like the big ass hair for some reason. Something about that is just really cute and attractive. She's adorable. And I don't remember if she did. I can't remember who won, but I know that there's a death battle between her and Takaka from Blaze Blue. I think Takaka won. I'm not
Probably.
sure. I actually no. I think
No.
Takaka lost,
Yeah,
which
no.
doesn't
Do
make
you know
sense.
how fucking horrifying Darkstalker's scaling is? Let me put it
Well, I
this
mean,
way.
Blaze Blue scaling's not any better.
Yeah, but let me put it this way. A low-level Darkstalker, like someone significantly weaker than Felicia's considered, sank the entirety of Egypt.
Oh, are you talking about Anakara?
Yeah. Like, that's scary. Like, yeah,
But
BlazBlue's out there, but, like, weaker characters in Darkstalkers are sinking entire countries.
oh shit!
What?
I just hold on. I ranked another character earlier because I thought the character was Ina, but they were from Samurai Warriors. But I see Ina being that character wasn't Ina.
Oh well, skill issue.
Well, fuck it. I don't know who that character was then.
Oh
But
sweet, a
anyway,
new Junji Ito collection came out. I think
for what?
Felicia's an A tier. Dead by Daylight. For killers,
Did
more killer skins.
did it?
Yeah,
Okay, I
unless
guess
I
I'll
missed
have to look
something
at
and it
that
came
later.
out a while ago. Because again, I haven't played the game.
What are the skins in it?
Hold on, give me a second.
Bleach is an S, by the way.
What?
Is it Bleach is an S, by the way?
Yeah, did I not put her in S?
I don't know. I just said that because I didn't hear what you put her in,
Yeah,
and you put
put
her
her
in
in
the.
A. God damn it. The tiers are too big.
Okay, but anyway,
Anyway, who's that next one?
the Guilty Gear. But more importantly, the Junji Ito thing.
I'm not gonna bother. We should
I'll
finish this.
Okay. Well, anyway, She is from Guilty Gear Strive. She has a weird wolf companion. She's tan. She's got red hair. She's got a big set of boobs. She wears a suit. I don't know much else about her personality because I don't know a lot about Guilty Gear Strive. Uh, yeah, just design wise alone, at least a high B. I almost like her design enough to put her in an A, but I don't know anything about her personality, so that knocked her down to a B.
All right.
I don't know why
Shazam.
he's
Why
there.
is he here? I honestly didn't even
You
I didn't even do that one. I know I
okay?
download.
No, you had to.
I know.
You
Okay,
didn't.
I know
I
what it
didn't
is. I
do
know
it.
what it is. I downloaded an image of him to use in or not Marvel vs. Capcom, fucking Injustice play gameplay, and I'm pretty sure my default image download folder was the folder I was using for this. So
Okay, thank God.
since I
Do
just
not
mass
put.
copied everything.
Okay, even if the
Oh
sad part
god.
is, even if we
Yeah.
did want to do that, that is so wrong on so many
Yeah,
levels
it is.
because,
No.
in case you don't know out there,
Cuz
Shazam is actually a kid.
yeah, no, he's 11. Fuck that. No, I was
Yeah.
no, yeah, apparently when I was doing this, the waifu tier list folder became the default for PNGs. So there's that.
Okay.
No, here's because I'm going to be playing as Shazam in my gameplay video cuz I main him in Flash. Anyway,
Oh, there's a character approaching that I see. But anyway,
Bowsette.
more importantly, okay. First and foremost, I want to hear your opinion first.
Well, ignoring the fact that it's Bowser, I think it's pretty cool as a concept. Like a female evil Koopa queen thing.
Okay.
It makes the villain seem more like an antithesis to Peach, as opposed to just
Okay.
a thing to happen. Like Bowser doesn't
Okay.
really feel like he plays any major role other than ugly monster kidnaps princess. Bowsette would seem like a much more
Okay.
interesting villain.
Okay. Uh, I had a thought train of thought that just left my head, but you know, uh, God, heaven forbid that the fucking crown slip off because oh God,
Just gorilla glue it to the head.
oh God.
Surgically
Um,
apply.
uh, not as good as Peach in my opinion,
Yeah.
just design
Tell you what,
wise.
let's
I
view
think
Bowsette as a separate thing with no Bowser relation. Got it?
sure, but it's kind of hard to get past that little. Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. Why the fuck is it Bowsette? That's the thing that bothers me to no end. Because the thing is, the crown. Okay, so the crown, like, you put it onto, and it turns Toadette into like a weird to Peachette.
Yeah.
Why the hell is the character named Bowsette? Because there's no Toadette involved in that freaking sequence.
The
There's
only
no
et the
Toadette.
only et is at the end. So shouldn't it be
I know.
Peach Hauser or some shit?
It should be Powser
Ah, yes.
or Beach.
But I mean, whatever. A dumb name aside, it's a pretty neat concept. I'm not against
It
it.
it's highly concerning in several aspects,
Yeah.
and to the point where it bumps it, or to where like if there was no Bowser, it'd probably be higher. But that's impossible to get past. So B. Only because I can't get past the fact that if that were to slip off, I don't want to know what I don't want to see what I would be in the
Yeah.
end. I just
Yeah, ignoring the Bowser part, going past that, I think Bowsette as a separate character would be like an A tier. But
yeah. Okay,
anyway,
so
Nora.
you go right ahead. This
Yeah.
is your wife, so
Okay,
go
one of the
right the fuck
characters
ahead.
I enjoyed more, because I'm gonna be fully honest, the main team seems like side characters compared to the side team with
Do
which
you
is
know the team name?
Juniper.
Okay, because it sounds like you almost didn't remember the team name.
No,
But go ahead.
I didn't refer to either team by name there, but because like John feels like much more of a main character than Ruby, but that aside, Nora is I like her. She's cool. She's interesting. Very tomboyish. Big hammer. I just like the big hammer trope. Anyway,
I shudder to think what would happen if they got hammered.
strong. pretty sure she's an orphan, so that's kind of cringe.
Uh,
I'm allowed
I
to say
am
that. I'm an orphan.
refusing. I'm refusing to talk about the next character, so you just go right the fuck ahead.
I'm allowed to say being an orphan is cringe because I am an orphan. Anyway, I think she's pretty cool.
Cringe.
Might get a little bit annoying going by Rin's reactions to some of the things she does, but I'd rank her in the same tier as Yang, which I can't even remember where we put Yang. I think we put her in A.
I
So
don't know.
she's going in A.
You go right ahead, man. I'm not. This was
Anyway,
your idea.
James. So here's the thing, James. Okay, he had tits once. That's it. That's all this is going off of. Although,
Oh my
funnily
God.
enough, whenever Team Rocket does their disguises, it, I don't know if you watch much of the anime, Kuma, but
No,
have
I
you ever
didn't.
realized like that the majority of the time when they do the like male female disguises, James is the one in the female outfit and Jesse's in the male outfit?
You do that. You do know that's a really stereotypical cartoon thing,
Yeah,
though,
I know,
right?
but it's really fucking funny to me. Or the time he had massive hubbly jubblies. I mean, that's the polite term,
I'm
I
pretty
believe.
sure that episode was banned, wasn't it?
Only in the U.S. As was the episode where Ash Ketchum was held at gunpoint, and the Porygon episode, but that was banned worldwide.
But yeah, that was because of
Yeah,
epilepsy.
James as a character, I'm going to give him the Speedwagon treatment, uh, and rate him despite as a dude as a waifu. He's going an S. He has some massive homie moments with Ash. I love the guy. I feel like him and Ash would be great friends, and I
I thought
would
you were
be great
gonna
friends
try
with
to say
James.
another way about the whole tit thing. I think he's got massive homie moments.
But yeah, he's
But
getting the Speedwagon treatment. Okay, Professor Sada. So you know how it was. You could either pick between Pokemon MILF and Pokemon DILF. Anyway, Professor Sada, primal cave woman, very strong, very cool, bit aggressive,
sounds right up your alley.
android.
What?
If you didn't know, spoiler alert for Pokemon MILF and Pokemon DILF. The professors aren't actually alive. They died
What?
like in universe. They died like what 20 years ago, and the versions we see are android copies, and also the main villains. Anyway, android. She
Okay,
goes in the android tier.
that would be A, right? Anyway, uh, Violet, specifically female Violet, which is also not the canon Violet.
I wanted to rank I wanted to rank male Byleth, but Kuma was against it.
Okay, that is A lie, and B, why would you want to rank that one? That seems a little suspicious, bro.
Because they're the same character.
Yes, but they don't have the same hearts.
They
But
might.
regardless,
You never know.
so female Violet, basically no personality in three houses. However, luckily, in the Fire Emblem Warriors Three Hopes, she is not the main character. So instead, you get to see a little bit more, not only her fully voice, but a little bit more of her individual personality. Not much, still very stoic, but also like kind of funny in some regards. Like the way she plays off of Shez is hilarious. Uh, because of like because like Shez tends to say things like jokingly and sarcastically, and then like Violet just doesn't get it or takes it seriously. Like when Violet jokes about them having to hold hands on the way back home, and she's like, "But why do we have to hold hands?" It's like it was a joke, but funny. Has a very sweet, very sweet support conversations with Gerald and a few other characters, and just is honestly a pretty great character for being a character that had little to no personality. They did a good job of getting her just enough personality while not having her not feel like Violet. She gets an S.
Yeah, no, I agree. As as my main man Sylvain once said, "You have tits. I'll join your class."
Yeah,
I believe
that
that's
is so
exactly
fucking
what he
hilarious.
says.
He did not say that, but he definitely thought it.
Yeah, pretty much. I like how as male Byleth you have to level up all these stats, and then female Byleth's like boobs.
Okay, you go right ahead.
Hey, Impa.
this is your.
She's a Sheikah
I
warrior,
see. First of all, I see that you went with Impa from.
Ocarina of Time.
No, that's not
Technically, that's her
Ocarina of
Hyrule
Time Impa.
Warriors variant, but eh,
I know, that's what I'm saying.
it's based on her Ocarina of Time variant.
I know it is.
Anyway, so Impa, right? Sheikah warrior. She is the person who trained Sheik, which is a very, very lame name for a Sheikah warrior, frankly. Uh,
Okay, did she like not know that,
no, she knew. I'm just trying to not spoil a game that came out on the Nintendo
boy,
64.
that isn't even like that is literally you don't even have to play the game. You just have to play Smash Brothers and you'd know.
Well, it depends on the Smashy Bros. After Brawl, they kind of cut that.
Yeah, but it's still pretty damn obvious.
Yeah, I
And
know.
in fact, actually, I'm pretty sure both Snake's Codex and the Palutena Guidance is just straight up stated.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, she trained Sheikah, blah, or she trained Sheik, blah blah blah. She's also the source of Adult Link's blue earrings. She gave them to Link as a coming of age ritual among the Sheikah, which is pretty cool. She's very duty
Um,
bound, the princess's bodyguard. Very
I
strong,
feel like,
wise, capable, intelligent. Got a lot going for her. I'd rank her in
hold on,
A. She's one of the few Zelda characters that
hold
gets
on.
higher than B. What?
I swear to God, I thought you were about to say she is the source of Link's blue ball.
No, no. So you know how
I'm like,
Adult Link?
what?
Okay, you might not know, but Adult Link's,
No, I
and
don't
it's
know.
specifically reserved for the adult versions of Link, as the child versions never wear any jewelry. But
Yeah,
Adult
yeah,
Link
yeah, cool,
is
cool. I just
very
you don't need to.
most adult depictions of Link are depicted with blue earrings. It started in Ocarina of Time, and Impa was the one who gave them to him because it's a coming of age ritual.
Anyway, Ina, I'm pretty sure I rated her B, so just put her in B.
Speaking
'Cause
of
I
Ina, here's
apparently.
Ino.
All right, Ino, Naruto. You didn't watch that, did you? So I'm gonna have to be the one to explain it.
I've watched a bit of Shippuden.
So Ina
I've watched
is
all of the original, and I've watched up until the pain arc of Shippuden, but I haven't finished the pain arc.
she
Ino
is
is a better
basically
Sakura.
Ina is basically the stereotypical attractive, like uppity bitch kind of type of character. She's Sakura's rival and yeah, she's Sakura's rival and just kind of a bitch. Obviously, by Shippuden, she becomes a lot less of a bitch, but she is not really got much going on for her. She's got some nice moments, but not a whole hell of a lot. And uh, she somehow ended up with Sai, which is funny, but she's all right.
I
Like I
mean,
said, she's
Sai,
kind of
much
just
like
a
her
better.
original crush, is an orphan. That's something.
I think she has the type.
Anyway, I know.
What? Oh, it's. Oh, I guess it is how it's pronounced. I forgot she does have the eye. Um. Oh. Anyway, so she is. I don't know a lot about her. I'm pretty sure she's like one of the villains in the franchise. I think. I'm not entirely sure. Has a guitar, looks really badass, has a witch's hat. Um, in her original designs, her jacket just straight up didn't have an undershirt, so she's just wearing a jacket with her boobs just hanging straight out. And in fact, one of her victory animations has her take her jacket off while facing away from the camera.
Nice.
Um, she's definitely got the older woman thing going on. She's extremely attractive. Uh, I don't really know much else besides that. I know she has like a very, you know, she has a neat personality from what I've seen. But again, I don't know a whole hell of a lot about her because I've never played any of the Guilty Gear games. But she seems cool, so I give her at least an A just because design wise, she's fucking awesome design wise.
Yeah. Okay, Ivy from Soul Calibur.
Um, Extremely attractive,
Yes,
very revealing outfit, will step on you. In
indeed.
fact, that is literally just her. That is literally just uh, her critical edge in fucking six. Magically imbued, probably. In fact, the magic is probably responsible for her boobs. I'm just kidding. That was a joke in the Death Battle episode. I stole it because I'm just that shameless. Um, uh,
I think she's an
she
A tier at the very least, and I'm gonna put
she's
her there, whether you like it or not.
questionably moral, and A is fine enough just because she's hot.
She's one of the few Soul Calibur characters who actually has a defined personality to any extent, so I'll give her that
Yeah,
much. I think she's cool. I like Ivy. Up next is another Guilty Gear character.
Jacko. She's cute and stuff, and her crouching pose and strive blew up the internet.
Well, now I need to. Oh wait,
You know,
I know what you're talking about.
yeah, the Jacko pose,
I just put that
that
together
one.
in my head. Anyway,
You didn't know that's where that came from?
motherfucker, I have played a grand total of 2 hours of Strive, and I exclusively play Faust. What do you want from me?
How the fuck did you not know that's where that came from? It's literally called the Jacko pose. There's a, what the
I forgot
fuck?
Jacko existed. Leave me alone.
Anyway, she's cute. She's got there. Uh, I like her multicolored hair. She's fond of candy. She's got a really cool pumpkin themed mask, and like she has these weird little minions that follow her around and stuff. She's adorable, and also that post set the world on fire, so she gets at least an A.
Up next is Jackie. Honestly, she just feels like a worse Jax in almost
Well,
every
yeah, that's what
way.
she is. She's an overrated character. I don't really care for her. She's not any better than Cassandra. I don't know why I called her that. God damn it, my reading is showing.
So here's my big
She's not any.
problem with the X passing of the torch characters. A lot of them are just
Is
lamer
it
versions
awful?
of their parents.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean,
Except for Takeda.
yeah,
He
Takeda's
was
awesome
actually
as
cool.
hell. Takeda's dope as fuck. But I think that's less him trying to copy Kinshi's gimmick and more him breaching off into his own thing that makes him a lot cooler, as opposed to Cassie,
Yeah.
who's just Johnny Cage a second time, but with like a slightly worse personality, and then Jackie,
hmm
who is Jax again, but boring. It's just,
I mean, Christ, she didn't even lose her arms.
yeah. Come
She
on,
just has gauntlets. Like,
she's
fuck.
not even committed to the bit. Like, what the fuck?
She doesn't even. She never even had her canon event. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's stupid. So, meh.
She's maybe got like a slightly more entertaining personality at best.
Yeah, but that's not much going for her.
I don't even know if C really feels right, but just leave her there.
Anyway, Jessie from Honey Pop.
Oh God. Well,
Well,
I'll
MILF, literally, mother of Tiffany, who's
por-
also on this list.
porn
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 star,
star.
yeah, she's experienced.
I would almost certainly assume she probably has one or two diseases.
Yeah. In Honey Pop 2, she admits that she doesn't feel anything down there anymore. So that's fun. Yay.
Is she like also like a drug addict, or am I wrong
She's an
with that?
alcoholic and a cigarette
Okay,
addict.
okay. Um, well, she's definitely a decent example of her red flags are big, but her boobs are bigger.
Yeah. But she does have like an actual
Uh,
like caring personality. You know she cares for Tiffany and wants to reconnect with her.
yeah, don't seem to be going very
It's
well
much
though.
more established in Honey Pop 2, her more
Like,
sentimental side. Hell, actually, the most notable thing in Honey Pop 2 that really shows that change in character is that
yeah,
in the main game, her most desired trait is sexuality and her least desired is romance. And the sequel, it's the opposite.
that's neat.
So it's a fun little detail that goes with her change of character in that game. Really, I think
Well,
Jessie is one of my favorites in the series. Like, her character
And not just
development.
for that reason.
No, like literally not just for her appearance. Like her character
No, I
development
know.
is awesome, and I love it. And she has a genuinely good story across the games, which is funny to say when what those games are and what
Yeah.
this like overarching story is, because there is actually a story in the sequel.
But ignoring all that for a second and just going based on what not.
Yeah,
So
I'm putting Jesse in S tier.
that works for me.
All right.
Definitely caught the attention of my younger self, who should not have been looking at that game. But regardless,
I 100%ed it by the age of 12. What are you gonna do?
oh my god, I
What?
just realized how weird that is. Just how much younger. It makes me think of just how strange it is. Like it's actually a lot younger than me than it seems like sometimes.
We're only 3 years apart.
I know, but that
No,
still
not even that. We're 2 years apart.
feels strange in some
I
regards.
forgot that I just had my birthday. My birthday is that just unimportant to me. Anyway,
Wow.
well, I haven't celebrated it in over like 4 or 5 years, and that party we had was my first party in 11 years. So, yeah,
Okay. Speaking of Jessie's, uh, I think her name is Jessie McCartney or Jessica something. Either way, it's a reference to a fucking like person, really a famous person, who's actually male. So I don't know why this weird reference. Um, doesn't have a whole lot of doesn't have a whole hell of a lot of personality. Shows a bit of sarcasticness in some regards, like when she jokingly remarks about not being surprised that women would run away from Frank.
yeah.
That's pretty funny. Uh, hot business lady appearance.
I mean, that's just a good thing.
Uh, uh, she, her partner Brad dies and no one bothers telling her. Granted, at his own request, but that's besides the point. It's kind of messed up that she never really learns about that. Especially since not too long after that, she dies too. So, uh, she doesn't do a whole hell of a lot. She's just kind of sits in this fucking. The most she does is give us the infamous "I've covered wars, you know" line, and just for that, she gets an A for giving us that infamous scene.
Right. Yeah, okay, I'll give her that. That is like Frank's most iconic line. All right, up next we have Jessie Raspberry from Final Fantasy VII. Yes, that is her last
Her
name.
last name?
Yes.
You knew what I was gonna say before I even fucking said it.
Anyway, so Jessie, she's an inventor. She's very playful, very teasing. She's also an actress. She's very cool.
Okay.
She's a rebel, much like Tifa. She's a, borderline eco-terrorist, but it's fine. She's actually the one who convinced Barrett to pay for Cloud in the first place. And spoiler alert for the Final Fantasy VII Remake, her death is one of two that actually made me feel something, so yay.
She dies?
At the very end.
Oh, that sucks ass.
Her and Biggs, who are my definitely some of my favorite characters in that game, are
I don't
Jesse,
care about who
Biggs, and
that is. I care
Wedge.
more about her.
Yeah, Biggs dies sacrificing himself for Wedge. Wedge falls very far, and then Jesse blows herself up.
Sucks.
Or rather, she blows up a helicopter that's right in front of her, and then the blown up helicopter crashes into her.
Wait, oh my god, that's such a stupid way of killing too. What the fuck?
Well, she didn't really have room to run. They were on a fucking tower. Okay, so basically the context here, the Shinra was trying to blow up the support tower that holds up the plate, which is the giant piece of metal in the sky that holds up a city, like a section of a city. And they were trying to drop that onto the slums below, destroying the city and the slums to eliminate the terrorist organization, which are just rebels, but because Shinra controls everything, they call them terrorists. You know,
That makes me so fucking sad that I just learned
Jesse
that.
dies in a self-sacrifice.
Cause like I thought I've seen some of her scenes and she's so cute. I was like, oh man,
Yeah,
you
no,
must be a
Jesse's
nice
fucking
character.
awesome.
Man, I hope she
She
gets something decent. No, she doesn't. She fucking dies
Well,
because of fucking
she
course
gets
she
to
does.
die in Cloud's arms. That's something.
Ironically, because I saw her and was like, man, if there was an option to pick between a character, I would have picked her.
Yeah, no,
Well,
Jesse
too
and
bad.
Tifa. Yeah, no, she dies in
I'm
Cloud's arms.
fucking
That's something. She does say she's lucky.
fine.
She does say she's glad that Cloud's the person who gets to hear her final words. So, yay, I guess.
Doesn't matter. She's dead.
Okay, Jill Valentine. I think we can both agree she's C tier. Mid as
Yeah,
fuck.
I agree. Uh,
Most
like
80% of her
she was
best
better in the
lines,
original games.
definitely. Her, I think her best moments are heavily influenced by Bartholomew and Carlos. But
What?
what?
You motherfucker.
What?
What the fuck did you just call those characters?
Bartholomew and Carlos? Not Chris. I
Okay.
mean the guy from 3.
Well, okay, so Carlos, why Bartholomew?
What do you think Barry is
It's
short for?
Barry Burton. Don't you fucking undignify him by calling him Bartholomew.
Bartholomew's a dope ass name. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I don't know what you're trying to say there, but Bartholomew's a dope ass name.
Yeah, no. All Bartholomew should feel ashamed. I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding, I'm just kidding.
You hear that? Person born in 1930? Be ashamed of
I'm
yourself.
just kidding. But Jesus,
Anyway.
but
Like, come
yeah,
on. The
Jill's
master of
fucking.
unlocking, the Jill sandwich, Carlos being Carlos. Honestly, one of the.
She was way more charming in the older games, and
Yeah.
that's just on account of bad voice acting making her charming
Yeah. She
and
never
making it seem
really.
like she had a
Never
funny
really had.
personality when she really
Never
didn't.
really had that much character to go off of compared to her counterparts, but whatever.
And then in and then in the remakes and other subsequent things, she just becomes an annoying like, oh, I'm big cool chill who can kick just fucking anything's ass, and it's like no, she's so fucking lame. She's everything I hate about female Resident Evil characters personified.
And Rebecca's
They
everything
don't,
I love about what they could have been.
yeah, because like she's basically the creator's like wet dream of how he likes his female characters, and that's why I hate her because I like female characters that can be vulnerable, not female characters who are just completely like one-sided levels of oh I'm so badass kick your ass person woman thing.
Like
It's like no,
when it completely reverses the trope and somehow the men have more sensitive moments when they're the ones you would expect to not be, it just feels weird. Feels like you completely missed what you were trying to do. Like Chris's PTSD is an arc that makes me love the character. Jill just kind of exists in most of her games.
pretty much
By trying to make her so cool, you make her boring. Again, it's the
exactly.
same problem I have with Superman.
And also they just so personality assassinated her
Yeah.
in the freaking reboot. Just along with everything else that sucked about the remakes.
I
Jill being completely personality assassinated is one of them.
I will say I love the 2 remake and the 4 remake. And I think the Resident Evil 3 remake did one thing well, and that was give Carlos an actual character. I like
The
Carlos in
only
the
other
remake.
the only I mean one of her best scenes is a literally unused line of dialogue in the Lost in Nightmares DLC chapter for fucking Resident Evil 5. And it's a conversation she has with Chris where she acknowledges Chris getting friendly with an HR woman who is who she describes as or who she then describes as like, I didn't know you liked him so young.
Oof. Because Chris is kind of
Yeah,
getting up there in age.
he's like, hey, I don't like him young. I just think that when there's a special connection, age shouldn't really be a factor.
I mean, I agree with that. I mean, look at my S tiers.
I can't. So it's like, and mind you, that's one of her funniest lines cut from the game.
Yeah, look at my S tiers. A lot of them, the majority of them are older than me. Like, there's a couple that are that. Okay, no, even Futaba is older than I am. Not in game, but like in terms of like her actual birth year. That's not saying much though, considering Nanako is also older than I am. But
I still want to see an aged up Nanako at some point in the franchise.
Uh,
Not for
if it
any
makes you
creepy
feel
reason, just for
if it makes you feel any better, Kuma, Nanako is only a few months younger than you.
oh,
Yeah, yeah, that's scary.
wow. I still would love to see her reappear in some game, but yeah, that will certainly never happen because they don't seem to be particularly interested in ever bringing a character back.
Anyway. Up next, Joan of Arc. You're up.
Okay. First of all, this character is actually technically a guest character in Warriors Orochi, so she's
Hold
technically
on, you're gonna
from
want to
other
reset your
games.
mic again.
God damn it!
This is what happens when you use a Bluetooth mic.
Well, I don't have a choice. My phone doesn't have a headphone port, or
Yeah,
my
no,
phone
I
doesn't have a
know.
jack.
I know.
Uh, but anyway,
You could always buy
uh,
the $3 adapter
I don't. What? Anyway, regardless.
that changes the three and a
So,
half millimeter to USB C.
Joan of Arc. She, again, she's from a completely different game. So she's not even technically from Warriors Orochi. She's actually a guest character technically, but um,
She's a guest character from
she.
France.
I don't. I don't know if they were going for anything remotely attempting an accurate depiction, but I'm almost certainly they fucking failed miserably. She's basically just kind and caring, and one of the funniest things in that game is that there's a guy who's basically a simp for women called I can't fucking remember his name. I don't know his last name is Saika, but essentially, he fucking dies trying to keep her alive, and you have to save him at some point, which is just funny. Um, guy really died for the cause. Respect the hustle, man. But um, she's got a cute design. She's just kind and caring and kind of boring because of that. So just plop her and be.
All right. Frankly, I think she should go in D tier for being French.
Fuck off.
I just really hate French people.
I love how his other thing you say like, oh, don't put that no on my channel, but you'll say, oh, I hate the French
Well,
just
that's because
openly
it's a
like that.
worldwide joke that everyone hates the French, including the French themselves. Think about
Anyway,
it this way: the
so
only war, like one of the only okay, aside from the U.S. Revolutionary War, where they helped out the revolutionaries, the only like major war that the French won, fought their hardest, and did not surrender in was the French Revolution. You know,
anyway,
against themselves. Anyway,
so
Jolene Joestar's up next, or Jolene Cujo, whatever.
so
Jojo.
so Jolene, Jolene, Jolene.
She's all
Sorry, I
right.
had to reference the song. I had to reference the song. Um, very
I
headstrong.
don't get it.
Definitely, well, yeah. Of course you won't get it. It's a fucking Dolly Parton song. She's a reference to the Dolly Parton song Jolene.
I mean, I
Anyway,
assumed her name was some kind of music reference. I mean, I know enough about JoJo to know that 80% of the characters are that music or bands.
actually they stopped being music. Most of them stopped being music references after part three. Uh, so she's one of the exceptions, but that's besides the point. So headstrong, definitely tomboyish. But also girl. She's somehow simultaneously tomboyish and girly at the same time in certain aspects. Literally her like introduction scene is her talking about getting caught by a guard masturbating herself,
Let's go!
and it leads to the amazing English line, "Masturbation." That's just a fucking god damn it! I dropped something. Anyway, that's just a fucking great little bit of a great little bit of English there. Which that series is very well known for some of those funny ass scenes. But anyway, she's charming. She has a serial killer who's always following her around, who's absolutely infatuated with her, and shockingly, not in a murderous way. Um, she's she has a strange relationship with her father that eventually turns into a bit more of a caring relationship when she realizes how much of a
Okay,
not
which
asshole he
one's her
actually
father?
is.
Which one's her father?
Jotaro.
Okay, I thought so, but I wasn't sure.
Uh, she may or may not. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. But anyway, regardless, she's cool. She's pretty badass. She's the main protagonist. Not that it really matters much. She gets a
It does
solid
at the very least
A.
guarantee her safety for that season and that season only.
Actually, funny thing, I wasn't gonna say it, but she dies at the end.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't count if it's at
Technically,
the end.
well, technically, she
You
dies, and
said
then the
S.
universe gets reset, and then she gets like a better. I said A. She
Okay.
gets like a better life because they defeat the main villain and
Yeah,
shit
no.
happens.
But see, it
It's
doesn't count if you die at the end. Because a lot of protagonists tend to do that. I mean,
well,
Look at
actually,
Trish from Divergent.
I don't know who that is.
Exactly, because you don't know how to read.
What?
Anyway, up next is Josie.
I literally know nothing about this character. I just know she's in that name.
Okay, cool. There you
See, because
go.
I
Anyway,
don't fucking know anything
why'd
about it.
you say what?
Well, I don't know. Whatever. Let's just move on.
Okay, best
Oh
girl.
god. No. Okay, so this is the actual Junko,
I can fix
the
her.
one
Trust me,
that was
guys.
no. Okay, let's name off some of Junko's initial traits before we get into the really nitty gritty. Um, the ultimate fashionista, technically. Um, Extremely smart, despite appearances debating otherwise, and um, she has a self-proclaimed massive pair of moves, might I add. So I'm not just saying that out of my ass this time.
Wait, when does she
Um,
self-proclaim that? Because now I need to find that.
uh, the Danganronpa 2 final chapter, she refers to her boobs as hopelessly big, and
Okay.
also describes like the exact diameter for fucking tits. But anyway, besides that, she's got a very attractive design, and that's about where I can stop. That's about as far as I can go before I have to get into the important part of her. That being that she's a horrifically brutal murderer, killer, and horrific torturer, and she is awful in every regard. Oh my god. First of all, her actual talent is not the ultimate fashionista. She is the ultimate despair. She has mind controlled several people into doing horrible things.
Hey,
She herself has done horrible
so
things.
funny
She's
thing.
manipulated.
They are not just self-proclaimed massive. According to her official profile, they are her chest size is 90 centimeters. That
Okay.
is roughly 3 feet.
God. Okay. Her red flags are big, and her boobs are apparently bigger, but it's still not enough.
I
Anyway,
can fix her. She's pretty
horrific,
cool. She didn't do anything wrong.
horrific horrific torture, brutal murderer, is single-handedly responsible for all the bad shit happening in the entire fucking series, has manipulated people, blackmailed people, killed people, uh, executed people, which is different from killing people. Um, Somehow will not fucking die, and despite dying, keeps fucking returning in some regard. Um,
Her womb is more
is
durable than she
single-handedly
is.
responsible for one of the most traumatic things I've ever seen in a piece of media that absolutely destroyed me and made me sad for the next few days after it happened.
That being
Uh, Something in particular happening to Chiaki
okay,
that
but
I will
which one?
stop
Because
right there.
there's two times.
Three, anyway.
Okay, I know
Uh,
that one even if I never had to watch it.
anyway, it literally resulted in me being sad for the next few days, which is the only time a game or any sort of media has ever managed to do that. But anyway, ignoring that for a moment, and by a moment I mean I'm not going back to it. She has done horrible atrocities. She's single-handedly responsible for essentially the end of the world. Uh, she fucking kicked off a fucking massive butterfly effect that resulted in several more events happening. And it's just she's awful, she's horrible, she's evil, and you literally would not be able to fall in love with her because the only thing she desires is despair, including her own death. Literally, you can't win against her.
Sure,
You
I
lose,
can.
and she gets to experience your despair. You win, she gets to experience her own despair. No matter what, you're losing.
But if I win and she experiences her own despair and becomes happy, see, it works.
No, because then she dies and she's just like, yes, the despair of death. Oh, so sweet. I guess the
Eh,
only
well,
way.
you know what they say:
I
if
guess
you
the
love
only.
her, let her go.
Where'd you put her? Where did you put her?
Anyway, another Overwatch character.
That
I'm
no,
going to
no,
be
that's a
real.
D. That's a D.
I only recognize this character from a meme about her introduction, and and it was her being
Oh shit, my
introduced,
phone's dying.
and then a swarm of artists, as we call them, and
Yeah.
then
hmm
Sony tried to say, okay, but what about our diverse characters in Conquered? And all the artists just being disgusted. And that is all I know about this character. Anyway, it's Overwatch.
Anyway, Junko is a D for me because, good lord, I'm sorry, but no matter how much bigger her boobs are than her red flags, it ain't enough.
She's best girl. I care not.
So I guess that goes in B because that is the only split
Um.
difference.
Anyway, I don't. This next one's Unicorn Overlord. You're up.
Of course, you're not going to change it, asshole. I think we already raised that character. Actually, no, I think that's the character that's like Scarlet's friend who has like little to no personality other than being Scarlet's friend. Also, nearly killing Scarlet in the process because of some shit that happened. I don't remember a lot from the character, and I don't recall them having much of a personality anyway. So, see,
All right.
also just an asshole for betraying your childhood friend for the sake of I don't know.
Up next is Kaede. Yeah, I said that right.
Okay, this one is another hard one to explain without potentially getting spoilers, but I can do it without doing that, so you don't need to mute. The ultimate pianist. She's kind, she's caring, she's definitely snappy in her moments, so she ain't boring. Like at one point, despite her having her own massive set of boobs, um, uh, freaking Mew tries to call her little tits or whatever the hell, and she responds with, "Well, at least they're better than your massive cow udders." And it fucking just like what? Because if you ever push back at her, she becomes submissive.
Damn.
It's hilarious, but she's got a great personality. Her relationship with Suichi is adorable, and like it was one of the most genuine, like well done, like characters, coming together kind of thing. That she's the glue that holds the whole fucking group together. Until that eventually starts breaking because of Danganronpa. Uh, and she's also the protagonist. She's great. I love her.
Alrighty then.
She gets an A. Actually, screw that. She gets an S.
Okay.
Also, on a side note,
Oh wait,
I
that
just
is an
want to
A.
say this.
Oh god.
There
Where'd
was
she
something
go?
I wanted to say.
Where'd she
Hold on, I can
go?
probably. She is uh not on my screen right now. Hold on.
Oh, I put her. I
Did you
somehow
actually?
managed to drop her into B. There we go. Like I
Okay.
said, the tears
Real
are
quick
getting too
thing.
big.
I want to make a quick side note of something I should have mentioned with Mew. So there's these event called Love Hotel events because there's just a Love Hotel that's in there, and if you get one of the keys, you get a random event with one of the students, depending on who's alive. And Muse is one of the most oh my fucking god
Okay,
ones.
reset your mic first.
God damn it, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna because I can't really.
I'll
But
look it up later. It's fine.
oh no, don't. That would be a spoiler.
I don't give a shit.
I give a shit because I plan on showing you
You
the
said it's
game.
completely random.
Well, no, it's random. I said it's random who what student you get.
Yeah. So, like,
Yeah,
why
and
should
then
I
like
care about it being a spoiler if it's random and I have to go out of my way to get it?
Cause it will spoil something. Just don't look it up, dude. You will be spoiled of
All
something.
right, Kaguya from Boruto's dad.
Uh, I honestly I just threw this in here as a joke. Kaguya is literally nothing going for her. She's just the villain that shows up in the last fucking moments and gets completely overshadowed by the following battle between Naruto and Sasuke.
Yep.
She's fucking lame.
All right. Anyway,
Give her a D.
Your Kingdom Hearts character that
Okay,
you
no,
wanted.
no, no. You used the wrong artwork and
I
reached it. No,
did.
no, you used the right one.
You
Okay,
told me to
good. No,
use
you
the.
used the
You
right
told
one.
me to use the Kingdom Hearts 3 artwork.
I figured you used the wrong artwork as a joke.
No.
Kyrie, I thought he used the Team Hearts 1 design, and that would have been a problem. No, luckily he used 3 design. She is
See,
adorable.
hold on.
She's
I'm gonna explain that first. See, the reason he says that is because I don't know shit about Kingdom Hearts. So when I first looked up Kyrie Kingdom Hearts, I saw that and I was like, Kuma, what the fuck? And then he told
I
me to
had to
add the
explain.
3.
But anyway, she's adorable. She's sweet. A little bit on the a little bit on the boring side. She gets into a little bit more agency after like 3. Actually after 2 and kind of in 3, but she spends most of that not doing anything because she literally can't. She has a keyblade, which still feels fucking strange. Um, she can, or she has a little bit of agency, kind of neat, but not really exceedingly amazing. She's like a solid A. She's better than a lot of the default pairing characters that you would get in most series, but not much better. So she gets at least an A.
Okay. Next is Blake's mother.
Go right ahead.
Honestly, I don't know shit about Callie. I just know she exists and that
Oh,
she's
okay.
a more attractive cat girl. So
I can't remember a lot about her honestly, and I actually watched far enough to see her.
look, I just know she's a more attractive cat girl and older, and therefore is B tier. And I'm not elaborating on that. Why being more attractive or older gets her any higher than Blake. Anyway,
Why?
Kanji,
Why Kanji here?
because it's my boy Kanji, and he's getting the
Okay,
Speedwagon treatment.
he's awesome. He's cool. He's sensitive in the spots where he needs to be, and that's not in any window.
He's getting like the bromance rating, like James and
Yeah.
Speedwagon.
Oh yeah, that's
A
totally
bro
what you were
waifu.
doing.
Oh god, that sounds weird to say.
Brofu.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, that one.
made it worse. I made it worse.
Yeah, you did. It's like calling a bro hug a brug. What the fuck?
Anyway, I guess he gets an F.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's
Kanji's
like the best
dope.
male
He's
character in that
strong.
game.
He's fun. He's funny. He got the bag with Naoto.
He
Motherfucker's a
will
goat.
drop kick you.
He will drop kick you into oblivion. He cares about his mom. Motherfucker's a goat. Karine, speaking of people who will kick you, hunt your girlfriends. She's the tomboy. Or not the tomboy, the
By the
tsundere.
way,
I mean, she's kind of tomboyish. She knows a lot of wrestling
this
moves.
is on topic. This is very on topic. What is with the? I keep seeing these clips popping up of like something about a personality change. Please tell me whatever that is. It's not permanent.
It's not. Don't worry. It's a plot
Thank God.
device.
I figured it was, but I just wanted confirmation because that sucked if they actually did do that. Okay, anyway, continue.
Blah, 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 spirit bomb. Anyway, Karine. Awesome. She's tomboyish, tsundere. She knows a lot of wrestling moves. She has superhuman strength, and I mean superhuman strength like it is very strong and very concerning. And it's because she's a tsundere. That's not a joke. That is.
Also, there's that amazing scene where the main character has his face pressed right against her bare stomach.
Oh, there's a better version of that in the second season. Trust me, bro.
Oh, oh,
But
great.
it doesn't have Rentaro in it. Just Karine and Hakari.
Oh,
It's fine. Anyway, she's cool as hell. I like her. Um, uh, and according to the laws of that universe, because she is so overly tsundere, It's the source of her superhuman strength.
All right then.
Anyway, Karane is S tier.
All right then.
Up next is Karen.
Oh, from Naruto.
Yeah,
Um, so she's she's like, or she, well, first of all, one little strange little the tidbit about her is that she actually might be related to Naruto because I'm pretty sure some sources lists her last name as actually being Uzumaki,
I'm pretty sure she's
which is
supposed to be an
fucking strange.
Uzumaki, yes. According to my
Which is
roommate, who is the biggest Boruto's dad nerd I know, she is an Uzumaki.
which is so fucking strange to me, and I don't understand how that works, but that's besides the point. Um, she
And
is
it does make sense when you
incredibly of
realize that Naruto's mother, also an Uzumaki, had red hair like that, so who knows?
I know,
Maybe
but I
that's
just
just a
mean like
clan
how
trait, because we know Naruto got his blondness from his dad.
okay, but anyway, um uh her biggest notable thing is being incredibly obsessed with Sasuke, which is ironic because she, as far as I know, did not end up with her or him, which, not as far as I know, I don't know why I said that. Of course she didn't end up with him. Fucking Boruto is the thing. I don't know why I said that. I'm not thinking straight on, so I'm getting tired. Um, Actually, I'm pretty sure, ironically, she ended up with the guy that she was always butting heads with in the Sasuke's little group, which I also might be wrong. I don't know if they ended up together. I've gotten that stuff wrong in the past. Um, but she gets uncomfortably affectionate at points, and is just kind of, I mean, there, just kind of, I don't know. She's all right. She's funny to play as, and Naruto from the Ninja Storm, and she kind of neat. She gets bait because I'm sick of trying to figure out how to fuck describe her at all.
Where'd you want to put her, sorry?
B.
Okay. Up next is another Karen. This
Oh,
this Karen.
Street Fighter, Street
Yeah.
Fighter. Hoity-toity rich girl, but also like will fucking ridiculously kick your ass. Um, yeah, she's she's charming. Got a rivalry going on with Sakura.
She's
Basically
rich.
does the Avengers assemble with the fucking Street Fighter characters in Street Fighter Five, which is so exceedingly stupid. Uh, she's she's neat. She's cool. Not got a lot going on for her, but she's neat, I suppose. So I'll give her at least a B.
Alright, so there's two Kasumis to worry about here. I
Oh
have
God.
them under different names. I saw the same image twice because they're apparently twins. Kasumi and Sumire.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Sumire is the worst character in all of fiction. Okay,
Okay.
maybe not all of fiction, but the worst character in Persona by
Hold
far.
on. Wait. First and foremost, I think it's very important
We're about to
that
extend the video
first.
length by 2 hours.
Hold on. Okay. No, what I was gonna say. Okay. Let's make it very important to specify this first. Let's first describe her good traits. All right, that part's done. Let's describe her bad traits.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so her bad traits are everything. She is a
Yes.
completely unnecessary addition that completely ruins the pacing and makes scenes from the first game. If you played the first version, which I never played the original because I actually didn't even into Persona until
Okay.
Royal was
How
out.
about this? Let me describe why she's out of place because I've actually played the original.
Yeah,
We'll go back and let's go back and forth on why we don't like her.
got it.
So describe individually. Okay, so I'll start with this. She got added to the game in a way that felt so jarring and so out of place because she just gets thrown into various scenes that she was not in the original. She just randomly appears in the Hawaii event, literally just sneaking up and being like, "Boo, I'm here now," which is just so fucking like, okay, cool. She gets her own full ass fucking event that is entirely meant to just be like, hey, now you know her name. Uh, and she just gets thrown into constant events that she was not in the original. It gets distracting. It gets weird. She extends the length of the game to way too fucking long, in my opinion. And as much as I don't mind Maruki, I feel like he and his palace kind of ruined what I think was a much better ending to the game in the original. I will say his boss fight's cool, but I feel like it overall just kind of shatters the pacing of the game for the sake of adding a new playable character. All right, so what do you want to describe next? King, that's
Okay,
wrong with her.
so aside from all the shit she ruins and being completely out of place edition, she's also a completely unnecessary one. Because what was added in earlier with Maruki and all that, and the plot twist of whatever's going on with him, could have easily been done without her. She rehashes traits from previous characters who did them significantly better and rehashes them in a very soulless and just boring way. She does them horribly. She's horrible at cooking. Look at literally every investigation team girl that isn't Naoto, right? Has a absolutely
Hmm.
massive appetite. Look at Chie, look at Rei, look at a lot of characters, and it's just boring. Also bad at cooking. Look at
It's like,
Fuka. But the difference is
yeah,
Ray's massive appetite and so is Chie's are both played off for comedy and fitting in with their character. The investigation team girls being bad at cooking played off for comedy. Fuka is played off for character development. With Kasumi or Sumire, I'm going to say like her actual name here, Sumire, just to
hmm,
separate her from the other one we're rating. She does them just for nothing. They're just boring and they suck. The
they're
only
mentioned like only a few times.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not even committed. She is just so bad. And there's nothing unique about her. Her weapon is Mitsuru's weapon. Ugh, I fucking hate her. Ugh.
Okay,
She makes me
I'll give you a
feel
break and take over
ill.
from here.
Please do.
Okay, so some other problems that I have with her. One, I hate that she's essentially made into the or basically forced into being the new canonical option, and it's not done well. It's very forced, and
Speaking of,
I
you can't
hate
even
and
say no to her.
that's what I was about to say. Basically, the game refuses to ever let you be mean to her.
You can
You can't
absolutely
say no.
you can be absolutely hateful to like half of the rest of the cast, but not Sumi. No, she's too precious.
Yep, exactly.
I could straight up
Uh,
tell Morgana to go kill himself, which I do on the daily because fuck that guy. But I can't do that
I
to
like
Sumi.
Morgana, but fuck off.
I'm still
But
using a good example.
anyway, the well, anyway, what I was saying. So, speaking of you earlier mentioning Maruki and his plot twist. Speaking of plot twist, because at this point I don't care about spoiling anything about her because she doesn't deserve that privilege. Her plot.
I'd like to save it for Maruki. Maruki deserves the privilege. He's a cool guy.
Oh no,
Don't punish him
I'll
for
keep
the actions of
Maruki's.
don't punish
Don't
him for
worry.
the actions
I'll,
of those included with him.
don't worry. I'll keep Maruki's stuff vague, but Kasumi is like I said, Kasumi, not her name. And the thing is, the game makes that irritatingly obvious, despite it supposed to be being her basically her big major plot twist. Because first of all, when you first meet her, despite hearing her name as Yoshizawa, she remains in the game labeled as student called Yoshizawa, when in every other example of hearing a character referred to by only their last name, they would just be called Yoshizawa. Look at Ryuji, who's called Sakamoto for a while until you learn his first name, and then he's Ryuji. Otherwise, every other time, his character portrait labels him as Sakamoto, not student called Sakamoto,
Yep.
which is already suspicious as hell. Second of all, you'll learn her name from her randomly dropping her handbook that has her name conveniently in it, which no other character has learned. You don't learn anyone else's name in such a incredibly obtuse way. And third, she at one point mentions her dead sister, which is Kasumi. She mentions she has a dead sister, and I sat there thinking, man, so there's all these suspicious things about her name and how it's
Oh,
learned.
that's another
And plus,
thing. I'm sorry to interrupt. Her entire backstory of having a dead sibling that traumatized her so badly she took on the sibling's identity out of guilt. Guess what? That's also stolen from another Persona character. I believe it's one of the Persona 2 characters and I believe it's Makoto. Although I might be wrong on which one specifically. It's one of the Persona 2 party members.
I think you're wrong about the name, but I
I do know
also
there's a
don't know.
Makoto in the party, and he's the only one I know by name
Anyway,
that isn't Tatsuya or Maya. So, he's the one I
but
default
anyway,
to.
so back to what I was saying. So already to me, her twist was obvious that her name was completely off because it was like, okay, she has a dead sister, and her name is incredibly suspicious. And maybe it's just me having played Danganronpa and being able to read between lines easily due to that. But like, I immediately put like two and two together. It's like she has a deaf sister named Kasumi, and her name is actually something else, isn't it? It doesn't help that, as far as I remember, no character ever actually calls her Kasumi besides the main cast.
Yeah.
So that already also throws me off. And so when it eventually goes over to Maruki and the stuff that happens with him, it makes everything surrounding that so much more blatantly obvious. I hate that twist, and I hate how they constantly pair Joker with her. There's the cringy ass dance scene during the school festival event, which is the most
I'm gonna
cringiest
be
thing I have
honest.
ever had to
That was
witness.
the
Yes,
only time I ever enjoyed anything with to do with Sumire, and that's just because I thought it was. I laughed at how bad Joker's dancing was. That was it.
it's just the only problem is having to sit through it. Like okay, look, there's Persona dancing games for a reason. If I want to see Persona characters dance,
Very
then
badly, mind
I'll boot
you.
one of those up.
They're
I
very
know.
bad at it.
I'll boot one of those up. But I don't want to see it in the main fucking game, especially when it's so fucking cringy because it's just yet another excuse for them to try to shove Joker and Kasumi together as a pairing, and I'm just like, no.
Honestly, I
I
will.
think
I'll take
Makoto's a
Mid
much
Koto
better
as the
pairing.
pairing. Thank you.
Yeah, cause,
In my heart,
yeah,
I
but
know it's
anyway,
Kawakami's the canon, but
it should be.
even if I prefer
But
Takemi, I will fully concede that Kawakami's the canon. Um, Even Makoto's a better
but
option.
anyway, but yeah, that makes her annoying. There's the fact that her, and alongside that, her freaking Showtime attack is just hammering home that stupid comparison so much more. And unfortunately, she has one of the most cursed character traits ever for any character to have ever. And you know what that character trait is?
What?
The "woe is me, I'm so useless" character trait.
Okay, but in her defense, she is
You
actually pretty fucking useless.
I know, but that is next to impossible to ever pull off with a character. There's
Yeah.
even a Danganronpa character that did that exact thing, and guess what? As much as she's not nearly as bad as Sumi, but she is one of my more least favorite characters just because of that trait. The only good thing
Yeah.
about it is that she essentially gets out of it in a way that feels realistic, unlike Kasumi, who essentially gets out of her woe with me by just um, nothing. Like she gets her ass beat during a fight, and then suddenly it's just like I'm fine now, and there's like no fucking explanation for it. And the only other character that has actually ever managed to pull that off incredibly well is Marianne in Fire Emblem Three Houses. That's the only one that managed to do it right.
Yeah.
You take the floor on the next thing that you want to talk about that makes her annoying.
I'm gonna cut it off so that we don't extend the video runtime by 2 hours, because we've already been ranting
Okay,
about Kasumi for like
okay.
15 minutes.
All right, fine. Then I'll speed round it. I absolutely hate her social link. Half of it feels boring and forgettable, and the other half is just her whining about being useless. Um, I think that's about it. That's good enough for now, I guess. We both exceedingly hate her, and as far as I'm concerned, she may very well be my least favorite character in all of anything I've ever played or witnessed ever.
I can't call her my least favorite character in all of fiction, but I can definitely call her my least favorite character in Persona. She
Oh, and I will
gets.
never understand why anybody likes her.
Yeah, nobody should like this bitch. I.
Actually, I'll give her. There is one plus I'll give her, and it's one singular plus. And now that I realize it, I also hate her design. I hate her nickname Violet because it doesn't have a single bit of violet on her outfit. I know it's because Samire means violet. I still hate that. I think she should have been called Scarlet because of her hair. And second of all, the only good thing about her that I was trying to say is that I don't mind her design post her finally going to, full Samiri and she has her hair down and the glasses. That actually looks a little cute. But everything else completely trounces that. Also, her voice acting is annoying.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Off that, finally. Need to get that
Hold on,
off
give
my
me a
chest.
second. What the fuck? No! Oh, that's
Sorry.
why. What the fuck happened there?
I ran out of
How
breath.
the fuck did. Give me a second here. That's why I couldn't put it lower. I'm reorganizing our entire tier list. S.
Okay.
because it fucked itself over. A
Are we gonna
Yeah, we're gonna continue.
off
Just
this point?
give me a second.
Are we is the recording paused? Can I just have to see?
No, no, it's paused. It's not paused. I'll pause it. Give me a second.
Oh, yeah, no.
All right, and we're back. So yeah, Sumire
All
gets
right.
her own tier below F because she sucks and she should kill
Oh,
herself.
we have an F tier now.
Yeah, because I had to add an extra row, and the only way to do that was to add 2 extra rows. So now we have an F tier.
Okay.
Anyway, now Kasumi, her sister, who uses the exact same sprite, fuck you, uh, because I couldn't find her any actual image of her, no matter how hard I tried. But they are twins. I'll put Kasumi, the character who does not exist, and her only purpose at all is to die in a car accident and traumatize her sister. B tier. Doesn't exist. We don't get anything with her, but she made this bitch suffer, so she can't be that bad. She can't possibly be as bad as Kasumi, so that's or as bad as Sumire, so that's something. Anyway, Katie from Dead Rising 3 and specifically the Dead Rising 3 one.
Yes, specifically Dead Rising 3. Uh, so apparently, uh, obviously we got to see her too, and that was she's Chuck Green's daughter. And in 3, she is going through her emo phase.
Yeah.
Uh, she's essentially like super anti-government. She hates the whole Zombrex shipping. And she's honestly shockingly badass for being Katie.
I
But
mean, do you know who her dad was? Of course she's going to be a
yeah, but
badass.
it's kind of strange because but anyway, she has cool moments. She mostly serves as someone you kind of just have to help out and help with things and stuff. And she got really awesome moments, and her relationship with Nick is freaking awesome. And turns out fucking neat. I like her. She's awesome, and I like her design too. She's neat. She gets an A.
Yep. I mean, it's only natural Katie will grow up to be a badass, considering who her father was.
Also, she's also playable in specifically the I can't name it, but the one that makes fun of up to Street Fighter title names.
The
She's
DLC.
playable in
Dead
that.
Rising,
Yeah,
Dead Rising something something Ultra Deluxe Alpha some shit.
Sigma I think's in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there, but it's awesome and I like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, the
She's
daughter
awesome.
of Chuck Green, my personal favorite Dead Rising protagonist, is going to be a badass.
I agree. I grew up with Chuck Green. All my homies like Chuck Green.
Also, gotta love my boy Nick. I think he's overhated, probably because he exists in the third game that was only on Xbox
Well,
One.
he's not hated. He's just underappreciated.
Yeah, I love the guy. He's awesome. He's a really cool guy. And if you play him like I do, he's a complete douchebag who attempts to abandon everyone.
All right, who's next?
Kazumi. Not to be confused with Garbage Fire.
Ah, yeah. Okay, so she's the mother of Kazuya,
Correct?
wife of Heihachi, dead as hell, had a demon inside of her, will fucking kill you. Given the fact that she was in Mishima, she was probably already evil to begin with.
Yeah. That seems to
Um,
be a bloodline trait. You're either evil or just borderline evil. Because, like, I wouldn't call Jin evil. He just really hates his dad and grandfather.
it's also she has some sort of weird agreement thing going on with Akuma that's actually canon.
Yep.
Akuma's canon to Tekken's story. That still never fails to be strange to me.
I mean, so's King of Fighters. Or at the very least, Fatal Fury. Which kind of means both of them.
Well, I know. I don't think. Well, here's the thing. I don't think Geese Hauer is canon. I think he's just there as a guest character, but
So
Akuma is actually part of the story.
it would be really funny if The Walking Dead and Final Fantasy 15 are canon, though.
Oh, God. But anyway, off that topic. Um, she doesn't really have much of a personality besides being possessed by a demon and by proxy being fucking evil.
Yeah.
But aside from that, her design, Um, pretty damn attractive, all things considered. Like it's more the more conventionally attractive designs that isn't over the top sexual or anything. It's just genuinely she looks pretty.
Yeah, I mean, she does elegant and pretty.
Still,
It's great. I like it.
still evil as fuck, but I'd say her design alone and her also the fact that one of her intros is her just fucking leaping onto the stage riding a fucking tiger gets her at least an A.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like that's just badass.
And I believe this following line is like fight with all your might or you will die
Yeah, which is
or
just
something like that.
awesome. Like it's a tangible threat there. Up next is Killer Frost.
Okay. Um, if I saw the image just read, I'm pretty sure that I think no, I thought it was a song. I thought it was a song Arc of Killer Frost, but it is not.
No.
Some other version of Killer Frost. I don't know. Um, she is just she's just she's an ice themed villain. She's not very she's not very much aside from that other than just being a very attractive ice themed villain.
Yeah.
That's basically about all she's got. There is a scene in Assault on Arkham where Mortician opens her body bag, sees her boobs, is like, and then she wakes up, kisses him, freezing his head, and his head falls backward and smashes open.
Yeah. I will say,
But aside,
I'm not sure if it's every version of Killer Frost, but at least one version of Killer Frost that I know, and that's like the CW
mm,
version, which is I like CW.
oh
I love the
god,
CW verse. It's the regular
what is
person.
wrong with you?
Fuck you. That's what. Anyway, uh, it has like, for me at least, the best Flash, the only bearable live action Superman, and not much else going for it, but at least there's that. The best Flash and the only like actually decent live action Superman.
Anyway,
But that version of Killer Frost is scientist, but then fucking recessive personality that's literally the Greek goddess of winter. So that's
the
cool.
fuck happened in that show?
A lot of weird shit. A lot of weird shit.
Anyway,
I think it's cool. I think Killer Frost is what, A?
I was just gonna go with B, but that's up to you.
Yeah, we can put her in B. It's fine.
No, it's up to you. If
No,
you
no,
think
no,
she's
it's a,
yeah,
no, that's fine. I don't. Then you. Yeah, take that, bitch. Uh, Kimberly.
oh god, I fucking hate her design, and she has a face I could best describe as looking like an overblown caricature of a baby doll. Like Jesus fucking Christ, I fucking hate her design. I hate her stupid ass weird fucking colored hair. I hate that she basically replaced Guy as a playable character. Fuck you, Guy's fucking awesome. Guy should have been in that, not that bitch.
Give us Osira.
I just and like Jesus Christ, they fucking in the fucking store in the fucking world tour mode, they play her up way too much to be cool. And I'm just like, this character's so fucking lame. Like if they took her whole like trying to be a ninja thing and made it like ironic, like Sodom,
Yeah.
where it's like she's trying to be a ninja but knows like nothing of Japanese culture and is just winging it, that would have been charming. No, she's just meant to be some cool badass like modern day ninja. I fucking hate it. She gets a fucking F.
Yep. Our first technically official F tier. Although we have had characters we have said would be F if it was available, including Weiss.
Likewise.
Fuck Weiss. She can kill herself. It would probably make the show some. It would maybe slightly redeem the current show if she died, but it would have to be a very horrific
Wow.
and brutal death that probably involves her getting mauled by at least 3 Grimm.
Oh my god.
I want to see her torn apart, screaming in pain and misery and
Oh my
begging for
god.
Ruby to
Okay,
save
look,
her.
look.
Anyway,
I don't. Okay, look. I hate her, but I hate her that much.
I
Jesus,
do.
dude.
Anyway, King from Tekken 8. I honestly have no
Okay,
idea
please let
what
me
he's doing
include the
here.
right one.
Which one?
Oh, I know what he's doing here. Please let
No,
me include the actual king I was requesting.
which one? I
The
genuinely
one from
forgot.
King. The one from King of Fighters.
I hope so.
Because if you didn't, that's fucking annoying.
I
You
genuinely
go ahead
forgot
and
that conversation.
you have got to be kidding me.
I might have.
Okay, look through it. Okay, like scroll through it real quick and let me see if I can fucking see her.
But then that'll spoil. We'll figure it out. If not, I'll download an image real quick. Um,
Okay, wait. You rate King,
I mean,
considering he is your main.
so King, specifically King 2, because, it's the second King, he's my main. I think he's cool. He's trying to avenge the guy that ran his orphanage. He's a pro wrestler. He uses the Kaniku Buster. A tier.
Oh
I
my
would I would
god,
have a beer
dude.
with the guy, most definitely.
Yeah, that's totally it. Who the fuck's that?
I don't
Oh,
fucking know.
I don't remember
That's one of
a
your
lot about
characters,
that
buddy.
character. I know it is. He's one of Overlord. By the way, when I said the other character, that other hammer wielding character, and I said she repaired bridges, I think I actually got her mixed up with this character. I think she's actually the one that repairs bridges. But regardless, I don't remember having a lot of personality, but I do remember having like a few kind of cute scenes. So I'll give her just an A based off that because I can't remember a lot of these. It's been a while. If I'm actually playing, I'm playing a little bit more Unicorn Overlord at some point, so I can just remember these a little bit. Okay,
Alright.
I have some questions. Okay, so put her in A. I have some questions about this next character because
Kabini?
yeah. Okay, first and foremost, why do people hate her so much?
I
I'm
have no
curious.
idea. I find her very charming. She's got
Okay,
that,
because like
so similar to Bernadetta, she panics about literally everything.
okay.
Severe anxiety, but also if your job was, the fact that, oh, look at that thing that is, well, no normal human should stand a chance against this. What am I? I'm a normal human. What do I have to help me? A kitchen knife. Fuck. I would also be panicking about literally everything. She does,
Fair
however,
enough.
also like Bernadetta, through her panic, gain superhuman ability. like the, like the time
All right.
after having a gun pointed at her, she manages to dodge a bullet, do some wonky ass flips, and decapitate someone with said kitchen knife.
Whoa.
All within the span of, I think it's supposed to be like 2 seconds, maybe
Oh
less.
my God.
It's really cool. Her backstory is also kind of depressing. When we first meet her, she says she is doing this work to pay for college, which is odd because it's
Mm-hmm.
Japan, so college I don't think is that expensive there. I don't think it's free like it is in Sweden, but I don't
In
think it's
Sweden.
near as expensive as it is here. At least it shouldn't, require you to risk your life like it does here. Anyway, but
Subtle commentary there, my dude.
anyway, well, seeing as I was trying to do that, anyway, however, later she reveals that it's not to pay for her college, it's to pay for her younger brother's college because her parents love her younger brother more.
Ouch.
Yeah. I think she's a really cool character, really sweet. There is a time she panics and tries to sacrifice Denji, but understandable given the circumstances. I'll give her a pass.
So basically, is she like the only one that's not fucking smitten over that fucking dude for some reason?
I mean, she likes him and likes hanging out with him, but she's not beyond sacrificing him for her own life. But
I
yeah,
mean, I
honestly,
can
I'd
respect the
give
hustle.
Kabini a B tier. Like I like her. She's cool. I don't like her as much as some of the other characters in the series, but she's far from unlikable. Anyway, King of
Also, the
Fighters.
only other hold up, the only other thing I remember about her is that before I knew anything about Chainsaw Man existing, there was that like weird like Kobani dance thing that like I don't know what the
I
fuck
have
that was
no
about.
idea, dude. You're on your own for
Do you,
that.
you do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
You okay? I was wondering what the fuck that was about, and I'm glad to know you don't fucking know either.
Although the
But
that
anyway,
image I use for her is apparently specifically
yeah,
from the movie that's coming out in a couple months. So,
there's a movie.
see, it's a movie that's covering the Rize arc of things.
Okay.
In other words, it's basically season two.
Okay. Okay. So this character is certainly an interesting one. So basically, she is what I could best describe as like Terry's Sakura.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
It's a girl who's a massive fan of Terry, and most of her moves are various like attempts at doing Terry's moves. However, she has one very interesting distinction that kind of makes her really hated amongst the community. And you know what that distinction is?
But
her origin, because she originally originated, that was redundant as fuck, but that she originated in the King of Fighters pachinko machines.
oh yeah.
And a lot of her moves are themed around pachinko, which is instantly pisses people just straight off because the pachinko era of King of Fighters damn near killed it. So the fact that they made a character centered entirely around it pissed people off. But personality wise, design wise, and overall most things, she's adorable. And also she was used for massive amounts of fan service in the Pachinko machines, and I think she has a cute and also attractive design. I'd give her an A,
All
unlike
right.
most people.
I mean, yeah, no, she sounds pretty cool. I'm not the most knowledgeable about King of Fighters. I know a decent amount of Fatal Fury because I played some of the older games. But the most recent Fatal Fury I played was 14, and even then it was only for a little bit. And the most recent King of Fighters I played was, what was the last one that had K Dash in it? Or not K Dash, K49? Was it 002?
I think it was 15.
No, before that one, I mean. I know
Oh,
K49 made his return in that one. I
I
mean, the
think
like the
it
one
might.
that he was
I think
in and then vanished from the trace of the earth afterwards.
I think
Vanished from the face of
that
the earth.
was the. I think it was one of the non-canon like Dream Match games
Yeah,
for like the Dreamcast.
yeah, that's like the last one I played, and not even often because I don't have my Dreamcast anymore. I sold it.
How dare you?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't. That was back before I was a collector and realized how like cool they were and valuable.
Man, I wish you still held on to it because if you didn't want it now, I would have bought that off of you. I've always wanted to try various Dreamcast games.
If I had it now, I wouldn't let you buy it off me. I'd keep that
I
bitch.
figured, I figured, but anyway, that's
Anyway,
besides the point.
Rose.
Uh, who? What the hell? Oh, okay. So Rudolph Bernstein.
Sure, we'll say I do.
Oh God, mustache guy, villain, one of the most infamous villains from the whole series. Brutally hard. That's his daughter, who isn't even a playable combatant. She's actually just a background character. It's actually her brother who's the main fighter, and she is essentially, I think, a little bit possessed by like Rugal's evil side, and is a bit sadistic. I don't think that's her normal personality traits. That's just what happens in the story. But I don't know much else besides, good lord, her design is so fucking attractive. I don't know why I find it so attractive, but I just do, and just for that alone, she gets an A.
All right, you're gonna have to give me a
Okay,
second to scroll up and then back down. Okay, up next.
this is only one of those characters that I included just to mention how funny they are. So if this is the character I think it is, let me get a closer look just to make sure it's the character I think it is. It's not. I think is it?
What?
It's, oh no, it is. So so
Don't
that
ask me
character is
about
funny
King of
because
Fighters stuff.
my gosh, no, I was just looking at it. So essentially, she's kind of a funny character because she's like a tiny, relatively like short, like Japanese girl, pretty skinny. Her any guess what her main source of fighting would be? Her main fighting style?
Probably something really
Any
strength
guess?
based.
Fucking sumo.
Yep. Okay.
And it's that alone is just funny enough to place her right to D. Or right to B. 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 I meant D. I meant B. Fuck me. God damn it.
Well, I guess I'm putting her in D now because that's what you said.
No, I meant to say B. I just stumbled over my fucking words.
All right. Anyway,
Okay.
more King of Fighters. I'm straight gonna let you
How,
handle this section, man. I
oh
don't know
fuck, I
enough for
forgot
any
exactly how to
input.
pronounce her name, but she is obviously also from King of Fighters. She's she's a military woman. She's badass. She got possessed by Orochi and became almost cat-like, but regardless, it's neat. Um, she's got the boobs. That's unrelated, but she's got boobs. Um, she is the leader. I think she's the leader of. She might not be. She's part of the team with like Ralph and Clark. Um, she's got one of her moves is called earring bomb, which is literally just her throwing her earring and it explodes. That's funny.
You know, that's not.
Um,
Funnily enough, that's not the first mention I've heard of an earring bomb in a game or in
I'm not
fiction. I
surprised.
mean, uh, Alex Rider, very good spy series. I fully recommend.
But anyway, she's awesome. She's a bit more on the stoic, like African side. She's cool. I give her at least an A. And also in the also in the I think a heroine spinoff, she's dressed up in a cat outfit. So that's the third time that's come out. That's come up.
You really have that bias towards girls in cat outfits, huh? Especially if it's their
Apparently,
Halloween
blue haired
costume.
girl, and the two of them have blue hair. Like what the fuck? Actually, no, three of them have blue hair.
Would you really call Nagatoro's hair blue?
Wait, oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I was thinking Felicia. I thought Felicia were got brought up. Brought
It's not
up.
really a cat
I forgot. It's not.
outfit. It's just kind of her thing.
I know. I know. I thought. I'm sorry. I forgot it's just a cat outfit. No,
Yeah.
sorry. I got thrown off there. Anyway,
Anyway, more King of
hey,
Fighters. Have
moving
fun.
on. Okay. Actually, that's technically failed theory, but that's besides the point. Blue Mary. Terry Bogart's main love
Oh no,
interest.
I can actually. No, wait, it's Blue Mary. Yeah, I can. I didn't recognize her because of what image I used for her. No, I can input somewhat.
She's neat. She's got a motorcycle. She's I think a cop. Maybe.
Yep.
Is she?
Isn't she another one of those characters that also blatantly refuses to marry anyone that can't beat her in a fight?
I don't recall that, but maybe it was somewhere.
I think it might be. I don't know. Again, I've played more Fatal Fury than King of Fighters, but it's again mostly the old ones.
Also, I'm pretty sure there's actually literally like one frame's worth of nudity with her, and that if you knock her into water on any of the stages in one of the Fatal Fury games where that's the thing, she lands in the water and pops up, and for like a brief second, I'm pretty sure you can see like a small pixel representing her nipple, and before she pops back down, is like, oh, because she freaking loses her top.
Oh no.
I think. I don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
Considering that
you know who I should have
everything is
included?
who
Fuck, what's her name? That biker chick from Durara. I think that's how it's pronounced.
from what?
Durarara. I think that's how it's pronounced. It might not be. Anime names are weird. I think she's really cool, and I liked the show. So,
Okay, explain what the show is.
uh, okay, look, it's hard to explain what the show is, but I can at least explain the character. You might have actually seen her, like clips of her. Uh, Black bodysuit, biker helmet with cat ears. There is nothing
Oh
under the
yeah, that
helmet.
character.
Yeah.
What? There's nothing under the helmet.
Yeah, no, no, not really. She's just kind of smoke
Okay, you know what? Just based off the design alone, she at least gets an A. I don't know anything about her, but the design alone is fucking
for
awesome.
Blue Mary. Yeah.
But no, I'm talking about that character
Oh
you're
yeah,
just
no, her
bringing up.
too. Awesome.
Blue Mary. Blue Mary, A, because I'm her. She's funny. She's got some cool stuff. And also, I can't, and also not great at this. Nakaruru she's from Samurai Showdown. She's only here because King of Fighters was a thing. No, I didn't include any of the other ones just because I didn't feel like going through it. Uh, uh,
He
she's
didn't go through
she's a
shit. I
priestess.
single-handedly gathered all of these images
Sorry,
over a
well, you know what I
painstaking
meant. I
course
meant
of literally 3 days and nearly giving myself carpal tunnel.
anyway. Nakaruru, she's a priest. She has a yeah, fuck me. What is it? She has a bird. And she also stabs people a lot. Because that's her main source of attack. She has a dagger. She stabs people. She's cute. Hey, I guess I'm trying to get through this a little bit quickly.
What?
I just said I'm trying to get through this a little bit quickly.
All right. So what? B tier, probably.
Yeah, I said A.
Oh, okay. I was listening, but at the same time, you said so much so fast that I couldn't fucking comprehend it. I'm tired too.
Well, I'm hoping I'm comprehensive enough in the
Right.
actual
More
voice.
King of Fighters, and then up next is me.
Okay. That is oh fuck. I forgot how her name's pronounced. Shermie. Um, she's got the hair. She's got the bangs over her eyes design, which is always one of my favorites. It was always my favorite type of design. So that's already a plus. I think she's part of a rock band with her other bandmates. She's also evil as shit because she is a worshiper of Orochi. Um, she has a lot of really sexual various things. Her standard pose has her shaking her hips. She's hot. I like her.
Do you think she's as sexualized as, what's her name? The
No,
Shiranui girl.
no, that is the answer is a resounding no.
I'm pretty sure her standard pose counts as a metronome.
The only the only one that's possibly rivals her is Angel. Oh my God! I should have described Angel's backstory of how she was made.
Too bad. It's
Can
too
I?
late for that. She's
No,
not here
please,
anymore.
please, can I? It's so fucking funny.
Reset your headset first.
Okay,
And no swearing on
okay,
my
can you hear me?
family-friendly YouTube channel.
Uh, Can I? Okay, can I describe it real
Yeah,
quick?
sure.
Okay, essentially the creators of King of Fighters and the creators of another fighting game, essentially met up together, and the creators of King of Fighters just made like a playable version of their game, and like, hey, play this against us and have some fun. You know, they do it. The creators start getting beaten at their own game, which is hilarious. So then they're like, okay, let's up the ante. We'll play a set amount of rounds, and the rules are essentially that if the King of Fighters people win, they get to make a character for their game, and if the not King of Fighters people win, they get to make a character for King of Fighters. They get to request a character for that. They once again beat them, so their request was just immediately okay. One one busty one busty luchador girl, please. That's basically how they were made. They're just like that's how she was made, and it's fucking hilarious
Fair enough.
that essentially the creators of their own game lost a bet playing their own game and had to make that character based off of obligation. And then she became one of the most popular characters in that game.
Nice.
Sorry, I had to describe that. It's fucking hilarious.
All right. Kaleda from Zen the Sun Zero. Have I already ranked
I
her?
thought we were past all these.
I could have sworn I ranked her.
We didn't. I can confirm we didn't because I
Okay.
was actually paying attention to the character design.
Okay, cool. So, oh yeah, I did talk about her briefly because we already covered her sister. Anyway, Kaleda is the head of a construction company, blah, blah, blah. It's, her last name, Bellabug, and then it's, what is it? Heavy Machinery, something like that. Anyway, she's
Construction.
Grace's younger sister, adoptive younger sister. Grace being the adoptive one. Imagine being adopted. Anyway, she
Wow.
uses big hammer. Well, she dual wields one big hammer and one big wrench. It's really cool. She's really angry like half the time. Doesn't know how to express her emotions, cares way too much about her company. If you call her short, she will try and kill you. Just the
No,
usual
nice.
things that happen. She's not my favorite, not my least favorite. I think Kaleda's a B tier.
Okay. I'm just gonna preface this by saying this character has like nothing going on for her. Colleen, uh, only playable in Street Fighter V, appeared first in Street Fighter 3. Basically has like next to no personality whatsoever, so she gets an immediate C for a decent design. Nothing else redeeming.
All right, so Komaru. Isn't that the main character's sister from the bad spin-off game?
Okay, so Komaru, the protagonist of Danganronpa Spare Girls, sister to sister to Makoto Naegi. Komaru is such a mixed bag of a character. Like she has some really great moments. When she's paired up with Toko in some of the funny scenes, she is really funny and she plays off of Toko really well. The only problem is she's one of those oh woe is me, I'm useless things. And Jesus Christ, the constant repeating of I'm just a normal girl in this situation thing is so exceedingly infuriating. But the one redeeming quality that also, again, puts her over Kamaru is that she has Toko to immediately call her out on her bullshit. Something that never happens with Kasumi, which is another thing I brought it out. No one calls her out on her "woe is me" bullshit ever, hold on, except for Akechi.
Another
That's what
reason
that makes
Akechi's
him
cool, even if he's just kind of feels like a a combo rehash of Naoto and Adachi. I mean, he's literally called the Detective
Anyway,
Prince. I wonder where he got that title.
yeah, they reference that obviously, but regardless, fuck, who is it? Sorry, Kamaru. I got distracted. But yeah, Kamaru. She has that woes me personality. It's annoying, but it gets let off a little because of Tokyo. Overall, she eventually grows into a character that, works out a lot more better. And in Danganronpa 3, she had an end to her character arc that was actually really sweet. And you get to finally see her reunite with her brother fully and get to meet the other cast members. So that was neat, and I liked it. So that gets a. You get, in all honesty, as much as I don't fully care for some of her aspects, some other aspects bring her up just enough and she's funny that I'd actually, believe it or not, give her an A, even though I don't really care for a lot of her aspects.
It's the
She's being
fact that
carried heavily.
she's carried heavily by Toko and being, actually called out on her bullshit.
Yeah, she gets carried very heavily by other characters, and just that she has some actually pretty good scenes, unlike someone else I know.
Yeah. All right. I mean, we know who this is, Comey.
Yep,
She's awesome.
she cannot communicate.
I mean, she can, just
Actually,
not verbally.
yeah, no, yeah.
She's really
Does
cool.
she ever?
Huh?
I need to ask something. Does she ever break out of that in the manga?
I can't fucking remember. I know that she does accomplish her goal of making 100 friends. And she gives. Oh, no, she does, because she gives her. She gives the class speech at the end, like during graduation.
Ah,
But yeah. No, Comey is fucking awesome. I love the girl. Now, I do technically just a little bit prefer her mother, but
well, of course, that's just natural
I
for
feel
you. I mean,
what's that supposed to mean? I feel like you're trying to
because
say
you're
something there.
because you're obsessed with the mothers of rom com protagonists.
No, I just think her mother has slightly more going for her. I mean, the fact that we actually get to
I
hear her
debate
voice
that
and
heavily.
see a little bit more. You get a lot more personality through people's voices than you do without them. Like she
By the
has
way,
that going for her.
wait,
What?
is Uzaki-chan's sister on here?
One more time?
Is Uzaki-chan's sister on here?
No.
Okay, well, I like her design because of the bangs.
Anyway,
I just wanted to mention that.
Comey, she's really cool, really quiet, very shy, very caring. She wants to make 100 friends. I would gladly be one of those 100 friends. I would also like to be Union's friend. I feel sorry for the girl. I'm gonna bring that back up. I think we can both agree, Kuma and I, that Comey gets S tier.
Oh yes, that is definitely.
Would you be Union's
In
friend,
fact,
Kuma?
fuck yes. Wait, who?
Union.
Did you? No, no, no. Well, actually, no. Yes, I probably would because you make me feel bad. Okay, words are needing to be spoken about this next character.
Yes, they are needing to be
This
spoken.
is Konan from Naruto. She is she's like the second in command of the Akatsuki just under Pain. Um
Imagine being named
she
Pain.
well
Imagine
no.
like being the. Imagine being multiple people as one guy.
Anyway, so she is frequently referred to as an angel by the people of the Rain Village because I'm pretty sure she actually kind of is fair. It's, despite being evil, I think if from what I remember is at least a little bit kind to the villagers of the Rain Village that they're inhabiting. I might be wrong, but I don't fully remember. Either way, she is exceedingly loyal to Pain because, well, it probably helps that one of the versions of Pain is literally the corpse of her former love interest
Yeah,
being manually puppeted around by her other best friend.
it happens. That just sounds like a situation I've gotten myself into a couple times.
And naturally,
Uh,
the Pain, Nagato, and Conan uh, collection of three characters there is another very unsubtle allusion to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura
I
because there's a
like.
lot of those in the series.
I like how you didn't even question me saying that just sounds like a situation I've gotten myself into.
It wouldn't surprise me at this point. Anyway, but yeah, she's exceedingly loyal. Not inherently evil. She's just going along with her only remaining friend's desire, which I mean, I wouldn't say is 100% evil. Granted, his desire is not very good, but hey, fuck it, he gets Taka no Jutsu. And
Cringe.
well, and it leads to Conan being the only remaining alive member of the Akatsuki for a while, until and then Kisame dies, and then he once again, and then she once again becomes the only remaining member, and then she lived happily ever. No, she didn't. Fucking Toby, the asshole, came along and fucking killed her for like pretty much no other reason other than just trying to locate Nagato's body. The fucking prick. I was so mad to learn because I didn't know that she died until like years later. I'm like, God damn it, I love her. She's got she's so nice. Well, she's not nice, but like her moment where she finally like no longer is evil. She's like, oh great. I fucking am so mad. I love her design and I love her powers being just basically paper. It works very well. And I think she's cool. She gets an S because I also feel bad that she got unjustly killed by Toby, the bastard.
What's wrong with my boy Toby?
Because he killed her. I mean, I like Toby too, but like, fuck you for killing Conan, you fucking prick.
All right, next. So,
Tora. She doesn't got much going on for her. She's a blade from Xenoblade Chronicles 2. She's one of those girl. She's one of those girl characters with like the gimmick being that she talks and then does not stop talking. In fact, like when she comes back from mission, she literally goes on like a massive tirade of trying to explain what happened on it, and it just cuts her off eventually.
interesting.
She's got some funny moments. She's kind of just a stereotypical bubbly girl. She has a giant electric fist that she punches people with, which is funny. Her design is cute. Hey, she got some funny moments. I
It's
like
too
her.
late. She's
And
already been put in C tier.
but that's not why.
I don't know. I just kind of default there whenever you say they don't got much going for them because that's where you tend to go with that. Anyway, another one of
Um,
yours.
okay, Koshosho from Samurai Warriors. She's very hold on, give me a second. She's very seductive. Despite her weird afro-like hair, she's very seductive. She's really good at manipulating men. Um, she is frequently upset with the fact that basically anyone that surrounds her gets exceedingly bad luck. Which is also a great uh pretense when it comes to marrying her in the game. It's fucking great. I love her like conversations of that stuff. It's nice and sweet. Her design, yeah, she's neat and all. Her powers are neat and all, and her various interactions are really cool too. I'd honestly give her an S. I really like her. Hello?
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you. What'd you say tier she was in?
I said S.
Okay, cool.
Did you doze off?
No, no, I fucking zoned out entirely thinking of something else.
I'm glad to see my input matters so much.
I totally care about that game.
Yeah. I
Katone!
do need to show you that game. You go right ahead.
Okay, so Katone is the female protagonist of Persona 3. Specifically Portable, she also shows up in Q2. Where Makoto, the male protagonist, is the nothing matters kind of depressed. Katone's the hey, nothing matters kind of depressed. She's funny, witty. Um, she likes Ken. I'm sorry.
Also, don't forget she had an existential crisis
Oh yeah,
about
she
her own
has.
existence.
We definitely see her personality fleshed out a lot in Q2. Has an existential crisis when she sees C's because, well, they're the C's from Makoto's continuity, so they don't even know who the fuck she is. So seeing her best friends not know who she is drives her into an existential crisis, which is really cool. She also brought Theodore into existence, which is even better. I know she didn't really bring him into
Okay.
existence, but he exists as her attendant. And Theodore's awesome, and I love everything about him. So,
And
Yeah.
although she may not be canon, Theodore actually probably or is actually canon thanks to
His
Arena.
that and his appearance in Q. I don't know if Q2 is canon, but I know the first one is. So there's
I'm
that.
not entirely sure about that, but
You can
alright.
disagree all you want. It is canon. Anyway, Katone's not S tier, but she's definitely an A tier. You don't fuck with music like she does. Okay, you can explain
I'm
this one
sorry,
too.
what?
You can
What?
explain this one,
I
pal.
didn't hear. Well, no, hold on, I didn't hear what you said. I didn't even recall. Wait, hold on. I can explain this one. When did I put that in?
It was unless
Because
you
I
meant
don't
a
recall that.
look, unless you meant a different crystal. I saw crystal, and considering half of your other specific requests, this is what I assumed.
I don't even recall doing
I
that,
saw
but
crystal on your
I
list.
probably did. Uh, you know, Star Fox character, attractive design, despite being, anthropomorphic animal. Uh, fucking definitely one that probably awoke some things into certain kids. Not me. I never played that fucking game. But regardless, did, I don't know. B. I just like her design. Design's neat. Cool design.
All right.
And also, I'm trying to keep it short to try to at least a little less condemn myself.
My Shiranui.
That's not my
You're
Shiranui.
right. It's not. I saw the color scheme. And that's it.
Yeah, that is Konoichi from Samurai Warriors. Upbeat, bubbly ninja, adorable as all hell. Has like a little weird squirrel companion thing that I'm not quite sure what the fuck it is, but it's adorable. She's adorable. She gets an S. I'm trying to make it quick.
All right.
Oh, and also if you marry her, there's an event where she has to make money for there's an event where like whatever the woman is has to like make money in some regard for the man, and hers is just like, here, I found some money. That's not blood on it, I swear.
Wait, what tier did you say?
S.
Okay, I zoned out again because Samurai Warriors. Anyway,
Asshole.
Karumi, another one of the season 200 girlfriends girls.
Okay, great.
She kind of takes the place of your stereotypical like moody goth girl, but only when she's hungry, which is like most of the time. She's definitely the stereotypical eats a lot character. In fact, it is explained that her metabolism is so fast that she burns off whatever she eats the moment she's done eating it.
Damn.
She wears headphones all the time and has her hood up all the time because seeing or hearing anything makes her think about food and makes her hungry.
What the fuck?
The
Okay, then.
character's hilarious. She has really funny interactions with Hahari, mostly because Hahari is Hahari. How many times can I say Hahari in 5 seconds? Who knows? It's a pain to say. But they have funny interactions, especially during the hide and seek. But
I don't know what that means, but
it's near the end of the second season. You'll know. Oh, you'll know. But Karumi, I'd say is an A tier. Also, another thing about her, alongside Karne, she plays the straight man, being the one character who isn't exceedingly over the top. The one who's
all
actually
right.
serious. Her and Karne are the only ones who
Yeah,
do that.
get it. I get it. Let's try to get him move on a little bit with this. Krishna, Naruto's mother. She is she's sweet, she's nice, she's got a cute design. She's voiced by Laura Bailey. Uh, she has a massive tailed beast demon inside of her, essentially. I don't know why I said essentially, she just does. Um, we don't get to see a lot of her because she's dead through most of it, and we only get to see her in either flashback or various weird sequences. But she leads just in fact in the games, most of her main source of attacking is using kitchen equipment, which includes smacking you with a frying pan, and she also gets angry and starts punching you and stuff. She's charming, she's cute. Give her an
All right. Up next is Kusuri, specifically her full power form, as she calls it. I don't know. I can't remember if she calls that in English, but she calls it that in the Japanese version. So,
A. Remember? I don't know.
I mean, Kusuri's cool. She's a scientist. She makes Well, she calls them medicines in the English version. In the Japanese version, they're a bit more blatant with what it is, and they're referred to almost exclusively as drugs or potions. It depends on the context of what they do. If they do something that's feasible, they're drugs. If they don't, they're potions. So that's pretty easy. She's really cool because of that. She's very smart. Has a potion that de-ages her because it's more efficient, apparently. I don't see how having to use a step stool to find your drugs is efficient, but, you
I
know.
thought it was that she accidentally turned herself that way and she can only go back to her original
Oh,
form by
right.
taking a
You're right.
potion.
Sorry. Yeah, it is that way. But either
Oh, and
way.
also, she immediately gets the lowest ranking out of all of the freaking girls for that, based simply on the fact that she's wearing a diaper, and that disturbs me.
Yeah. No, I agree. The Japanese version, it's funny because she's the only one who ever plays along with Hahari's weird wanting to her constant obsession of I want to change your diapers because
Ew, who's
mommy.
worse?
She has said that before, and she tried to go along with Kusuri and get the others to drink potions to turn them into babies. It backfired. Let's just say that.
Don't spoil stuff, man.
I said it backfired. Anyway, Kusuri, yeah, no, I'm putting her in C.
Okay,
I don't feel right
Kyoko.
putting her in D tier because of look
Oh,
what we have in D tier.
I know. Okay, so Kyoko, the ultimate detective, massive bad. I don't. It's might technically it's a spoiler, but it's not even revealed in any major reveal way. It's just kind of mentioned. But massive badass. She's the ultimate detective. She's cool as hell. She can solve just about any mystery. Most of the time, she already knows the answer to every mystery, and she's just like, "Fuck it, you solve it." Um. What else? What is this? Her relationship with Hakoto is fucking awesome, and I love it. I She almost fucking dies in fucking the third game, the anime, Danganronpa 3, and I'm so glad she does not fucking die because she is a fucking treasure to that game, and she is might very well be the best girl. I'm not sure if she's for sure the best girl, but she's so fucking close, and she's damn near even with Chiaki. And she's awesome. She's sweet. One of her fucking she slowly starts, caring for Makoto, and she has this moment where she starts praising Makoto pretty goddamn heavily before realizing that Makoto suddenly walked in the middle of her praising him, and she just like clears her throat like. Anyway,
Yeah.
it's a cute moment. Also, there's a funny blooper that was accidentally included in some actual televised versions of the anime where after her supposed death, the reveal that she's not dead, she's just supposed to say a line like headmaster because Makoto becomes the headmaster, so to speak, at the end of the series, in case you didn't know that. Um she basically is like, headmaster, they're waiting for you or something like that, and that's all she says. In some versions they accidentally kept a blooper in where instead of her saying that, she says, "Yeah, I thought I died too. I don't really understand it."
Okay,
It's
so
simply
F
like,
tier.
fuck off. She is text, and that is not going to be argued.
But Junko.
She is S without a fucking question.
It's Junko.
And
Yeah,
there's so
no, I
much
agree.
more. Oh, and don't forget, Kyoko's also trained with a gun. She knows how to use firearms, and that's cool. And that is confirmed in the technically not canon, but you could probably believe some of the aspects that are mentioned. Danganronpa S. But anyway, she gets S without a doubt. Kyoko gets an S. She is badass.
Okay, fine. Anyway,
Thank you.
Q
Why?
Sugar Dust. That's her last name.
She's gone.
What? I told you I remember all of their last names.
No, that's not the point. That's a hell of a last name.
Yeah, she does not appreciate it. In fact, she specifically says if you make fun of her, she'll kill you.
Okay, given her personality, I'm surprised it's not Q Sugar Tits.
No, Q. I think she's pretty cool. Definitely one of my favorites in the first game. Unfortunately, she's not an option in the second. which is a shame. But let's see, like she's up there with Audrey and Jesse. She's pretty cool. She's teasing. She's the ultimate wing woman. Get it? Because
For
she
some
has
reason,
wings.
her line about liking chocolate remains in my brain
Yeah.
and has
Uh,
not left it since I heard it.
she gives you the awesome power to complete full dates perfectly as long as you're really good at Bejeweled. Um, so there's that. Your Candy Crush skills can translate. All in all, she's funny. She's charming. I like her. She's a little bit just a little vulgar. I'm gonna put her in the same tier I
A
put Jesse
little,
in. Just
a
a little.
little.
Labris, Aegis' sister,
Labyrinth.
the older sister.
So, sounds like she's from Boston,
She
which
might
a
be.
lot of people find her voice annoying. I fucking find it adorable. I love her voice in that. Um, well, she's caring sister to Igus, funny as hell, has a sadistic shadow side that is just an alternate personality instead of just being her shadow.
I mean, Aegis also has a sadistic shadow, so there's that.
Well, actually, her shadow isn't real.
True, but still.
It was a fake made by it was a fake made to try to trick her, but that's
Aren't
besides
like the
the point.
majority of the shadows in that fakes?
No. In Well, obviously all the Persona 4 cast got shadows, but Persona 3 did those characters did not get shadows. They only got fake shadows at the end of the game,
Well, yeah, I know because they already had their
and
personas, but still.
yeah,
But
but
it's like
still,
what I mean is like
it,
when Yosuke, sorry, sees his shadow again, it's a fake, but it's taking on the aspects of his shadow. So we can at
exactly.
least assume that if they had shadows, real shadows, they
Yeah,
would be very much what the fake ones are.
probably. But anyway, she's cool. She has the tragic backstory as do a lot of characters. She's neat and all. I like her. She gets at least an A. They,
I think she gets an S.
actually, no. Yeah, I was actually like, you know what?
I
Never
like
mind. She gets
Labris.
an
She's
S.
cool.
I don't like today.
I think
But
she
she gets an
pairs
S.
very well with Yosuke, and Yosuke deserves some love. So give him the robot.
I know. I really, really wish he.
Late
I
night.
wish that was canon.
Let me have another Yuri Lowenthal character paired with the robot.
Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna make this one quick. Lady Hunk, not canon, but is an alternate costume for Hunk in Resident Evil Revelations. Um, Basically, it's literally just Hunk but female. It's an S. Hunk is probably one of my favorite Resident Evil characters. Not joking. So just female Hunks, just straight up S.
Sounds kind of gay.
No, it's not. It's female.
All
Yeah.
right, more Kingdom Hearts.
Okay. Kingdom Hearts. This is the last Kingdom Hearts character. There's only three of them. Larstein, member of Organization 13. Both incredibly sadistic and also very teasing. Um, if I remember, I'm pretty sure she kind of I think for sure dies at the end of Resident Evil, wrong game. At the end of Kingdom Hearts 3, and her last words are her mentioning that she has or some sort of secret about her past life, and it's just like, well, what is it? And she's like, I'm not telling, and then just leaves it like that, and then she dies, and it was something. I don't know if she is for sure dead, but she'll probably come back knowing so. But she's funny. She's an asshole. I like her design. She gets an A.
All right. Up next, Laura. Now,
Laura Matsuda,
forgive me if
Street
I'm wrong,
Fighter.
but isn't she like the sister of what was he? Kin's student, whatever the fuck his name was.
Sean.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah. Laura is one of the biggest examples of sexualized to a almost or to a I actually fucking hate it degree. She is too goddamn much in terms of being sexualized. When literally almost like 90% of her costumes aren't even tournament legal because of how inappropriate they are, including her own default, it makes her she is just overly sexualized, and that is saying a lot when I don't mind, say, the fucking Mortal Kombat 9 designs. I don't consider those too much, but she is just too much. Like I cannot stand it. I just can't. And her personality is, in my opinion, a big fat load of nothing.
All
Other than
right.
that, she's just kind of like an over and like a little bit of an overbearing like little sister or big sister to like Sean, and that's like the only other
Fair.
personality traits
All
we
right,
have. I don't like her. She's a C
Leia.
at best. She's not completely awful, but I just not my favorite.
Leia's up next.
I don't know who that is.
No idea.
Oh, sorry, never mind. I was thinking of the character right after. She's from Unicorn Overlord. She's an attendant. She's the attendant to Virginia. Um, she's not got a whole lot going on. She's just basically uh very duty bound and a little bit cool just to see.
Okay. Up next is Lean from the smartphone anime. You won't know her, but I know her. She's cool. She's a fairy, so there's that. Despite appearances, she's
What type of fairy are we talking about? Are
a
we talking like
fairy. I don't.
derogatory term towards homosexual fairy or
Wow. Okay. Okay, I see
what?
how it is. No, she's a fairy. She's over 500 years
Okay.
old, because of course she is. Despite that, as tends to be the case with these, very old immortals, see Frerin, she's, childishly immature.
Yeah, she looks
Likes
like it.
teasing, loves teasing the main character, all sorts of dumb shit. She's also very good, very very smart, very good at magic. She has a quote unquote student who she treats more like a servant and also loves embarrassing. So there's
Ah,
that. Thankfully, for the student's sake, she's a masochist, so it's fine. But all that shit, whatever. She's cool. Definitely has moments where she goes too far and almost gets the main character assaulted over it, but it happens. As in her
alright
actions,
then.
her actions cause someone to try to attack the guy. But as a standard isekai protagonist, he's got that dumb cheat code ability that makes him nearly impossible to hurt.
Alright then. Okay, next is Leone.
Leone. As we all know, all my homies hate Leone. I'm kidding. I
Shut
love
up.
Leone.
No.
We were joking about this off camera. Anyway,
Okay.
I
So,
love Leone.
uh,
She's awesome.
she's definitely on the tomboy scale. Um, she's very resourceful. She doesn't like wasting things.
She
She
is
is
the
kind of a
lesser
bitch,
of
and
Gerald's students.
she's kind of a bitch, but in a charming way that eventually pays off in her actually being really nice. Her romance is adorable, especially since most of it is spent having her, being a bitch. So that ending like that is sweet, and also the "Are you sure me?" They're not very conventional, sweet, adorable. Uh, I can't really think of much else to say other than that. I really like her,
Uh,
and honestly, I think I'd give her just barely eking into S territory.
I mean, she also. Oh, I agree. She also, in her solo ending when she doesn't get married because she's Leone, and who would want that? I mean, Claude was so against it that he signed over his entire fortune to a divorce.
Again, inside joke.
Yeah. Anyway, um, she's so much like Gerald that she even adopts his drinking habits, leaving many an unpaid tab at bars across Fodlan.
Oh, and don't forget, if you pair her with Alois, she also gets his debt.
Yeah,
Gerald's debt, not Alois's debt. Alois
yeah.
doesn't have debt. Actually, on second thought, I think he did actually end up incurring his debt.
All right,
Hence Gerald's passing away.
up next is another one of yours.
Lian, Lian she is from Dynasty Warriors. She's a loyal retainer, loyal from I think the wife to someone. Uh, she's got a very attractive design. One of the biggest pairs of the Bahamut in in Dynasty Warriors. She's got one of my more least favorite movesets in the fucking Mandarin Duck hooks. But overall, she's all right. She gets a bid B.
Alrighty, there we go.
All right.
We're
Um,
almost done. We've only got like 50 more.
we're oh Jesus. Okay. So she is or this next character is from Tekken, Lydia. She is, I'm pretty sure, the president of Poland,
Of course,
which is
of course she
something.
is.
Uh, and I don't really have much else to say because I don't really know her personality other than, well, her being the fucking president of Poland, which is fucking hilarious. So just for that, at least I'll give her a B.
All right. Next is Lindsay from the smartphone anime. She is the
I was
sister.
bored. I didn't realize you had that many of those characters.
Oh, I have the majority of them. There's a few that I don't have, but
The way you said it, I assumed it was only going to be like maybe two.
the way I said it, it means the guy ends up with 9 wives, and I only chose like 4 or 5.
Okay then.
You're welcome. Anyway, Lindsay is Elze's twin sister, where Elze is, very much tomboyish and brute force punchy things. Lindsay is, slightly more feminine and uses magic. She's smart. She's the smarter of the two. She's, just as cool in her own way. Less shy about things and more open about her feelings. Where'd I put Elze? Because they're on the same tier.
I don't know why you're asking me.
Good question. There she is. All right, that answers that.
Okay,
Lisa.
cool. Lisa. Mother to Joseph Joestar. I thought I said the wrong one. Sorry. Mother to Joseph
She's old.
Joestar. All she's okay. She's not that old. It's kind of a little overblown. But there is a really funny interaction between her and Joseph once he figured out how much more older than he thought she was. That she is like, oh, is that a wrinkle? Shithead. I love Joseph. Anyway, besides that point, um, she's a badass who, admittedly, her badassness kind of gets a little bit drained when she actually becomes a character that's actively battling instead of being one that's just kind of, you know, encouraging the rest on. Basically, she becomes less of a badass the moment that she's has his moment.
Yeah,
But
happens.
she's still pretty cool. Her leg gets played like a guitar by fucking cars. Uh, she's awesome and she's got a nice design and she's cool. She gets an A.
However, she's an older woman, so that brings her to S. I'm kidding. I'm not
Okay, well, I
stereotyped.
mean, if you want to, you can.
No, I think she's A.
Okay.
Live
Um,
Wire. I
I
don't know
know
shit about
that
this
I,
one.
she's a DC villain. Her main thing is obviously electricity. I don't know like fucking anything about her. My only
Man,
exposure has been
never would
the
have expected
Lego game.
electricity. I kind of expected it to be, I don't know, ice, because she's blue.
No,
Being
well, it's
sarcastic.
called Live Wire.
I know I was
God, I
being
know you're
sarcastic.
joking, but like, but anyway, I don't know anything much about her besides her in the Lego game. She is fucking annoying in that game. But in terms for like default design that I have seen, doesn't really do anything for me. I'm just put that in honestly a D because especially since her voice was really annoying in the fucking Lego game. So that's the D.
The lesser Lois Lane.
Just like you're the lesser host.
No, you're the sidekick. We've been over this. The
That
lesser,
doesn't mean that doesn't mean you're not the lesser host.
just because we barely do anything on my channel doesn't mean anything. The show is mostly hosted on your channel. Of course, I'm the lesser
I
host.
know.
I have my solo channel.
Just I'm joking. In all honesty, you're probably funnier than me.
I am.
Anyway, wow. Okay, and so humble too.
Yeah, no,
Anyway,
I am
move
pretty
on.
humble.
Lois
I
Lane.
think I think it's pretty great how humble I am.
We
Lesser Lois Lane.
we already
I
we already
mean,
ranked the cooler Lois Lane as you labeled them in files.
yeah, A tier for that one. Lesser Lois Lane is still not bad. I don't hate her near as much as I hate some other DC characters.
Depends on the variation.
We're going off this variation specifically, which is the DC like the old animated series ones.
The
Uh,
DC animated universe series of
Not
her.
specifically the animated universe. Like the AU is more the movies. I'm talking like specifically the series.
Are you not talking? You do realize that like the
There's
Batman animated series, the Superman animated series, and Justice League Unlimited are all in the same fucking universe. That's what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
but
And
then
that's where
there's
that
some
Lois
that
comes from.
aren't. So whatever. But this Lois Lane, I mean, she's a army brat. She's roughly tomboyish. She's pretty cool. She's not just a reporter, so she can actually handle herself, which is A good thing that not a lot of Lois lanes have. If you're going to
Oh,
be
and
the
don't
public romance of
oh,
Superman, you're gonna get targeted. Be able to protect
and don't
yourself.
forget, and don't forget, Lex Luger made a sex bot of her.
Oh yeah, you know what? That makes her. That kind of brings her up. Just
I
for
completely.
being. I was being sarcastic about that. I think this Lois Lane, while not the worst, could have a lot more. That anyone around Superman inevitably falls to the same fate he has of there's no point in your story. Superman's there. Nothing's gonna happen. Anyway, Lola Rimbright, unironically
Yeah.
my least favorite Honey Pop character.
Okay, then.
I don't know. I just find her very
I'm
annoying.
not saying I disagree with anything. I don't have an
Because
opinion. I'm just saying
I
that
find her
came out of
very
fucking left
annoying.
field.
Annoying and bitchy, and that may sound hypocritical from the guy whose favorite in the original game is Audrey. Let me explain myself. Audrey is like
Okay,
that. She's intentionally over the top bitchy, okay? Audrey is. Lola, I don't think it's
it's like
intentional. She
his
just comes
character
off
gimmick,
as.
bitchy.
Yeah, Lola just kind of comes off, whether intentionally or not, she just comes off as bitchy and annoying. I don't like her all that much. She's not the worst thing. There's definitely worse characters. I don't even hate her. I just don't like her as much as the other characters in the game. I'd say she's a solid C or B. Like, there's so much better you could do. There's also so much worse. I mean, again, look at this thing down here. This unholy abomination that needs to be burned.
Yeah. Okay, I still love that meme you sent me, the Markiplier meme.
Yeah. All right, Laura.
Laura from the Torn of the Golden Country expansion for uh, Xenoblade 2. Um, she was the driver of Jin until her inevitable tragic ending. Um, she's sweet, she's motherly, she has an adorable connection with Jin. She does everything she can, and it's all she's honestly really nice, and it's a shame what happens to her. So she gets a definite A.
All right, another one of your special requests, Kuma. You ready to explain yourself?
Okay, this was not. Don't put a special request again. I put some of these because of general popularity.
They were still your requests.
Just because they were generally popular, you're blowing out of proportion the reason why I selected these.
Nope.
Anyway, as Little Bunny, you know exactly why she's here. There's constant multiple bringing ups of the shit she's awakened in kids that had seen that movie. I never saw it.
Dude, this
But
first
Jesus
Space
Christ,
Jam is fucking amazing. We're going to watch it now that I know you haven't seen it.
I don't have that much of an interest, honestly. But I'm not gonna probably have a fucking choice.
No,
But
you're not.
regardless,
Fuck you. You don't get a choice.
she,
If you're
yeah,
going to
she's got.
subject me to Kingdom Hearts, I get to subject you to a couple of movies, at the very least. Because you know what? At least
Anyway,
Space Jam doesn't give you a migraine trying to think of
we
where
need to
one game
we
falls.
need to get a move on. Anyway, she's got a hell of a fucking design, and good lord. It's funny just how much they toned down that design when they started to actually implement her in the cartoons. But
Yeah.
good fucking lord.
Pussies.
Uh, just I'm gonna just because of the hilarity of the constant jokes of the shit she's awakening kids and how shockingly sexual she is for being in a kids movie. Put her in A.
Alright. Up next is another one of yours.
Okay, this is. No, wait for you to get back down. This is Lulin Kui. She is the daughter of Lubu and a fucking badass. I'm pretty sure a lot of the way that she's depicted in it, she seems to be nowhere near as morally questionable as Lubu. She's still loyal to him, but she's not directly evil, and she's more willing to she's more willing to not be as brutal as Lubu. She's got a great design. I like her white hair with her black and red outfit. Um, there's a character who she was possibly going to have an arranged marriage with that didn't go through, and that guy is just obs- obscenely obsessed with her and is just constantly following her up like I'll do anything for you, my lady type of fucking character, and it's hilarious. He's not like a character, he's one of the generic characters, but it's still funny. She's awesome. She's one of my favorites. She gets an S.
All right. Luna Snow's up next. I don't.
Korean pop star. I don't know anything else about her.
Me neither.
Give her a B.
Okay.
I also know that people fucking hate her to going against her in Marvel Rivals,
Yeah, well, people
and that's
also
fine.
hate going
I
up
think it's
against Jeff the Land Shark, so that doesn't really say much
and
about a
and
waifu.
Jeff the Land Shark is fucking awesome. Okay, um, so this character, King of Fighters, um, she is the very seductive girlfriend of the Korean guy. I think Kim Kapwan, I think his name is, his master's girlfriend. She
Okay.
is exceedingly sexual. Very definitely has some mommy energy going on. Has a super where she snaps your neck and proceeds to sit on you. Has a very pronounced ass while she does such. Um,
No, I think I
Good
know.
lord, her.
I think I know this character. Yeah, no, I recognize her. Okay, cool.
Yeah, you totally. I was gonna
No,
go
no,
with
I do.
A, but
I
fuck
do
it.
because
Okay.
the other guy was the lowest rated character in the entire game in terms of popularity. The other guy that came with her,
Kim
Kim.
Kapwan?
No, Kim's teacher.
Master.
Yeah, I do know her because
Okay.
she was significantly more popular than he was.
Yes, yes, she was. Anyway, Lysithia.
I mean, come on,
True.
Lysithea. You gotta feel
Um,
bad for the girl based on her backstory. Personally, she's another like top top 10 for me.
okay. Not trying to sound crass saying this, but basically, in case you don't know, she basically has the equivalent to magic cancer.
Woo! Gotta
Not
love
trying
me
to
some.
sound crass, but that's the best way I have to
I
describe
mean,
it.
no, that's
Um,
pretty much the perfect way of describing it, considering what it does to her.
she essentially she was experimented on. That's why her hair is white. Fun fact. Same reason why Edelgar's hair is white.
Now, Edelgard's hair is white
Um,
because she's cool. There's a big difference.
but
Not saying
she
Lysithea isn't
basically
cool,
had
but
a lot of her character flaws come from the fact that she knows she doesn't have a long life. Um, sorry, that was saw something that made me laugh. But anyway, um, she's nice. Despite some of her more bitchy moments, she usually redeems them in other ways. Her 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 support conversations with Balthus are fucking hilarious. Um, uh, she's just overall, I like her. She's cool. She gets an A in my opinion. Also, she's widely considered as the most powerful unit in the entire fucking game.
which is why I never use her. I
Anyway,
recruit her because
she
I
gets
like
an
her
A.
and I don't want to have to kill her, which is saying a lot as the guy who did my first playthrough killing pretty much everyone who wasn't a Black Eagle. But for me, she's one of my favorites in the game. Uh, she's also one of the 3 characters that I recruit to Black Eagles every single time, so I don't have to kill them. The other 2 being Leonie and Annette, and then I massacre everyone else horribly. Oh, and Shamir.
Oh,
I
it's Marianne.
can't forget about Shamir. Oh, Marianne just doesn't show up.
I know. I figured she probably didn't, but
She just
still, like poor
dips.
Marianne.
I
That's not
would.
surprising. That seems very
I
hurt.
100% would.
Kill her,
Yeah, not because I hate her, just because I feel like I have to save face. I have a reputation to keep.
motherfucker. Anyway, continue.
Got a
And by
reputation to uphold.
continue, I mean,
Lysithea,
this is my
yeah, Lysithia's an S tier to me.
okay. Okay, okay, you can better guess. I don't really mind. Anyway, Hilda. Okay, she is the sister to the character Prim that we rated in I think the last one. She is. I mean, she's all I remember. So she's kind of a bitch, and she's a wyvern rider, and that's about it. That's all I can remember. She's kind of annoying and she's a wife and writer. Give her D. D.
Alrighty. There we go.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I said C.
Oh, I thought you said D.
I said D and then I changed it to C.
Okay. Well, fuck
But
you then. You
I'll
don't
be
get to
honest.
do that.
So I'll be honest. I don't even know who the fuck Magic is. I just know her from fucking Marvel Rivals, and I was just going down the list.
Okay, cool. I don't know who she is
I well,
either.
not well. I was gonna say real quick. I want to put her at least a B because I really like her design. I like her black. I like her blonde hair with her generally black outfit. She looks pretty fucking cool. I think she has like a really thick accent, but I'm not sure.
Alright, anyway, up
Either way,
next,
she's cool. B.
Danganronpa.
Okay, Mahiru Koizumi. She's the ultimate photographer. She's basically the most generic ass character in that game. I think by design. She is one of the least over the top characters, and she's generally just like pretty basic. She has daddy issues, definitely, because I'm pretty sure her father abandoned her family, and she kind of is a little bit harsher on men. But she's not Tenko levels of hates men. But she does try to, you know, she tries to get them to try harder and act more, masculine, if you know what I mean.
Uh huh.
She has a weird relationship with Hiyoko, where Hiyoko for some reason really just gravitates towards her, and My Hero just kind of goes a little bit protective of her, which leads to some really fucking annoying interactions. And when Hyoko's being a bitch, someone bites back at her, and then My Hero's just like, "Hey, you shouldn't be mean to her, even if she was a bitch first." And because of that, she gets to see.
Damn.
Honestly, those annoying interactions get fucking annoyingly repetitive, and it's like she's a fucking bitch, and she fucking deserves that.
Alright.
Also her best friend gets like, fucking, or I don't remember what happens, but well, a lot of there's a whole situation where a friend kills a friend, or a friend kills an enemy, or a friend of hers kills someone, basically, in the story, and that's the thing that happens. Also, wait, and also she has a inappropriate scene where she's nude. Okay, so she has like there's always like a fan service scene every Danganronpa game, and hers is alongside the childlike looking Kyoko, and it's the most like, why is this a scene? And it's also the only one that has actual nudity in it, technically. It's censored, but you can find the uncensored version in the game files, and I'm pretty sure there's just like Barbie doll proportions, but it's basically close enough to like, oh my god, I can't believe that's a thing.
Oh.
Just need to point that out. Anyway, Blaze Blue, my, um, I'll I'll mention one thing at the end. Has big boobs, just because I figured I'd mention that. Has an ultimate attack where she throws her spear at the ground and it causes a ginormous nuclear explosion that leaves a crater in the fucking earth. Um, I can't recall much else of any decent personality traits other than just like kind of having some funny moments and stuff. Here's the most important thing to preface: was previously a man, before getting magically transformed completely and fully into a girl. Uh,
It
so it's now
happened.
just
Nah, that
a
happens
girl
sometimes.
against their will,
That
but just
happens
because they
sometimes,
accept
you
it
know?
because they just can't turn back.
That,
Um,
funnily enough, that is also not the first time I've heard that happen. And no, the first time I heard it was not an anime. It was a novel from
okay,
the 1900s. A vampire novel, to be
okay,
specific.
okay. Anyway, I'm not so sure how much I could get past the fact that they were previously male,
It's a
but
woman
also the
now.
design of. But I will admit the design itself is perfectly fine, and like they're fully woman. They don't have any extra extremities or anything. So at least a B.
Alright. There's my Shiranui.
That's just like, I mean, aside from her being basically just a fucking fighting game sex icon, let's be honest, that's basically what she's most known for.
She's
I
also
mean,
just
good
got a
lord,
really cool personality.
Her entire fighting style is literally distract you with tits.
That's a pretty
It is,
solid fighting style. I mean, look how far it's gotten her.
uh, but she's obsessed with Andy Bogart. Don't know why. I don't
Hopelessly in
see.
love with Terry's brother.
Uh, and to a hilarious degree, she is funny. She's got some amazing moments. She didn't make it into Smash because she is just that revealing. Even though her real about Fatal Fury design could have worked in that game. Although I didn't just go
I
with
don't think
that,
her
that would have worked.
fighting style could have worked.
Well, no, she wasn't going to be playable. She was just going to be in the background.
Okay. I like to imagine. I like to imagine Sakurai saying, "That one isn't her entire fighting style titties. She doesn't get in my game. She doesn't get to be here ever. Cover them up
But
all you
anyway,
want. They're still there, and they are still sinning to
anyway,
this day."
regardless, she's got an amazing personality. She's funny. She's got a massive pair of badonkers. And yes, that does actually matter with this character for once because that's one of her main things.
Yep.
So she gets an F.
Pretty sure she qualifies as a metronome.
She's also basically just Fatal Fury's Chun-Li, which but just better in every
Yeah.
conceivable way.
Yeah, pretty much. Chun Li
Okay,
doesn't really have
Min
much going
Min.
for her.
Okay, Min Min, adorable, has arms literally made of ramen. Uh, well, no, that's about it. She's just adorable and has arms made of ramen, and her whole design is one of the cutest in that game. And because of that alone, she gets an A.
I like Min Min. I hate her
Don't
existence in
like.
Smash Bros.
Okay, oh boy, you go right the hell ahead with this one.
As a Little Mac main, I fucking hate going against her, man.
Elephant in the room, acknowledge it.
Oh, Majima. I honestly, I thought he was further down.
Nope, I saw him slowly approaching.
Okay, cool. I mean, it's
I heard the
Majima.
alarm go off.
It's Majima. He's cool. He's everywhere. You can't hide from him. He will find you. Um, if you, I mean, the other day I saw a suspiciously large road cone, so that's a thing.
Totally unrelated.
Yeah. Majima, really cool. Gets ranked S tier.
Okay. Uh, so Maki, character from one of the Final Fight characters that just kind of existed in one of the Street Fighter games and never came back. Cool ninja girl with tonfas and blonde hair. She's pretty neat. I like her design so much that I wish she'd come back. She gets at least an A, just designed completely alone.
Okay. Makoto, best girl in Street
Uh,
Fighter. I will hear nothing against it.
second, second most popular character in the entire series, despite only ever appearing in 2 games.
I mean,
She is
Makoto and Jury are tied for best girl, so that's that.
she is tomboy as tomboy can get. She literally has a super where she just gets so angry her skin starts glowing red and she just punches you harder. One of her other supers has her literally punch you into the fucking stratosphere, essentially. She's she's fucking awesome. I can see why people like her. She gets at least an A for me. But I'm assuming you want her higher, so I'm assuming she's going in F.
All right. I'm putting her in S, and you can't stop me.
That's perfectly fine. All
Um,
right. Who was next? Oh,
Up next is the Lesser Nijima, Mid Kodo.
okay. Makoto. I really like her. She was. Oh God, let's see who's next. Makoto. I like her. She's smart. She's cool. She's badass. She punches people really hard. Um, she goes over the top sometimes, and then gets made fun of for it, and then gets embarrassed. Um, I like her. Her motorcycle's awesome. She gets an A, even though she
Uh,
was initially my favorite. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, yeah, she's all right. She's not my. She's no longer my favorite. Kawakami's without a doubt my favorite. So she's A.
all right. Up next is Von Karma, and to keep things as spoilers
Okay,
free as possible for Kuma's sake, he's Edgeworth's adopted father, and that is immediately where all of the niceties end. This guy fucking sucks. Putting him in D tier.
I just so you know, I watched the first game. There's no need to technically hide it from me. I know what he did.
Anyway, he goes into D tier.
Yes. Also, the only reason he's in here is because I didn't specify which Von Karma.
Yeah, he didn't specify until it was too late. I just kind of grabbed both to be safe.
Alright,
Mantis.
Mantis. Don't know a lot about her other than the fact that she appeared in Guardians of the Galaxy. Her fleshy antenna are heavily disturbing, and I
Her
think
Guardian's
she
appearance is actually kind of botched because it completely wonks out her power set. That whole empathy thing is
also
a very, very minor thing. Her main thing is being a
I have
martial arts master.
also if I remember, isn't she psychic?
Yeah, to a degree. And
Okay,
the empathy thing stems from that.
I'm not even 100% sure what that's all about, but I don't know enough about her. But I also feel like she also has been, at least in the cinematic universe, included in some really annoying things. So put her in C.
Yeah. Up next is Manuela, and I think we both agree where she goes. S tier.
But let's explain first before we play.
She's a hopeless romantic, a slightly more alcoholic Kawakami. Uh,
Slightly, but stop saying slightly. She's not slightly. Kawakami isn't alcoholic at all, so she's
that we
literally just
know
an
of.
alcoholic Kawakami. It's never
Anyway,
shown, it's never said, so she's not.
Manuela is awesome. Hopeless romantic, just wants someone to love her, is very desperate for someone to love her, is
If you're
somehow
playing as a
impossible to
man,
love.
if you're playing as a man, your first interaction with her, when you first get free time to interact with her, is literally, "Oh, I didn't expect to see you so soon. Lock the doors."
Yep. She's awesome.
It's
Her
like
room is supposedly a massive mess, though whenever you enter her office, it's not. So who
it's
knows?
her
But
room and her room and her office are two separate
I
locations.
assumed her
Her
office was
room is
also. I thought somewhere her room was. Or her office was also described as a massive mess. Anyway, I do like during her support link, the first one, where you're delivering the message that the night from the night before will said they will not be seeing each other again ever. And she's like, she wakes up and you just hear all that crashing as she looks for her robe or anything to put on to cover herself. And it's amazing. I love Manuela. She's a mess, but
also
she's an awesome mess.
also in her likes and dislikes have one of the funniest labeled ones because I believe it's that one of her likes are like I think it's like something like drinks and or it's something like she likes drinks and like her other thing is like feeling terrible after having too many drinks and it's the most unsubtle allusion to alcohol consumption.
Ah, yes.
Either way, it's hilarious. All right, you take the floor.
All right, Maple, the last of the Minaduki cat girls, or in other words, the girls from Nekapara. She's very refined and classy. Is the only one out of all six of them to have any reservations whatsoever about the harem situation they have going on. So there's
Well,
that.
sorry about that. Sorry about the scream. My cat just scared the crap out of me by booping my elbow.
Don't worry, I did not hear it whatsoever. I'm pretty sure your mic capped out.
Anyway,
Anyway, she's cool. She's fancy. Uh, Cinnamon has a somewhat unhealthy obsession with her, but Cinnamon has a somewhat unhealthy obsession with pretty much anything. So, yeah, Maple's all right. Not my favorite, but still a solid B tier.
okay.
Margaret.
Margaret. Uh, I believe she's referred to as the sadistic stud keeping secretary
Yep.
in that game. I
Yep.
fucking love those nicknames. Um, she's she's beautiful. She has some great interactions with the main character, and she takes a very cheeky kiss if you've completed her social link by the end of the game. She
Hey.
doesn't have, and she has a very funny relationship with her sister Elizabeth. She doesn't have much else like massively going for her, but just her little bits of her little tidbits of personality take her to a definitely an A.
Yeah, she's definitely the most mild personality wise out of the attendants in terms of what she
And,
shows.
and yet that subtleness still somehow feels over the top.
Yeah, it feels like an over the top subtleness as a top to Elizabeth's over the top everything,
Everything.
and the twins over the top being a piece of shit to Joker. Poor Joker just got the worst of everything.
Okay, moving on. Raya. Named after Mariah Carey. That's an automatic negative just because of that fucking song. You know, the
All I
song,
want for
one that you hear
Christmas,
every Christmas.
I'll have you know, Kuma, all I want for Christmas is that fucking eShop gift card you promised me like 2 months ago, dude. What
Okay,
the hell?
I will get it eventually. I just haven't had a decent opportunity to yet. But regardless, um, she has magnetic. She has magnetic powers. She's described as being very sexy, especially her legs. By by the way, by the characters. That is not my comment. That is the character's comment. Thank you.
Right.
Um, there's a she uh tricks or she has this little scene where her boobs suddenly start growing, but you actually find out she just has a bunch of nuts and bolts inside of her bra that then launch at the other opponents, which is also which is also a special move in the fucking fighting game, and it's fucking hilarious out of context. Um, she's got a design. Her ending in the Heritage to the Future video game is hilarious because it's basically a 50-50 card swipe of either you pick the world card and she's like, or she starts complimenting. She's like, "You're actually quite charming." Insert player. And if you pick the world card, she's like, "But you're not as charming as Dio." But if you actually pick her card, she's like, "You might even be a little bit more charming than Dio," which is funny. Honestly, just because of that ending, she gets an A.
I pick Sawardo. Oh, that fucking hurt.
I'm struggling to load this shit.
Yeah, we have too many anime women. Anyway, up next is
Okay,
Marianne.
Marion. Since you killed her a ton, I feel that I'm the only one justified to speak of
I
her.
did not kill her.
Um,
I
I
couldn't
know,
kill her. I said I would
I
if
know,
I could, not because I
because
hate
you're an
her. I
asshole.
do not
All
dislike
right.
her. I actually quite like her, but I have a reputation to uphold.
Anyway, so I mentioned earlier that she is the Kasumi Komaru character archetype personified in the best way possible that I've ever seen a game do. You know, she's apathetic. She does not like herself. She feels that she brings nothing but pain to people. She actually shares a voice actor with Haru, and in my opinion, it's the better role that that voice actor had.
Well, Marianne actually gets
Um,
time to be fleshed out.
by the way, I think you actually there's a chance you might have forgotten a character.
Probably.
But anyway, um,
You'll have to tell me who.
she uh Fubuki from Raincoat. Uh,
No, we did her a while ago. She showed up
oh
near like the
no we
beginning.
didn't. There she is right there. We haven't done her yet. She's right fucking there. I
Oh,
just
never
missed
mind.
her.
I'm thinking of
Anyway,
someone else then.
regardless, Marion's Marianne is awesome. She eventually gets over her trauma and actually starts, you know, being cool in a way that feels natural. Her marriage is so sweet, and the thing is, despite her, complete lack of self confidence and her complete hatred of herself, the thing that finally cements her perfect change from being the person that she was is when she is the one that confesses to the male character instead of the other way around like it usually is.
Yeah.
And because of that, she gets an S from me.
Yeah, fair enough.
And for pulling off an impossible to pull off character trait.
Yeah, no, Marianne is pretty awesome. I'd still kill her if I would, just because I have to. It's a necessity thing, but you
Fucking
know.
dickhead. Anyway,
Marie. So, you know how Sumi fucking sucks for being added to a game very
exactly,
forcefully and out of place? Marie was added to a game that had an already complete story. And she does it perfectly by not being forced down your throat, not feeling out of place. You don't even have to acknowledge her presence. She is only ever
exactly,
directly mentioned and shown to you twice. Once in the new opening cutscene for Golden, which is more of an establishment of, hey, this character's here now, welcome, there's a small addition here. And then once, what is it, 2 weeks in game time, or is it a month? It's somewhere around there, where you enter the Velvet
something.
Room, and Igor brings her up because she's there, explains what she does, and there you go. Beyond that, there's like
Yep,
one slight passing line from Margaret that when her social link becomes available, that is, hey, can you like show her around? She wants to get to know your world. You never have to do that. ever. She is
Yep,
never
you
forced
don't
down your
have
throat.
to.
Does not lock the true ending behind her. Like
Hmm.
there's some extra context to the true ending if you max out her social link, but that's it. It's just so much better, and she's actually a good character.
Anyway, and one thing about her is that although yes, she does have like a one relatively like the good thing about her is that she is a character archetype, which means she automatically has a character. She
Yeah,
is a tsundere, and she is fucking adorable because of it. No matter how you might feel about tsunderes, she is so charming with her ways, and her whole poem thing. While albeit a little bit cringy, it's also funny at the same time, and it's not Kasumi cringy. It's like charmingly cringy. Like it's meant to be cringy because she's embarrassed by it. That's the point.
yeah, yeah,
Um, and her social link is just one of the best in the game. And thank the Lords above, she is officially the actual canon romance option that is now no longer restate. Thank you.
yeah. All right, up next is
She is
Mary
just
Jane from Spider-Man.
that is an F.
Yeah, she kind of sucks.
She's she's like the worst Spider-Man romance ever because she just doesn't fucking deserve it in the slightest, and all she does is cause Peter just pain.
Okay, no, it's not Mary Jane that causes him pain. It's the fact that he's Spider-Man. That's not even me saying
I
that. That's just
know.
like an actual canon thing. To be Spider-Man is to suffer. You
Not to
cannot be
mention she's
Spider-Man without suffering horribly for it.
yeah, not to mention she's just consistently used to further torture Spider-Man in the comics. In fact, I'm pretty sure at one point he just gets straight up cucked by her, and it's like, what the
Oh, you
fuck?
think that's bad? At one point, he kills her and their unborn child by impregnating her because his semen is
Yeah,
radioactive, lethally
I
so.
know, I very much know that.
It's bad. Poor
That is
fucking
unfortunately
Peter.
burned into my memory. Anyway, the character I was literally just talking about, Fubuki Clockford, because that's a name. Okay, so, part of a very rich family, um, a family that is no joke responsible for dictating the time and the dates of like the entire fucking world. I don't know how the fuck that works, but it somehow works like that.
Sorry, say that one more
Her
time.
Oh, sorry. She is part of a very rich family that is responsible for dictating the date and time of the entire fucking world.
How the fuck? Like, I get that
I
time
do
is
not know.
technically a social construct, and the fact that time as we see it isn't really a thing anything else comprehends. Like, cows don't see it like we do, or none of that. So, like, maybe they just decided what measurements, but at the same time, what the fuck? It's
Measurements?
what if it's the like Wednesday and then Fubuki comes up and says, "No, fuck you, it's Monday again." I don't care that Wednesday's your
Anyway,
day off. Go back to work, bitch. It's Monday now.
anyway, she is her ability is to reverse time by a few moments. The thing about that though is that it also makes her extremely exhausted,
So
which is only really
she can
used.
divine pulse like once and then pass out.
Actually, no, she can actually do it several times in a row, but that might be more a gameplay thing, though. But it just takes a toll on her. Uh, what? Oh, I'm sorry. So she is. She can reverse. It's mostly just used. Her exhaustion is mostly just used to give her kind of like an appropriate looking sprite. She is a massive ditzy airhead in a very charming way. She constantly has misunderstandings about several things, and she has a really hilarious scene where she says that she is apparently so uh stupid that or she is apparently so ditzy that her attendants call her quote dummy thick.
Oh
That
no.
is that is, that is one of the funniest scenes in that entire game, and just from that scene and all of her personality traits. She also falls in love with the main character, but he's just like, you are way too confused about how life works for me to be comfortable agreeing with that. I want you to, be sure about your feelings and then come back to me.
Yeah.
But for all those scenes and all the stuff, she gets an S, which means every single Master Detective Archives character got an S.
What about Yumakoka Head? Where do we put him?
He's not. He does not apply.
But where
Anyway,
but like you said, every single one of them.
he's not a girl.
I'm glad we put Poochie in S tier because she really deserves it. She was like the most important character in that game.
Anyway, mature advice from King of Fighters. You can't have one without the other, so that's why they're here together. They're both violent, they're both aggressive, they will kill you, and they don't really got much else going on beyond that. They're seductively violent, and that's about it.
I mean, fair enough, I guess. Anyway,
They,
May, Guilty Gear. One of the few
uh,
characters from that series that I actually care enough about to have any way of input. I just think she's cool. Jellyfish pirates are awesome. Her instant kill is one of the best things out there in the series. The big problem is I wouldn't be allowed to be one of the jellyfish pirates. It makes me sad.
anyway, yep, pirate. She's cool. She's tiny. She likes the character Johnny.
Big
Um,
anchor.
yeah, she's neat. I like her designs. She's awesome. Uh, give her an A. What? Okay, my Faye.
I mean,
Why did you take the floor on her?
as opposed to her other sibling, we get a lot more time to know her. I think Maya's
Mm-hmm.
pretty alright. Not my favorite, but there's still so much worse you can do. I think she's a solid A tier regardless. She's funny, she's charismatic, she has a nice southern accent, a lot going for
That's not canon, but
her.
all
It's
right.
completely canon. Shut up.
Okay, I don't know a lot about this character's outright personality, but she is from King of Fighters. She is a student of Team Cap 1, and she takes the whole justice thing to the nth degree and is just straight up basically a Korean Power Ranger, including the posing and the character fucking exploding after she does her super move thing. She's hilarious, she's cool, she gets an A.
Alright, up next is Madaka from Madaka Box.
I'll admit, I don't know much about her.
Me neither.
Did you watch it?
No,
Okay,
I don't really care for it. It's
okay.
not my kind of thing. I think her design's
I'll,
neat. I'll put her in B tier for design,
no,
but
I'm not done. I was not done.
I
I
am.
really okay. I've you know, J-Star's Victory versus where I got my exposure to her. I think her design's fucking awesome. I think she's attractive. I love that she basically goes Super Saiyan with purple hair. um, I actually was gonna put her in A because I like her design that much.
Alright. Anyway.
But well, you kept her in B apparently. All right, whatever. I don't care. Let's go move on.
Megumin. Best girl in Konosuba. I will hear nothing against it. She can cast exactly one spell a day, and that is Explosion. She is a walking once a day nuke. She's very funny, very deadpan, often playing as well. Kazuma's the party's straight man, but she is also the most down to earth of the girls in the party, being not an idiot and not stupid and not useless and not a masochist. At the same time, she's a Crimson Demon, so she has that flair for the dramatic that is just basically a genetic thing in her race at this point. Really cool. When she's introduced, when she introduces herself to the party, she they question her about the eye patch, and she says it's to seal in her power so that it doesn't destroy the world. And Cosmo's like, "Really? Are you sure about that?" No, it's just to look cool. She just admits it just looks cool, so she has it. I love Megumin, and she's awesome. Oh no. Oh, there we go. It took so
Okay.
long.
Uh, I
May.
so she's from Naruto. She is a very seductive, very beautiful character, you know, adult woman character. Gives Tsunade a run for her money in terms of the way she looks. She has these constant points in which she takes every little bit of comment out of context and immediately, for some reason, thinks it has the comment to do with her age, and then she gets royally pissed. She's got some funny moments. Um, she's neat. I like her design. I actually give her an
Alrighty.
A. Okay.
Up next.
Melody Antiqua from the first Xenoblade game. She's a bird lady, technically. She's also technically not fully a bird lady if she doesn't have wings. Uh,
Boo.
she's a prin- she is a princess. And by the way, there are wings on her head, not on her back. But anyway, she's a princess. She was a potential pairing with Shulk until Fiora was still alive, and she got horrifically sidelined, which makes me feel bad for her.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't mind picking up the sloppy seconds. I'm just kidding. Uh, she's neat. She's cool. She's got a bit of a I don't know. She's got a neat personality that I can't be bothered to explain because I need to get done with this.
All right.
A.
All right. You're up next again.
Okay, Melisandre from Unicorn Overlord. She is she is the by far the most I want you so bad character for Elaine. Literally, her first interaction is walking down to the enemy camp just so she can get a view of Elaine. And she then and as you start defeating her in the battle that involves her, she keeps like slowly swooning over you with every single move you make before you finally approach her and beat her. And even when you beat her, her first interaction with you is to just be like, because like you beat her, and he's like, and Elaine accidentally words his words in a weird way. And it's just like, uh, or it's like, I need you in our army is what he was going for. But he's like, I need you, and she's like, oh. And then she like has a whole moment with him. It's like, no, in our army, and she's like, oh, well, I
Okay.
guess I can go with
That
that too.
reminds me of something from Berserk, real quick. Griffith tries the same thing when recruiting Guts, and it's "I need you," and Guts just stares him dead in the eyes and says, "Are you a homo?"
Oh my god. Anyway, so essentially,
I love Berserk so much.
but yeah, she does that, and also she's like, or when she's like, but if you become king, I need to at least be one of your what are they called?
Concubines.
Yeah, concubines at least. Which is funny because if you actually choose to marry her, she's like, okay, no concubines, you're all to me,
Well, that's rude.
which is funny.
That's kind of hypocritical there.
But in all honesty, she's great. She's hilarious. She takes that whole like she's like Risei but good, so she goes and asks just because of that.
Damn. Alrighty. Up next we has Mei Mei, one of the last girl introduced in season two. Uh,
Okay, I don't know anything about her, but I love her design because she has the eyes covering,
oh
the
yeah,
bangs
she's
covering
really
eyes
cool.
thing going on.
She is exceedingly shy, so shy in fact that she's a speedster, like exceedingly fast, faster than the eye can see. When she wants to run
Okay.
away, at least, and every time she vanishes, she leaves a plushie on the ground as a misdirection. I'm
Oh
not
God, I
kidding.
can't wait to see that.
She's awesome. I love everything about her. Really cute, really kind. Despite her shyness, she can actually chill with the group. Just not for
I
very
will.
long. The moment any attention is put on her directly, it's over. She loves crocheting, as you know, her thing with the plushies. She makes them herself. I think she's really cool. I like her. I haven't seen that much of her because she's like the very last one introduced. She has like one
Damn.
episode to flesh her out so far, because the other two kind of focus on the a whole nother situation. But from what we've
Okay, I
seen,
will
she's great.
admit, if I would have had to have guessed based off her appearance, I would have assumed she would have been like the character that has like the yandere side to her, but I'm assuming not.
Nope.
I'm not. I'm kind of surprised with her appearance. She looks like she'd have that kind of thing going on, but I'm also not arguing. All right, moving on. Um, Manette from Street Fighter Five. She's cute. She's funny. She shares a voice actor with Futaba. She's a fortune teller. She's a better Rose. She's got an Egyptian thing going on. She does dances during her stuff. Her outfits are attractive. She gets an
All right. And up next we have Mercedes, my probably second least favorite female option in that
A.
game.
She's got her
Right
moments.
next to Ingrid. I really despise Ingrid. I can't explain why, but I despise Ingrid.
But anyway, Mercedes was because she's a blue lion. That's why.
I don't
Anyway,
hate all blue lions by default, just most of them. I mean, look at Annette
anyway,
and Marianne. I
Mercedes.
quite enjoy them.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Mercedes. We need to hurry up. But anyway, so Mercedes, she's funny. She's or well, not really funny. she's kind of, I will admit, she's kind of boring. She's stereotypically caring to like a kind of degree. She's good at baking, doesn't really matter. But probably her funniest trait is her fondness for telling ghost stories, especially to the characters who are deathly afraid of them, like Aloise. And just for that alone, I want to put her in B at least.
All right. Mercy Graves, isn't she Lex Luthor's bodyguard?
Yes,
All right, I honestly
I
don't
don't.
think she has much going for her. I mean, she gets bodied by Lewis Lane on the regular. It's not very
But,
impressive.
but
And
she's. Did you just call her Lewis Lane?
I say her name either way, depending on how I feel. I think she goes in the same tier. Frankly, Lex Luthor doesn't really
Alright.
need a bodyguard. He regularly takes on fucking Superman, which I hate giving comparing anything to Superman as a good thing, but I mean Lex Luthor's gonna take
Let's
on
not go on the
Superman,
Superman rant. We gotta continue.
and Lex Luthor's actually a
All
cool
right,
villain.
we're getting
Metis,
close to the
Aegis'
end.
other
Let's go
sister.
on.
Aegis' other sister, Metis. Really cool. Has a bit of a sister complex, but not in that way. I think she's neat. Um,
Yeah,
she
he
not
got
in
hammered.
not in the remake, but in the original, she almost strangles Ken to death. So that's a down point.
She al she also has abandonment problems.
Yeah.
So if
Overall,
you were also spoiler alert, she's literally just I guess
yeah.
she's literally the human half of I guess split off of her after a certain character's death.
Overall, where most other androids get the S tier, Metis for trying to kill my boy Ken, Katone's boyfriend, she gets stuck in the A tier.
By the way, one of those characters I see is just is we already rated. It's just an alternate costume. It's the one two over from the one we're currently doing.
Oh, well, shit.
But
Anyway,
regardless,
Mia Fey. I think she's pretty neat. Not as cool as her sister. Her
she's
accent's
got a
kind of
nice
hard to.
hair.
Her accent's kind of hard to place. Depending on the day, it can be British, Australian, or Southern. Um, where'd I put Mia or Maya?
Uh, I don't remember. I wasn't paying attention when you did that.
I'm pretty sure I put
Yeah,
Maya.
she's at least an A.
Yeah. Depending, like I said, depending on the day, her accent's either British, Southern, or Australian. She's all right. She was going to treat Phoenix to dinner, but complications came up. They had to cancel their plans. Hasn't been seen since.
Anyway,
Okay,
Midna,
the cooler form of Minda, the Imp form. Well, we rank
go
True
right ahead.
Form in A tier. I think it's the slightly lesser form personality wise. Imp form gets S tier. I mean, she's playful, she's taunting, has great moments with Link. She's amazing,
She
and
can
I
strangle you
like
with her
her.
hair.
Yeah, the magical hair is actually really fucking cool as a design choice, and I do appreciate it. Imp form's an S tier. The True form's an A tier. This
Do you
one.
think she would ever consider using her giant hair fist to anyway?
This is a family-friendly channel, Kuma. What the fuck?
That is clearly bullshit, but alright.
Name one thing
I'm
that
pretty
makes
sure
it
that's a.
bullshit, buddy boy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that says Mignon, right? We already fucking did
Yeah, that
her.
says Mignon.
Okay, so skip over that one. All right, Miharu, classmate to a character I completely forgot to even put in this list for a second. The like the Chinese girl that's always following Jin around.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris, yeah, correct. Um, I don't know much about her, but good lord, her default design is like holy shit. I mean, just look at the image there, like holy fucking crap. She's not the greatest to play as, and her personality in that game is, oh god, why am I fighting? He's like, wait, no, I don't want to fight, I don't want to fight. And just because of that, she gets an A. And I like her design too,
All
for
right.
obvious reasons.
I wonder what those obvious reasons are. She has two very big ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, up next is Mikan from My Monster Secret. Really cool. She's the childhood best friend trope. Uh, while she herself doesn't have anything supernatural about her, as opposed to literally every other, girl in that show, her glasses do. Her glasses are a weird magical genie thing. And that's the most you're getting out
Okay.
of me. She's pretty cool, mildly tsundere. I like her. She's all right. Teases the main character a lot. I'll put her in A. Mikan. I'm pretty confident
Okay.
I mispronounced that.
No, you pronounced it right.
It's
It's Mikan.
pronounced Mikan. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. Anyway, so Mikan, she is the she is the victim of Hyoko. Um, she has one giant misconception that bothers the absolute hell out of me, and I don't know if I should bother going into it. But essentially, she's timid, she's terrified, she will constantly offer her body or something else to you to not potentially be rude to her. She has a sadistic side that's seen, or she's the ultimate nurse, so she's really good at medicine. But she's also has a sadistic side that's shown through liking Friday or getting excited about or liking Friday the Third. She might be the one that had the Friday 13th lines. I'm not sure. She's the only other possible character that might have done that. And liking poking people with needles, but uh, she also is the default fan service character and frequently trips into awkward positions that are like, how the hell did you trip into that position?
Oh no, I tripped and fell, and somehow I undressed entirely, and now I'm stuck in a washing machine. This is the
Pretty much.
kitchen! Why is there a washing machine in here? Oh, I dragged it in here when I tripped.
Actually, funny fun fact, some people actually do have their washing machines in the kitchen. I don't know why they do. Some people do.
Fair enough, I guess. I mean, I
But
guess it's like
anyway,
probably the second best place to put it.
so she's I feel bad for her. She kills two people in the game, spoiler alert. But there's like this big misconception of her being like actually evil because of that when it actually has something to do with the fact that technically all the characters are evil for reasons. She's just the only one that happened to remember that fact due to reasons. So she just basically any of them would have probably have done that. So she's not evil, and I hate that people always assume that. It really annoys me because in truth, she's really just kind of a sweet character with a slight sadistic side that I feel bad and really, really desperately want to give a hug.
So, what tier?
Hey,
Up next is Mikasa.
okay,
Mikasa
probably
Sukasa?
about the
I'm sorry.
anyway. Mikasa, she's the childhood friend to Armin and Eren. He is an ultra badass that could take single-handedly take on a whole horde of fucking uh titans. She's very exceedingly overprotective of Eren and a little less so of Armin, but still protective. Um, has only had a few moments where she let her serious mask slip, and yes, all of them were involving Eren. Her English voice sounds a little bit annoying when she's screaming Eren's name. And she's all right. I give her an A.
Alrighty. Oh god. Oh, there we go. We're good. This is gonna be so much.
You
This
go
is
right
so much
ahead
fun.
with
All right,
this one.
Hatsune Miku. Honestly, I've just been listening to her music a lot lately. I don't know why. I used to listen to it a lot too, and then I phased out. Now I'm back into that phase. So the funny thing with Miku doesn't have much of a personality of her own. It's kind of just whatever the fuck whoever's writing the song decides it to be. So we're just rating her based on design and common portrayal. And honestly, I think that's an A tier where she's just like, idle, playful, all that shit. Normally, I hate
Also,
idols, but Miku's not an exceedingly annoying idol like Rise, the Forbidden One.
don't forget, she just randomly appeared as like a semi-recurring character in an anime, just fucking randomly.
Yep, and she's getting her first U.S. release movie this year. Like, comes out in 10 days from
Anyway,
from this moment of recording.
so Billia, she's from Guilty Gear. She can control her hair, frequently uses it as a blade. Is one of the few characters that like moans during Faust's finger up the butt super.
Uh,
Um, I don't know why I felt the need to bring that up. I like her. Her design's pretty damn attractive, but other than that, I don't know much about her, so just give her a B.
all right, up next is Mimimi. That is her name. Her last name is Mimimi.
Oh
Or no,
no,
that
that
her
makes me
first name
think
is
of
Mimimi. Sorry.
That makes me think of that one video. You know, the one,
Nope.
you know,
No, I don't
me, me,
actually.
me.
Nope.
Okay, look it up and
I don't
prepare to
want
be
to.
disturbed.
I don't want to. I won't.
It's like an anime music video with some really fucking strange visuals, including it's got some weird shit in it. You really should check it
Anyway,
out.
she is second to last girl introduced in the second season of 100 Girlfriends. She's an Ojo. I think that Kuma enjoys that. She's got that more slightly holier
The
than thou attitude. She's obsessed with
yeah
her physical beauty, like her physical appearance, always trying to become more and more beautiful, whatever. Not attractive, she specifies beauty, which is apparently a different thing. I would not know. She's cool, slightly narcissistic. Quite literally, she cannot compliment anyone without also complimenting herself in the process, and generally considers the compliment towards the other person as being compared to her. One of my
yeah,
favorites is complimenting Rentaro by saying, says something along the lines of, "Your inner beauty matches my own outer beauty. I have considered you a worthy boyfriend."
that's great.
It's amazing, and I do love the character.
That sounds like S material.
Yeah, we don't have a single character from that show aside from Kusuri below A tier.
And Kusury's only because of the diaper.
Yeah, without that, she'd be an easy A, possibly S. Another one of
Okay, I don't.
yours.
Okay, Miriam. I'll admit I don't remember exactly a lot about her, but for some reason I feel like I remember her having like a really cute bit of personality, despite an overall lack in Unicorn Overlord. So for just remembering that, I'll at least put her in A, even though I don't quite remember exactly what it was.
All right. Okay,
And I'm
so
also starting to burn out.
a bunch of different metas.
And I see that the first one's the one that pulls out a magic wand.
I mean, Cappy's just the best meta, hands down. It is
And
not
she
negotiable.
pulls out a magic wand.
Well, I mean, yes, but she's also just the best one. She's the she
Also the magic wand.
her official designation. Cappy is just a nickname. Her official designation is Cool Meta, so you know she's cool. But she's
Also the magic
funny.
wand.
Okay, stop bringing up the massager. Okay. Anyway, she's cool. She's friendly, happy, plays games.
Has a magic wand.
She's the only Meta who you actually, after the main shit goes down, you actually get a break to chill with. Everyone else, you're only with them for a mission. You actually get to chill with Cappy. That's like the entire point of being there, is to chill with her. It's awesome. It's a nice, relaxing moment. Cappy herself has a great
She also has a
personality and
magic
is very
wand.
lovable. Overall, she's my favorite Meta. She goes into A tier.
And she has a magic wand.
Okay. Up next is Kind Meta, otherwise known as technically the default Meta.
Also the
Uh,
one that's trying to kill you.
no,
Right? No,
no,
not?
no, no.
Oh, I thought it
That's
was.
a copy of this Meta. It's weird. Play the
Oh,
fucking
okay.
game.
So I wouldn't know.
When you get a computer, play the
Oh,
game. It's like $10. It's worth it.
I don't. I'd rather just watch someone play it.
Well, that's lazy. Anyway,
Exactly.
she's okay. One of the more boring ones, frankly. She's kind of there. She's the main plot device, the main one trying to help you, put an end to Crazy Mita, which is the one who's trying to kill you. Her official designation is Crazy Mita. But all in all, she doesn't stick out that much. B tier,
Also, I know she's not on the list, but what's the tiny one?
Tiny Mita.
Okay,
Well,
well,
there's
no,
two of
not
them.
not the literal tiny one.
There's Tiny Mita and Chibi Mita.
I know. Okay, so Tiny Meat is the one that's like the one that had so many people just unlocking their innermost parental,
Yes,
what's the term? Maternal instincts.
yes.
Because I have not seen a single YouTuber where it did not, or that did not cause that. It even happened with Markiplier. It happened with several female YouTubers.
It happened with
It just
Jay
happened with
from the
all of
Cub
them.
Scouts of all people. Which
Fucking hilarious.
saying it like that makes me sound like the guy's an asshole. I've been watching him since I was really fucking young. I can assure you that's not the case. He just normally doesn't give off that vibe at all, even though he's
I know.
an actual father.
I know.
Which how many of the YouTubers I watched as a kid are fathers? That's fucking weird to think about.
It is. It is weird to think about. Anyway,
Anyway,
let's get a move on.
so Mila is a more mature Mila, whatever. She's okay. I don't really care for her as much as the others. I don't have near as much to say for her. She goes into A tier as well, or B tier as well. Um, Mita, I honestly don't even know which version this is. Pretty sure that's supposed to be Crazy Mita.
Is it?
If it is, we're not
Of course.
no
Of course.
context.
Naturally. Of
Hey,
course.
you know what?
Oh
The
god.
good thing about Yandere is they're never gonna leave you. There was one more Mita I had, but she didn't show up. It was Sleepy Mita, which is my second favorite next to Cappy. She would also go into A tier. But just the
Okay.
adorableness of her falling asleep constantly.
Okay. I love that the sex character just labeled mom, which makes sense. She doesn't have a fucking name.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
she does. Her
she-
official name is Renee.
oh, I didn't know she had.
It's
Really?
exclusively in the files. It never shows up in game.
Neat. Anyway, she's the mother. She's the incredibly horrible mother of Ashley and Andrew Grace.
Okay,
Uh,
hear me out. I can
she,
fix her.
well, okay, there's nothing really to fix. She's just kind of a bad person. She's not like murderous or anything. She's just generally a terrible parent.
All I'm saying is that
She
if
basically just sold her
Ashley's
children away to be. She's basically sold her children away to live in a shitty fucking complex because I don't know. They're probably broke. Also, she's into BDSM,
so that's a
with her
plus.
probably being the S.
That's a plus. What?
That the
Anyway, all I'm
thing.
saying is
Uh,
if Ashley's a B tier, then her mother, by extension of being her mother, is following the patterns in A tier.
Jesus Christ, dude. Also, it's worth noting that Ashley ate her, and not in the sexual way,
Damn
in
it,
the literal cannibalism way.
man. Yes, I would know. I've played at least the first chapter of the game.
Also, hold on. Also, in her reaction to, I love her interaction where she's talking to Andy, and then she's like, "Oh, I get it. You're fucking her." It's like, wait, no, wait, no.
About his sister.
That yeah, that interaction is so fucking hilarious. Like, oh, I get why you're doing this because you're fucking her. It's like,
It's like,
she's your sister. How could you?
yeah. Anyway, up next is
And it's
Catherine with a K from Catherine with a C.
Catherine with a K. I'll admit, never played the game. All I know is that she's kind of a bitch.
Your choices are
Uh,
kind of a bitch, literal daughter of Satan, a whole ass man. Those are your romance
but
options, pal.
anyway,
Have fun.
wait. I just realized the other Catherine isn't here.
Oh well, she was going to be. Personally, the other Catherine's my preference. I'd put her in A tier.
Which other Catherine?
See,
Okay,
Satan's
I'll
daughter,
admit,
Catherine.
going a little okay, going off of like just pure design, and since I don't know a lot about their personalities, all I know is that one's more carefree and seductive, while the other is much more reserved and kind of stingy.
Catherine with a K is the stingy one. Catherine with a C is
I
the
know.
carefree.
I'm well aware. I do know which is which, but I'll admit I actually prefer Catherine McKay's design. I'm into the more like businesswoman looking subdued white hair. She looks. I like her
She
design, and I'll put her in
looks,
an ageless design
funnily
alone.
enough, she looks similar to Sai Nijima.
Well, actually, there's a reason for that. Fun fact: in the betas that people have found of Persona, they actually used Catherine's model as a substitute for Sai before her model was done.
That's pretty funny.
But anyway, go ahead. Also, Catherine with the C would be probably around the same tier, honestly.
Yeah. All right, Penny from Ruby. One of the few good things to remain half decent after the after the fall of the show. Another
And then she
thing that,
died.
yeah, exactly. That means the only good thing remaining from that is still decent and bearable is John, the thing that killed her for good, which is painful.
Great.
Character development for John, yay! As we all know,
What?
suffering builds
Wait, okay,
character.
what happened? I
Okay, so
don't think you
basically,
explained.
Yada, long story short, fight with Cinder. Instead of, John healing her with his semblance, because that's something he can do, Penny was like, nah, man, you need more character development. Instead, you're going to kill me so that she doesn't get my maiden powers. Because apparently, this has been it's never been established before. It kind of contradicts previous establishments. However, whoever kills a maiden, assuming they're female, gets their powers. Because, yes. And it's like,
Actually, that was actually established immediately
eh, either
from
way.
that whole gimmick being established.
Eh,
That's in fact why Pyrrha got killed.
Oh, right. Never mind. Anyway, but it's still like, so instead of healing me so I can continue to fight, which you are perfectly capable of because that's your pretty much your whole semblance, since you need character development, I'm just gonna have you kill me so that she doesn't get my powers, and instead they move on to Winter Schnee for some fucking reason.
So she literally just fucking gave up. She was like, fuck it,
Pretty,
I can't beat her, just fucking kill me.
yeah, pretty much. It's like, you know what they say,
That's
John.
unfortunate
Suffering
character
builds character.
assassination.
John's character writing has gone to this endless circle of suffering builds character, suffering builds character,
I
suffering
will
builds character.
I will give this one thing. I'm at least glad they didn't have Cinder fucking kill her and fucking collect the maiden powers like the goddamn Infinity Stones.
Yeah. I still think Penny is best girl in the entire show. She's the only character I can put in S tier. There's a few characters that make it into very low A, but
Okay, last character finally, Jesus Christ.
Minami Fuyuki from Hokkaido Girls Are Super Adorable, a show I started watching yesterday, and I'm already halfway through it. It's amazing, and I love it. In the English dub, she has a Canadian accent because it's funny and it fits kind of with the Japanese dub having what's I can only assume to be the Japanese equivalent. Uh, she's really cool, very teasing, very playful, very caring. Uh, Overall, I like her a lot. I'm going to put her in the A tier.
All right,
And that is
and
it. That
finally,
is the end
it
of
took
this
fucking
official
ever.
King and Kuma waifu tier list.
It took
I
too
suffered.
damn long, but we're finally
It
done.
is 6:45 in the morning. We started recording this at 10, 11, something like that.
Actually, actually, it's 6:43, but that doesn't really matter.
I'm rounding up. What is 2 minutes in the face of Jesus Christ? How long have we been recording?
Too
Anyway,
much.
yeah,
I'm tired. Let's
same.
wrap this up quickly.
Going.
This is So here, this is our tier list. This is our questionable taste, and we almost certainly have some explaining to do, which you will not get.
I have no explaining to do. I explained everything thoroughly. You may not have heard an explanation. That's your explanation. Fucking deal with it. I I am completely normal. I have no reason for anyone to need to hear me out. This man, on the other hand, does. There was way too many furries on this list, all of whom were his. Thank
Okay,
you.
fine. Okay,
I'm
you know what? No, I am gonna give my explanation. I'm not a furry. I am disturbed by the fursuit stuff, but I can understand the idea that some horrific female characters can be attractive.
He's over here saying I'm not
That's
a
it.
furry. I just like hot women, and some of them happen to have fur on them.
Pretty much exactly. You won't
Anyway,
see me dressing in a fursuit having sex parties. Jesus Christ.
anyway, I'm King. This is my sidekick Kuma, and we are signing off.
Asshole.